Chapter 1441. Yan Chuan and Emperor Chongqing discussed the situation of the Second Era. What? You're going to the Great Zhou Imperial Court? Emperor Chongqing exclaimed. That's right. That place is going to become a place of conflict. That's Great Emperor Ziwei's next target. Emperor Chongqing frowned. With a slight smile, Yan Chuan looked at Emperor Chongqing and said, just as you said, Great Emperor Ziwei already has the ambition to rule the world. Emperor Chongqing frowned. After the western continent is stabilized, where will he expand his territory? Your celestial longevity realm might not be able to escape either. Yan Chuan laughed. But that's a matter for the future. A matter for the future? It's not a matter for the future. The four realms are about to merge. There's not much time left. So what if we make a big splash this time? So what if the other great emperors hate us? There's not much time left. We can't afford to think twice. Yan Chuan shook his head. Emperor Chongqing frowned and fell into deep thought. After a long while, Emperor Chongqing's expression suddenly changed. Then he smiled and said, Yan Chuan, if you can get more than 2 great emperor karma ranks, I will also give you mine. Huh? Yan Chuan's expression changed. What do you mean? Boom! A huge altar suddenly appeared under Emperor Chongqing's feet. This is the Great Emperor Altar. Take a look. Emperor Chongqing said. Yan Chuan took a closer look. This great emperor's altar looked even more perfect than his heavenly emperor's altar. There were traces of gentle and perfect light flowing over it. What's wrong? This great emperor altar seems to be affecting my mind. Emperor Chongqing said solemnly. Affecting your mind? Yan Chuan was slightly surprised. That's right. I used to live a happy life. When I was free, I would go to the lake and enjoy the beautiful scenery. But now, this hobby of mine is gradually disappearing. Emperor Chongqing said seriously. Yan Chuan. Beautiful scenery. That was peeping. The longevity monarch's hobby was too wretched. It's true. I realize that sometimes, I would have some inexplicable ambitions. I want to dominate the world. The longevity immortal emperor frowned and said. Isn't that good? Yan Chuan asked doubtfully. What the hell, I don't want to live such a tiring life. But now, my mentality has changed. I have to think so much every time. How can I have the time? The longevity immortal emperor said strangely. Yan Chuan. If you can get 2 emperor karmic ranks, it means that you have the desire and ability to do so. I will give you my emperor karmic rank. When you collect all the emperor karmic ranks in the future, just show me what's so special about them. Emperor Chongqing said solemnly. Yan Chuan looked at Emperor Chongqing strangely. This is too strange. It's true. I won't lie to you. I'll lie to you. Every time I peek, it'll be an old and ugly thing. Emperor Chongqing swore. Yan Chuan. In the netherworld. Outside a huge palace in the north outer continent. The palace was called Xuanwu Palace. Outside Xuanwu Palace, an old man in a grey robe stood in front of Emperor Rosefinch. The old man had a long beard and a slightly stooped figure. However, he looked very energetic. Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Emperor Xuanwu, are you really not going to do anything? De Zhen's secret skill is completely targeted at us. Emperor Rosefinch said gloomily. The old man, Emperor Xuanwu, smiled and shook his head. Emperor Rosefinch, you worry too much. Yan Chuan might not be targeting me. Why should I seek revenge? Can't you see? Emperor Ziwei deliberately spread this news. Why doesn't he deal with Yan Chuan himself? Emperor Ziwei has the fewest subordinates. We have the most subordinates in the Second Era. Emperor Rosefinch defended himself. But the enmity between the Ziwei celestial realm and Dezhen's heavenly court is even greater. Emperor Xuanwu laughed. Emperor Rosefinch's eyelids twitched wildly. He was unhappy. I know that you're unhappy that Yan Chuan captured a batch of your subordinates. However, you found the wrong person. You should find Emperor Qin Long. Half of his subordinates have been captured by Yan Chuan. Emperor Xuanwu laughed. Emperor Rosefinch looked at Emperor Xuanwu with suppressed anger in his heart. Humph. Emperor Rosefinch flung his sleeves and rushed towards the Yellow Springs Road. He was prepared to go to the world of the living to find Emperor Qin Long. After Emperor Rosefinch left, Emperor Xuanwu's expression froze and revealed a cold smile. Whoosh! In the distance, a white light shot over. It was a man in a white robe. The man was extremely dignified and had a ferocious aura. He instantly appeared beside Emperor Xuanwu. What's the matter? Rosefinch came to find you. What did you say? The white-robed man laughed. Emperor White Tiger, he also went to find you. What about you? Emperor Xuanwu laughed again. Emperor White Tiger smiled and shook his head. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Emperor Rosefinch still can't see through it. That's right. However, this is also good. Let them make a fuss. The bigger the fuss, the better. Emperor Xuanwu nodded. However, we have to send someone to investigate the method of depriving the power of the stars as soon as possible. Our power is stored in the stars. Although we can use it, it's best to keep it in our hands. Emperor White Tiger said in a deep voice. Yes. Emperor Xuanwu nodded. Outside Qin Long's palace in the North Outer Continent in the world of the living. A group of Emperor Qin Long's subordinates stood in front of Emperor Rosefinch. What? Seclusion? Emperor Rosefinch said gloomily. Yes, please forgive us, Emperor Rosefinch. After His Majesty took over the North Outer Continent, he began seclusion. No one is to disturb him. A subordinate said. Seclusion. Seclusion at this time. He couldn't break through for so long in the Second Era. How can he break through now? He's just brushing me off, right? Emperor Rosefinch said hatefully. Emperor Rosefinch, you've misunderstood. His Majesty is indeed in seclusion. Before he went into seclusion, he said that he wanted to refine a sword. Please forgive him. The subordinate said. Refine a sword? Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Yes. Humph, don't you know about Emperor Ziwei? We know. We also want to save our brothers, but what's done can't be undone. It's useless to go now. At least they're still alive. Everything will wait for His Majesty to come out of seclusion. Humph. Emperor Rosefinch snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, he flew out of Qin Long's palace. After flying out of Qin Long's palace, Emperor Rosefinch didn't choose to return immediately. Instead, he looked toward the southeast. Xianyang? An array that deprives the stars of their power? Very well, if you don't want to go, then I'll go myself. Yan Chuan isn't in Xianyang now. Who can do anything to me? Emperor Rosefinch said angrily. Boom! Emperor Rosefinch shot toward Xianyang. Chapter 1442. Yan Chuan looked at Emperor Chongsheng with a strange expression. You still don't believe me? Emperor Chongsheng was shocked. It was not that Yan Chuan did not believe him, but it was too unbelievable. Just a few days ago, Yan Chuan would never have thought that a great emperor would give up his great emperor karmic title to someone else. Moreover, the great emperor was giving it to him. Emperor Chongsheng scratched his head and said, How about this, I will leave a mark on my great emperor altar for you. Oh. Yan Chuan was puzzled. Boom. The great emperor altar landed on the ground, and Emperor Chongsheng's body emitted white light. Open. The longevity immortal emperor shouted. Bang! Emperor Chongqing jumped out of the great emperor altar. Yan Chuan, hurry up. It will only take a while to leave the great emperor altar. Stand on it and leave your mark. You will become the second successor. If anything happens to me, it will automatically teleport to you. Emperor Chongqing said while panting. Obviously, there was a price to pay for leaving the great emperor altar without leaving. I believe you. There is no need for that. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. He did not expect Emperor Chongqing to be so direct. Hurry up. Otherwise, this separation will be for nothing. Immortal Emperor Chongqing shouted. Emperor Chongqing's urging made Yan Chuan smile bitterly. He then nodded gratefully. Slowly, Yan Chuan stepped onto the great emperor altar. Buzz. The moment he stepped onto the great emperor altar, a solemn and majestic aura rushed into Yan Chuan's mind. It made Yan Chuan feel as though he was looking down on all living things. It was a special thought. It was as though everything in the world was in the palm of one's hand after stepping onto the great emperor altar. Inhale. Yan Chuan took in a deep breath. Just like what Emperor Chongqing had said, the great emperor altar was interfering with Yan Chuan's state of mind. However, Yan Chuan liked it. Hurry up. Emperor Chongqing shouted. Yan Chuan nodded. Boom. The heavenly emperor sacrificial altar suddenly appeared beneath Yan Chuan's feet. The two altars collided and Yan Chuan's imprint poured into the great emperor's altar. Buzz. The great emperor sacrificial altar trembled violently as a ferocious intent rushed into Yan Chuan's body. Boom. The huge consciousness seemed to be quickly washing over Yan Chuan's body. Yan Chuan's expression turned sluggish, and his face sank. He quickly gathered his will and collided with this sudden thought. Rumble. As the two wills clashed, Yan Chuan's expression turned wary. As he nervously resisted, his entire body was drenched in sweat. See? I was the same back then. The longevity immortal emperor waved his hand. Buzz. Yan Chuan only felt his mind suddenly become clear. He seemed to hear countless trembling sounds in his ears. Boom. A loud sound came from Yan Chuan's body as a gust of wind swept up from Yan Chuan's body in all directions. Huff. Yan Chuan came back to his senses as determination flashed across his eyes. Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar. One day, I will get one that belongs to me. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Huff. The heavenly Emperor Sacrificial Altar beneath Yan Chuan's feet disappeared as he stepped down from the Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar. On the Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar, there seemed to be an additional mark. The longevity immortal emperor quickly stepped onto the Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar and waved his hand. The Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar then disappeared. You broke through. The longevity immortal emperor stared at Yan Chuan. That's right. I have to thank your Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar. It's really amazing. In just an instant, it helped me break through to the 13th level of the heavens. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and exclaimed. You are luckier than me. When I obtained the Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar, I did not break through. The longevity immortal emperor exclaimed. I was at the peak of the 12th level of the heavens and was only a step away from breaking through. Compared to you, my cultivation is still lower. That's why it was so easy for me to break through. Yan Chuan smiled. How do you feel? Very good. The willpower of the Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar seems to have amplified my willpower. If I obtain the Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar, my strength and willpower will be greatly enhanced. Yan Chuan said confidently. See? I said that it would affect one's mind. The longevity immortal emperor smiled bitterly. A little. Maybe your ambition does not lie here. But to me, the Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar is my confidant. Therefore, I will obtain a great emperor karmic rank as soon as possible. Yan Chuan said firmly. All right. If that's the case, I will give you my great emperor karmic rank when you obtain two. The longevity immortal emperor said firmly. Looking at the longevity immortal emperor, Yan Chuan finally nodded his head and said, all right. It would be impolite for me to decline. All right. The longevity immortal emperor nodded his head. Yan Chuan, Mo Shi, and Bai Qi stayed in the longevity palace for a period of time. Jin Dayu also arrived at the longevity palace with his dragon carriage. During this period of time, Mo Shi's injuries had also healed. After staying for a few days, Yan Chuan and the rest bade farewell to the longevity palace. The longevity immortal emperor and his subordinates sent off Yan Chuan and the rest. Qi Sha walked at the front and said to Mo Shi, Madam Yan, I am really sorry for what I did that day. It was indeed unintentional. In order to make up for my mistake, I have the 6 Phoenix treasured mirror here. Consider it as my apology. That day, Mo Shi was indeed angry. However, as long as Yan Chuan was fine, all her anger dissipated. Later on, Mo Shi calmed down and understood that Qi Sha had done it unintentionally. Moreover, he was a subordinate of Dongfangjing faction. Mo Shi did not hold a grudge against him. That day, I was also in the wrong. You don't have to blame yourself. Mo Shi said with a smile. No, a mistake is a mistake. Here, this is the 6 Phoenix treasured mirror. It's useless to me, but it should be useful to you. 6 Phoenix treasured mirror. That's right. Legend has it that the phoenix of the first era was the ancestor of all phoenixes. She was the ancestor of all phoenixes and the ancestor of all phoenixes. She was the ancestor of all phoenixes. She was worried that the phoenix race would go extinct without her protection. Thus, she passed down the 6 great guides, which can mobilize the power of the 72 reincarnations. Your Supreme Dark Phoenix is one of the 6 great guides. There are also 5 Supreme Fire Phoenixes, Supreme Ice Phoenixes, and so on. Some phoenixes migrated to the other 3 realms. They each have their own specialties. You might encounter them in the future. 6 Phoenix treasured mirror. Mo Shi took it gently. Thank you. Mo Shi nodded. Ha ha ha, as long as you don't blame me, Lady Yan. 7 Kills laughed. Mo Shi nodded. Alright, Emperor Chongsheng, we'll meet again. Yan Chuan said. Emperor Chongsheng nodded. Yan Chuan and the others stepped onto the dragon carriage. Let's go. Bai Qi shouted. Roar! 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 The 6 dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage toward the west. Emperor Chongsheng watched as Yan Chuan and the others left. Ziwei Palace, Zhongtian Continent, Ziwei Realm. Pejun, Wen Chu, Wu Chu, Tan Lang, Zhu Men, and the others stood respectfully on both sides. My lord, Yan Chuan has left the celestial longevity realm. Wen Chu said respectfully. Emperor Chongsheng. I didn't expect his reincarnation to be so powerful. Emperor Ziwei said with a hint of disdain. My lord, with your strength that day, even Kong Huangtian and Emperor Chongsheng were no match for you. Pejun said with a puzzled expression. I know, but I've been planning this for a long time. I don't want anything to happen at that time. Emperor Ziwei said as he tapped his fingers on the dragon throne. Oh. Pejun was puzzled. Wen Chu seemed to know everything and said respectfully, My lord, are you going to take action? Yes. Emperor Ziwei nodded. Then I'll mobilize the troops and change the direction of the attack. Wen Chu said respectfully. No need. The Great Zhou Imperial Court will be destroyed sooner or later. You continue with your work. I'll personally take charge of this. Emperor Ziwei's eyes narrowed. Yes. Wen Chu replied. What is it? Pejun was puzzled. Wen Chu took a deep breath and said, My lord wants us to take down the celestial longevity realm immediately. Ah! Pejun was surprised. Since the beginning of the Second Era, my lord has planted chess pieces in the celestial longevity realm. It's time to end it. Once we take down the celestial longevity realm, my lord will unify the Big Dipper and Big Dipper. Who in the world will be able to stop him? The other great emperors? Ha, they're not worth mentioning at all. Wen Chu laughed. Moreover, Great Emperor Chongqing's personality is too casual. He's not suitable to be a great emperor at all. Sua Fu smiled. Pejun and the others' eyes lit up. We'll go through fire and water for my lord. We won't hesitate. Everyone said excitedly. Emperor Ziwei nodded. Sua Fu, informed them to prepare for action. Sua Fu stepped forward. Yes. Outside the East Continent, Xianyang. Great Emperor Rosefinch had tried to persuade a group of great emperors, but none of them were willing to fight against Great Jin with him. He was very unhappy. If he returned to the celestial realm of Rosefinch now, he would feel even more humiliated. Therefore, he came to Xianyang alone. If no one else came, he would do it himself. He was a great emperor. How could he lose to Yan Chuan? Moreover, Yan Chuan wasn't in Xianyang right now. Xianyang was empty. He could do whatever he wanted with it. Great Emperor Rosefinch stood on the peak of a mountain and observed Xianyang city coldly. He had failed once in Great Jin. This time, he didn't want to fail again. Yan Chuan isn't here. The empresses aren't here either. That stupid cat isn't here either. This Xianyang city is really empty. Great Emperor Rosefinch said coldly. Great Emperor Ziwei spread the news that the formation that deprives the stars of their power should be in the Yang realm. What kind of formation is it? How can it have such an effect? If I can get my hands on this formation, I'll take back my power from the stars. If I leave it in the galaxy, there will be too many variables. Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a low voice. After patrolling around Xianyang, he didn't find the formation that deprived the stars of their power. However, he saw the road to the underworld not far away. Road to the underworld? Humph, I'll seal your road to the underworld first. Great Emperor Rosefinch said coldly. As he spoke, he stomped his foot. Rosefinch's seal. Boom. The ground beneath their feet suddenly turned red in an instant. Flames suddenly appeared on the ground, and the shape of the flames was that of a vermilion bird. Ah! What's going on? Why is the ground as hard as metal? There are so many Rosefinch flames. For a moment, Xianyang was in an uproar. Rosefinch's seal not only blocked the road to the underworld, but even if ZZ was in the Yang realm, the road to the underworld wouldn't be able to reach this place smoothly. A large number of officials rushed to Skyward Palace anxiously. Great Emperor Rosefinch looked coldly at the panicking Xianyang city. Chapter 1443. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Boom! A loud explosion came from the direction of the Yellow Springs Road. The Yellow Springs Road has been cut off. ZZ's face darkened. At this moment, Zombie Yan Chuan was describing everything that had happened in Eternal Domain to the girls. The sudden change caused everyone to be slightly stunned. Soon, Gigu Z walked over. Celestial Emperor, Great Emperor Rosefinch has sealed the land of Xianyang City in the Yang realm. Feng Shui masters can't travel between the two realms. Gigu Z said solemnly. They're finally here. How many people are there? Yan Chuan asked in a low voice. Just as we guessed, there's only Great Emperor Rosefinch. Gigu Z said solemnly. That's good. Yan Chuan nodded. Ever since Great Emperor Ziwei spread the news of the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Formation, Great Zhen has been paying close attention to the news of the various factions. Great Emperor Rosefinch visited the various great emperors, wanting to consign Great Zhen to eternal damnation. Unfortunately, the various great emperors had their own plans and failed to fulfill Great Zhen's wish. Gigu Zi said. In the end, Great Emperor Rosefinch still went to Xianyang City. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. But Celestial Emperor, why did you wait until today? Gigu Zi frowned. Great Emperor Rosefinch traveled everywhere. I knew that there would be a battle with Great Zhen. He wanted to destroy Great Zhen, so I naturally couldn't sit still and wait for death. Therefore, my first stop in the west was the Golden Celestial Realm. Great Emperor Golden Celestial Realm has a grudge against him. Only by persuading him can we teach Great Emperor Rosefinch a painful lesson. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. But Celestial Emperor, although Great Emperor Golden Celestial Realm has a grudge against Great Emperor Rosefinch, he might not be willing. Gigu Zi frowned. No, he'll definitely be willing. After all, Great Emperor Golden Celestial Realm's faction is too isolated. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Each of the great emperors had a group of powerful subordinates. However, the Golden Great Emperor's subordinates were pitifully few. There were only a handful of them in the Second Epoch. Furthermore, he had just subdued them not long ago. The Heavenly Emperor passed the Cosmic Star Formation to the Golden Great Emperor. Gigu Zi was slightly taken aback. That's right. Although the other great emperors didn't agree with Great Emperor Rosefinch, everyone is staring at this formation. Dazhen is at the center of the whirlpool, so he needs someone to resist the whirlpool with him. Moreover, the more experts of the Second Era captured by Great Emperor Huangjin, the more benefits it will be for me. Yan Chuan nodded affirmatively. Understood. Guiguzi nodded. But why wait until now? If Emperor Rosefinch comes to Xianyang, my Xianyang. Guiguzi was confused. Don't worry, Xianyang will be fine. The only reason we delayed it until today is so that Emperor Rosefinch will have to pay a greater price. Yan Chuan said coldly. Yes. Send the message. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Underworld, South Outer Region, Rosefinch Celestial Realm. Rosefinch Celestial Realm's capital, Rosefinch City. Outside Rosefinch City, Desolation Hua led a group of Dazhen's national beasts and experts to stand in a valley. Beside him stood Golden Great Emperor in a golden robe. Golden Great Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor means that the experts of the Second Era who besieged Rosefinch Celestial Realm will be divided equally. You are the strongest, so you can use your strongest power to break through all obstacles and severely injure the experts. We will take advantage of you and capture those who severely injured you. We will divide them after we return. Desolation Hua said. Golden Great Emperor immediately laughed and said, ha 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 ha, good. Pa. A jade pendant in Desolation Hua's hand shattered. The Heavenly Emperor has sent a letter. We can take action now. I wish Golden Great Emperor a great harvest. Desolation Hua smiled. Good. Let's go. Golden Great Emperor immediately flew into the sky and rushed toward Rosefinch City. Stop. A loud shout suddenly came from outside Rosefinch City. However, Golden Great Emperor soon arrived in front of Rosefinch City. Not good, quick, activate the Rosefinch Guardian Array. Exclamations suddenly came from the city. Buzz. A huge fiery red light shield blocked the outside. You want to stop me with the little Rosefinch Guardian Array? Break for me. Golden Great Emperor shouted. He stretched out his hand and punched the array. Boom. With a deafening sound, the surrounding heavenly Tao trembled. In an instant, the loud sound spread throughout the underworld. Yang Realm, Xianyang City. Boom. Under the seal of Rosefinch, a large number of officials quickly gathered at the entrance of the Skyward Palace. Right Minister Lu Buwei stepped in front of the officials. Great Emperor Rosefinch. Lu Buwei stared and shouted. Great Emperor Rosefinch sneered. I heard that someone from the Rosefinch celestial realm was captured by De Zhen and used the star power deprivation technique to deprive them of their star power. Great Emperor Rosefinch said coldly. Lu Buwei's eyes were gloomy. Great Emperor Rosefinch, who did you hear this from? Ha 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 ha, it doesn't matter who I heard it from. What's important is that you release my subordinates and those who used the star power deprivation array. Follow me back to the Rosefinch celestial realm and accept the punishment of the Rosefinch celestial realm. Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted coldly. Great Emperor Rosefinch, you must be joking. Lu Buwei sneered. Joking? The underworld gate has been sealed by me. Lu Buwei, what else can you do? Even Yan Chuan should be in the west now. Do you still want to resist? Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted. You can't resist. You're just a bunch of ants. I can stomp you to death with one foot. Humph, hand over everyone before my patience runs out. Hurry. Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted immediately. Boom. As he shouted, a shock wave rushed toward the great formation of Xianyang, causing it to fluctuate. Countless commoners also revealed anxious looks at this moment. They couldn't connect to the underworld, and the celestial arch was out. What should they do? Even a large number of officials were looking at Lu Buwei anxiously. What should they do? This was not an ordinary person of the Second Era. This was Great Emperor Rosefinch. One of the 6 strongest of the 3,000 stars. Just as everyone was panicking, Quan. Not far from the skyward hall, the door of a hall suddenly opened. Everyone looked over. Forbidden Zone, Heaven Pavilion. Heaven Pavilion. Countless officials revealed looks of astonishment. Lu Buwei, however, looked at Heaven Pavilion with a hint of respect. Thud. 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 Footsteps were heard. A man in a white robe slowly walked out of Heaven Pavilion. The man slowly stepped out. His pair of silver eyes gave off a soul-stirring feeling. Celestial the Arch. Someone was the first to exclaim. Celestial the Arch. Everyone looked surprised. Of the 2 celestial thearchs, one went to the west outer continent, and the other was in the underworld. Why did another one appear in front of them? Moreover, his aura was even more extraordinary. Greetings, Celestial the Arch. The officials immediately bowed respectfully. For a moment, Yan Chuan's appearance made all the officials' worries disappear. Their blind worship made it seem as if as long as Yan Chuan was around, they could cross any hurdle. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan slowly walked to the front of the officials and looked coldly at Great Emperor Rosefinch outside the city. Yan Chuan. Great Emperor Rosefinch also looked surprised. Weren't there only 2 Yan Chuan? Weren't there only 2 of them? His scouts had also sent news that one was in the underworld, and the other was in the west. Why was there a 3rd Yan Chuan? At this moment, Great Emperor Rosefinch wasn't the only one paying attention to Xianyang. Great Emperor White Tiger and Great Emperor Xuanwu had also arrived in the Yang realm. They stood at the entrance of the Yellow Spring in the North Outer Continent and stared at Xianyang. Another Yan Chuan. That's impossible. I can only deduce 2 of them with my divination technique. How can I not deduce him? Great Emperor Xuanwu said in surprise. The Great Zhen Heavenly Court is indeed very strange. Chapter 1444. Yang Realm, Shiwai Continent. Luoyang City. On a tall balcony. The people around them were all gone. Only a man and a woman were sitting at a stone table, sipping tea. They were Wu Jiong and the sect leader of Tongtian. Wu Jiong poured a cup of tea for the sect leader of Tongtian. There's news from the front line. Yan Chuan's dragon carriage has entered Shiwai Continent. Can you see him? Wu Jiong asked with a smile. The sect leader of Tongtian shook his head. My body is at the 15th heaven. I can see the world with my eyes. However, the world is too big. I can only see it when there's a huge focal point. As for Yan Chuan's body, it's too insignificant in the vast world. It's like a speck of dust in the sky. How can I find him? Wu Jiong nodded. Since Yan Chuan can capture Guopejuan, he'll be of great help to us. Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. This is our stage, our world. Sooner or later, everything in this world will be ours. The sect leader of Tongtian's eyes narrowed. That's right. Wu Jiong nodded with a smile. What number did Yan Chuan take this time? Wu Jiong asked with a smile. 108. The sect leader of Tongtian thought for a while. All right. Wu Jiong nodded. Shiwai Continent, Xianyang City. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan stepped out of Heaven Pavilion and looked coldly at Great Emperor Rosefinch in the distance. Yan Chuan. There's another one. That's good. I'm sure you can't mobilize the power of the world. Wait for me to take you down. Great Emperor Rosefinch revealed a hint of excitement. Whoosh! Silver-eyed Yan Chuan stepped out of Xianyang City. Heaven Emperor. Some officials were worried. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan flew in front of Great Emperor Rosefinch in the blink of an eye. What? You want to fight me like this? Great Emperor Rosefinch was puzzled. Not only Great Emperor Rosefinch, but Great Emperor Xuanwu and Great Emperor White Tiger of the Outer North Continent were also at a loss. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan's eyes were still as cold as ever. He didn't even seem to be interested in what Emperor Rosefinch was saying. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, get into formation in advance. Yin Tong Yan Chuan shouted. Buzz! Suddenly, 9 enormous heavenly veins appeared around the two of them. The moment the heavenly vein appeared, the surrounding space shook. The heavenly Tao clone from the Great Thousand Realms rejected the first world. Ha ha ha, just because of this? Emperor Rosefinch revealed a hint of disdain. 3,000 heavenly Tao, appear. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan shouted. Boom! 3,000 heavenly Tao suddenly appeared around the two of them. However, Emperor Rosefinch's gaze was still filled with disdain. Based on this? Previously, when the four of you fought against Emperor Qing Long, this wasn't enough. Why? Do you want to repeat the same mistake? You must be out of your mind. Emperor Rosefinch revealed a hint of disdain. Emperor Rosefinch wasn't the only one. Even Emperor White Tiger and Xuanwu weren't optimistic. There was another person looking at Xianyang. It was Nether River Patriarch, who was at the entrance of Chujiang Hall in the Netherworld. Nether River Patriarch seemed to be extremely concerned about Yan Chuan. Now that Xianyang was in trouble, Nether River Patriarch cast his gaze over again. 3,000 heavenly Tao of the Great Thousand Realms? If they don't form a cycle, they're just a pile of trash. Nether River Patriarch was puzzled. However, this silver-eyed Yan Chuan is really strange. Even I didn't predict it. Heh. Nether River Patriarch's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. In the Yang realm, Emperor Rosefinch looked at silver-eyed Yan Chuan with disdain. He didn't waste any time and immediately reached out his hand to grab silver-eyed Yan Chuan. Sins committed by the heavens can still survive, but sins committed by oneself cannot be spared. Boom! A huge fire-shaped energy palm tore through the void and grabbed at silver-eyed Yan Chuan. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, and a silver light shot out from his eyes. Buzz! The 100 heavenly Tao in the surroundings suddenly trembled. Then, a large amount of turbulent energy of different colors surged out from the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Boom! The turbulent energy was extremely domineering. It instantly dispersed the fire-red energy palm and poured into the heavenly Tao. Nether River Patriarch's eyes suddenly lit up. The white tiger and the black tortoise Great Emperor were also confused. Emperor Rosefinch was the most surprised. Although that palm strike just now was very casual, it couldn't have been so casually dispersed by Yan Chuan. Rosefinch's roar, 10,000 flames run. Emperor Rosefinch roared. Roar. Suddenly, a huge phantom of Rosefinch appeared behind Emperor Rosefinch. Rosefinch's phantom roared at the sky. Then, rolling flames appeared out of nowhere. The flames turned into Rosefinch's appearance. 1,000,000 flames of Rosefinch went straight for Yan Chuan. 3,000 heavenly Tao array, digest. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan shouted. Boom! Suddenly, the 3,000 heavenly Tao was enveloped by thousands of rays of light. Then, countless turbulent energy rapidly shot out and swam around the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. As they swam, the void shattered. Countless Rosefinch's flames were instantly destroyed by the turbulent energy. Then, they poured into the 3,000 heavenly Tao and were further digested. The turbulent energy went straight for Emperor Rosefinch. What? Emperor Rosefinch's face changed. He activated his spiritual power to form a huge shield. However, the turbulent energy was quickly digested layer by layer like food being digested by gastric juices. This is the cycle of the heavenly Tao. You actually mastered the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Impossible! Emperor Rosefinch exclaimed. Yan Chuan ignored Emperor Rosefinch. Instead, he took a step and jumped out of the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Boom! The turbulent energy grew stronger. The cycle of the heavenly Tao was completely simulated in the stomach of the heaven-devouring tailed beast. However, Yan Chuan used the 3,000 heavenly Tao of the Great Thousand World. It was even stronger than the heaven-devouring tailed beast. Rumble! The turbulent energy rushed towards Emperor Rosefinch. Whoosh! Suddenly, it broke through the shield and washed over Emperor Rosefinch's arm. Rip! Instantly, a piece of flesh was torn off his arm. Emperor Rosefinch's arm was badly mutilated. Emperor Karmic rank. Boom! A huge Emperor altar suddenly appeared beneath Emperor Rosefinch's feet. Once the Emperor altar appeared, a fiery red energy enveloped Emperor Rosefinch and blocked all the turbulent energy. The cycle of the heavenly Tao can't do anything to the Emperor altar. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan's face darkened. Even so, you can forget about leaving. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan shouted. Rumble! The turbulent flow of energy rushed towards the Great Emperor altar, preventing the Great Emperor Vermilion Bird from leaving. Heaven and Earth Furnace, Refining Emperors. Nether Realm Old Ancestor Nether River squinted his eyes. As he spoke, Nether River Old Ancestor's eyes suddenly turned golden. His golden pupils opened, and his eyesight increased tremendously. It was as if he could see the scene within the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan sensed something and turned around abruptly. Whine! His silver pupils suddenly shot out countless silver lights. It met Nether River Old Ancestor's golden pupils. Whoosh! The two of them looked at each other, and a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. They looked at each other for a moment and then stopped looking at each other. Silver-eyed, ha ha ha. Interesting. You can see through illusions. Nether River Old Ancestor laughed with a hint of surprise. In the Yang realm, Silver-eyed Yan Chuan pondered for a moment before turning back to look at the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. How is this possible? The cycle of the heavenly Tao? How can you make the heavenly Tao array's cycle of the heavenly Tao array? Emperor Rosefinch was trapped within and was extremely anxious. The silver-eyed Yan Chuan ignored him and stared at the great Emperor altar. Under his silver pupils, everything was in the state of particles. However, at this moment, the Emperor altar was a complete entity. Even his silver pupils could not see through it. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan frowned at the Emperor altar. Emperor Rosefinch, who was trapped within, suddenly changed his expression. Rosefinch's celestial realm is in trouble. Emperor Rosefinch suddenly exclaimed. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan ignored him and continued to operate the 3000 heavenly Tao array. Bastard, Yan Chuan, it's you. It's you, isn't it? You sent someone to ambush my Rosefinch's celestial realm? Emperor Rosefinch exclaimed. Yan Chuan still did not say a word. Emperor Rosefinch anxiously sent out energy to fly. However, the moment he left the Emperor altar, he was instantly destroyed by the turbulence. Even Emperor Rosefinch, who was at the peak of the 15th heaven, could not do anything about the cycle of the heavenly Tao array. Bastard! Emperor Rosefinch roared angrily. The cycle of the heavenly Tao array continued to trap Emperor Rosefinch. During this period, Emperor Rosefinch had used many methods, but he could not resist the cycle of the heavenly Tao array. This was not something a human could resist. This was the true power of heaven and earth. Any other power would be laughable in front of it. Emperor Rosefinch was only protected by his Emperor karmic rank, which was on par with the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, without his Emperor karmic rank, even if Emperor Rosefinch used all his strength, he would still be digested one day. In the distance, Emperor White Tiger and Emperor Xuanwu frowned as they watched. The cycle of the heavenly Tao array. The Great Zhen Heavenly Court has gained a firm foothold in the outer East continent. Emperor Xuanwu said in a deep voice. Yes, but it's a pity that Emperor Rosefinch will have to return empty-handed again. Emperor White Tiger nodded. Just like that, an entire day passed. During this period, Emperor Rosefinch became more and more anxious as he sensed that Rosefinch's heaven realm was getting more and more damaged. No, bastard! Roar! Emperor Rosefinch roared. He no longer cared about the chaotic flow of the outside world. He gave up on the protection of the Emperor altar and only protected his heart and soul as he flew out of the 3000 heavenly Tao array. Boom! The turbulent flow washed away a large amount of flesh and blood from Emperor Rosefinch's body. At this time, he did not dare to hesitate. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Boom! Emperor Rosefinch rushed out of the 3000 heavenly Tao array. However, he was in a miserable state. His flesh and blood were all over his body, and his right arm was gone. He looked like a skinned corpse standing on the Emperor altar. Roar, Yan Chuan, I will be back. I will be back. Roar. Emperor Rosefinch, who was badly mutilated, shouted in grief and indignation. Boom. Emperor Rosefinch shot towards the south. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan waved his hand and put away the 3000 heavenly Tao array. He looked in the direction that Emperor Rosefinch left with a cold gaze. Emperor karmic rank? Emperor altar? What is it? Even I can't see through it. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan sighed. Long live! Long live! Cheers could be heard from Xianyang City. Dazhen's officials were also excited. Although Dazhen had always been tyrannical with the emergence of a group of great emperors, back in the underworld, the Celestial Emperor had to work together with 3 other powerhouses to drive away one great emperor. Ultimately, they were still weaker than the heavenly realm. Now that the Celestial Emperor had driven away the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor, Dazhen had finally become the overlord of the world. Chapter 1445. Great Emperor Rosefinch had left. Xianyang City was filled with cheers. Although it had happened many times, it was different this time. The pressure of the awakening of the Second Epoch's powerhouse had made countless people worried. Now, Yan Chuan's strength had made everyone less worried. The Yin-Yang Road opened again, and many people from the netherworld quickly entered the Yang realm. Miao was the first to pounce, wanting to see what silver-eyed Yan Chuan looked like. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan didn't like the noise. After dealing with Great Emperor Rosefinch, he turned around and flew back to the skyward palace. He walked towards Heaven Pavilion. Meow, don't go, let me see. Meow pounced. Quang. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan closed the door of Heaven Pavilion. Meow, bad guy. Meow immediately shouted. Outside North Continent, Yellow Spring Road. Great Emperor Xuanwu and Great Emperor White Tiger looked at each other, and a solemn look flashed in their eyes. Finally, they stepped back into the Netherworld. Netherworld, Rosefinch's Heaven Realm. Golden Great Emperor waved his golden fist and smashed through more than 10 cultivators. Boom! Ah! Ah! A group of screams was heard, and more than 10 cultivators were sent flying back with heavy injuries. Great accomplishments experts immediately swarmed forward and captured all of them in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha! Golden Great Emperor was delighted. Golden Great Emperor, it's about time. Let's go, Great Emperor Rosefinch is coming back. Mournful Transformation shouted. Coming back. What a bummer. Golden Great Emperor said in a deep voice. The others won't fight you head-on. Even if we delay, we can't capture many. This time, we've captured 312 people, which is already a great harvest. Mournful Transformation laughed. Okay, let's go. Golden Great Emperor didn't delay, and flew towards the outside East Continent with Mournful Transformation and the others. Another half a day passed. Boom! Great Emperor Rosefinch suddenly appeared in Rosefinch's Heaven Realm. Although his physical body was previously injured, the loss of his body gradually recovered with the help of the Great Emperor Karmic rank. At least on the surface, it looked like it had recovered. The entire city of Rosefinch had been razed to the ground. The ground was in ruins. My lord, you're finally back. My lord. It's Golden Sovereign. My lord, there are also people from Dezheng. A group of hiding subordinates rushed out one after another, each with a sorrowful look on their faces. The Vermilion Bird Emperor was burning with rage. Yan Chuan, Huang Jin, Rosefinch, will never forgive you. Roar. Emperor Rosefinch roared furiously. Boom. Emperor Rosefinch's voice reverberated throughout the underworld. Underworld, Outer East Continent's Great Qin City. Zombie Yan Chuan sneered. Not long after, Golden Sovereign flew over with a group of experts. Ha 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 ha, this is great. Golden Sovereign laughed. Golden Sovereign, take half of each of the 312 prisoners. Yan Chuan looked at the prisoners and said. Okay, but you have to send people back with me to set up the formation. Golden Sovereign emphasized. No problem. Yang Realm, Outer West Continent. Yan Chuan's dragon carriage with a human body was flying rapidly in the direction of Luoyang. Celestial Emperor, we're reaching Luoyang soon. Bai Qi shouted. We're here. Yan Chuan stepped out of the dragon carriage with Mo Yushi. The 6 dragons continued to fly. Whoosh! In the distance, a group of experts suddenly flew over. The leader was Shangguan of the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Shangguan of the Great Zhou Imperial Court welcomes Emperor Yan. Shangguan stopped in the distance and shouted. The dragon carriage also stopped. Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi looked at Shangguan together. Lord Shangguan. Yan Chuan smiled. Shangguan looked at Yan Chuan from beginning to end. Lord Shangguan. Mo Yushi also shouted excitedly. In the entire Great Zhou Imperial Court, only Shangguan could warm Mo Yushi's heart. One must know that Mo Yushi was not liked by Wu Jiong since birth. When she came to the Great Zhou Imperial Court, she was bullied everywhere. Only Shangguan helped Mo Yushi time and time again. Therefore, Mo Yushi was very grateful to Shangguan her. Shangguan looked at Mo Yushi and suddenly smiled. Empress of Great Jin. Mo Yushi, welcome back. Mo Yushi smiled happily. Emperor Yan, and Tong Tian's sect leader have already set up a banquet in Luoyang. Everyone, please. Sheng Wanwan, smiled. Okay. Yan Chuan nodded. However, Yan Chuan had some doubts in his heart. Based on his friendship with Tong Tian, he should not have received him together with Wu Jiong. He should have received him privately. But now, why was he holding a banquet with Wu Jiong? Yan Chuan looked at Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi was also very smart. She immediately asked about Shengguanwan, Lord Shengguan, how did you know we were coming? Mo Yushi smiled. Everyone flew side by side toward Luoyang. Tong Tian's sect leader saw us and asked me to receive you nearby. Shengguanwan said very politely. Seeing that Shengguanwan was polite, Mo Yushi frowned slightly. After all, Mo Yushi was her benefactor. But now, she was so polite to her. This made Mo Yushi very uncomfortable. Yan Chuan also seemed to have noticed this. Shengguanwan was still polite, but her politeness to Mo Yushi was a little too formal. What is the difference between Tong Tian's sect leader and Wu Jiong in the Great Zhou dynasty? Mo Yushi asked softly. This question was actually a little out of the ordinary. Difference between Tong Tian's sect leader and Wu Jiong. Also, she had called Wu Jiong by her name. If it were someone else, it would not matter. The key was that Wu Jiong was Mo Yushi's birth mother. However, Shengguanwan was not angry. Instead, she smiled and said, in the Great Zhou dynasty, the celestial emperor is the leader. Tong Tian's sect leader is a guest. Shengguanwan's attitude was calm, but it was this calm attitude that made Yan Chuan frown slightly. Shengguanwan did not have any opinion about Mo Yushi's tone at all. While frowning, the group quickly arrived outside Luoyang. In the distance, the Sea of Providence kept churning. On a huge floating island, Tong Tian's sect leader and Wu Jiong stood at the front, welcoming Yan Chuan from afar. Seeing this scene, Yan Chuan was even more confused. The celestial emperor has been waiting for a long time. Yan Emperor, please. Shengguanwan smiled. Yan Chuan nodded. Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, you two don't need to enter the city with the dragon carriage. Yu Shi and I can enter. Yan Chuan said. Bai Qi was an old follower of Yan Chuan. Naturally, he could hear the confusion in Yan Chuan's voice. Yes. Bai Qi answered. Shengguanwan frowned slightly, but she did not say anything. Please. Shengguanwan smiled. Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi nodded and flew onto the huge floating island. Ha ha ha, Yan Chuan, long time no see. The Tong Tian sect leader laughed. Yan Chuan smiled faintly and looked at the crowd. Wu Jiong was also staring at Yan Chuan at this moment. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes and he acted as if he did not see Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi frowned and sighed. Please, Wu Jiong and I have already prepared a banquet. We're just waiting for you. The Tong Tian sect leader said. Yan Chuan nodded. Please. Wu Jiong said. Everyone quickly entered the main hall. In the main hall, Wu Jiong sat on the main seat. Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi sat on the two seats on the left. The Tong Tian sect leader and a man in a green robe sat on the two seats on the right. Some maids quickly filled their cups with wine. There were a total of 5 seats. Wu Jiong, the Tong Tian sect leader, Yan Chuan, Mo Yushi, and a man in a green robe. Who was this person? Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with curiosity. Yan Chuan carefully observed this person's cultivation. Ancient Immortal. He was merely an ancient immortal. He was actually on the same level as the Tong Tian sect leader. Yan Chuan could not help but be curious. Yan Chuan knew about the Tongtian sect leader and Wu Jiong at all times. But where did this man in a green robe come from? Yan Chuan, thank you for coming this time. Let me toast you. The Tongtian sect leader raised his wine cup and said. Between you and me, there's no need to be so polite. Yan Chuan smiled and drank with him. The Tongtian sect leader seemed to be too polite today. The Tongtian sect leader, Wu Jiong, and the man in a green robe all stared at Yan Chuan. Their eyes flashed. As for Mo Yushi, it was as if they did not see her. Yan Chuan was even more curious. He looked at the man in a green robe and asked, "May I know who this is?" Wu Jiong smiled and said, "Let me introduce you. This is my Minister of Great Zhou, number 108. Oh. Number 108? Yan Chuan was surprised. Then, he immediately laughed and said, "What a unique name." Ha ha ha, Yan Chuan, don't underestimate him. Although he's an ancient immortal, he has a specialty. Even I can't compare to him. The Tongtian sect leader laughed. Yan Chuan looked at the Tongtian sect leader strangely. Why would he praise an ancient immortal so much? Oh. Specialty? Yan Chuan was curious. Number 108, show it to Yan Di. Wu Jiong said with a smile. Yes. Number 108 nodded. Then, under the curious gaze of Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi, he walked to the center of the hall and faced Yan Chuan. Number 108 looked at Yan Chuan with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Excitement? Yan Chuan was puzzled. Yan Di, watch carefully. Number 108 said. Then, he suddenly took out a long sword. Slash. The sword pierced through his heart and pierced through his body. Ah! He broke his own purple palace. Mo Yushi's mouth was wide open. Was this the rhythm of suicide? Could it be that he's not going to die from suicide? Mo Yushi reacted quickly. Pfft! The man in green spat out a mouthful of blood. For a moment, the man in green was on the verge of collapse. It was as if he was about to die. Yan Chuan. Mo Yushi. Was this the rhythm of death? This man looked like he was about to die. However, at this moment, the man in green was smiling. Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi were puzzled. Then, the man in green opened his arms and said to Yan Chuan, "Yan Di, watch carefully." Suddenly, all the hair on Yan Chuan's body stood on end. The man in green suddenly shouted, "Exchange." A huge beam of green light shot out from the man in green towards Yan Chuan. Boom! The green light connected Yan Chuan and the dying man in green. What? Mo Yushi suddenly exclaimed. Ha 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 ha. Wu Jiong and the sect leader of Tongtian suddenly laughed. Yan Chuan was enveloped by the green light. It was as if he couldn't move at all. His eyes were filled with shock. Yan Chuan felt as if his thoughts were being imprisoned. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. The green light suddenly disappeared. Yan Chuan suddenly regained his consciousness. Bastard, cough, cough, cough. Yan Chuan shouted angrily. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Was he seriously injured? Why was he so weak? Something's wrong. Yan Chuan's expression suddenly changed. He saw that he was sitting beside Mo Yushi. No, his body was sitting beside Mo Yushi. His consciousness and body were separated. He looked down at himself. A long sword was stabbed into his chest. His vitality was weakening. He was about to die. I became the man in green. The man in green became me. Exchange. The sixth god in the world was swapped. I was swapped. The man in green suddenly exclaimed. Yan Chuan, are you okay? On the other side, Mo Yushi pulled Yan Chuan's body. Ha 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 ha, of course I'm fine. Mo Yushi. Get down. Yan Chuan's body suddenly slapped towards Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi's eyes widened. Why did Yan Chuan attack her? Why did he attack her? Yushi, be careful. That's not me. The man in green ignored his injuries and shouted. Boom. His palm slapped Mo Yushi's body. Mo Yushi was not prepared. She was instantly heavily injured. She flew backwards and crashed into a huge pillar. Pooh! She spat out a mouthful of blood. Mo Yushi was stunned. What happened? Yan Chuan's body stood up. He suddenly shouted excitedly, ha ha ha, power, it's really endless power. From now on, I have all of Yan Chuan's power. Ha 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 ha. The man in green in the middle of the hall clutched his wound. His face was filled with disbelief. Tong Tian, you lied to me. The man in green held his chest and shouted angrily. Ha ha ha, it seems like our acting was not bad. Tong Tian suddenly laughed. That's right. Ha 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 ha, Yan Chuan was also fooled. Wu Jiong also laughed. Mo Yushi covered her wound and looked at everyone in shock. Mo Yushi's mind was in a mess. Yan Chuan hit her. Why? Why? Yushi, that's not me. That's not Yan Chuan. I'm Yan Chuan. The man in green held his chest and shouted in pain. What? Mo Yushi looked at the man in green in shock. The sixth god in the world swapped beasts. He just swapped my body. He stole my fate, soul, body, and swapped my true spirit and thoughts. I'm Yan Chuan. He's the man in green. The man in green shouted to Mo Yushi. How could this be? How could this be? Mo Yushi shouted in shock. Hurry, take me away. Wu Jiong, Tong Tian, no, the entire Great Zhou Sky Court has been taken over by the swapping beasts. The swapping beasts have swapped all of the powerful beings here. Hurry, take me away from here. The man in green ran towards Mo Yushi with difficulty. All of the powerful beings in the Great Zhou Sky Court had been taken over by the swapping beasts. Mo Yushi suddenly quivered. She looked at Yan Chuan's body not far away, then looked at the man in the green robe. For a moment, she didn't want to believe this was the truth, but Mo Yushi rushed towards the man in green. Ha ha ha, leave. Do you think you can escape? That body of mine just now had destroyed the Purple Palace. I have all of your powers. Do you think you can escape from me? Yan Chuan's body smiled evilly. Boom. Yan Chuan's body's hair turned blood red. The hall was instantly covered by a sea of blood. This was Yan Chuan's blood sea mystic art. Chapter 1446. As soon as the blood sea appeared, half of the hall was instantly filled. Skirich, Wu Jiong, and Yan Chuan's bodies stood on the blood sea. All of them looked extremely satisfied. At that moment, the green-robed man was completely powerless to resist. The three of them also relaxed. Mo Yushi rushed to the green-robed man. Yan Chuan, how are you? Mo Yushi grabbed the dying green-robed man. How am I? Ha ha ha, my purple mansion realm has been destroyed and I can no longer fight back. Ha ha ha, the blood sea divine ability is indeed powerful. I've long wanted to have it. Yan Chuan's body laughed. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Hum. A large emerald green tree suddenly appeared. Firmament cypress tree. Ha ha ha, it's all mine now. Yan Chuan's body laughed. Universe in palm, come out. Yan Chuan's body shouted. However, there was no universe in palm at that moment. What's going on? Why can't I use this divine ability? Yan Chuan's body's face sank. Skirich said, it's nothing. The Blood Sea divine ability comes from the bloodline. You seized Yan Chuan's bloodline, so you naturally know how to use it. The firmament cypress tree comes from Yan Chuan's soul. You seized Yan Chuan's soul, so you can use it too. However, the universe in palm should be a knowledge-type divine ability. You don't have Yan Chuan's memories, so how can you use it? I see. Yan Chuan's body said. Something's wrong. Yan Chuan's body suddenly revealed a look of ecstasy. What's wrong? Yan Chuan's body's hands suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. Once the white light appeared, it instantly illuminated the entire hall. The brilliance of the light suppressed the aura of the entire blood sea. Ha ha ha. What a treasure. Yan Chuan actually has such a treasure in his palm. Is this a glove Dharma treasure? What a powerful Dharma treasure. Yan Chuan's body said in ecstasy. The Tao hand was a magic treasure from the first epoch. How could it not be powerful? Wu Jiong and Tongtian's bodies surrounded him. Let me see. Wu Jiong stepped forward. That won't do. After exchanging for beast number 9, you've already gotten everything from Wu Jiong. Why do you have to fight with me for everything from Yan Chuan? Wu Jiong should have a lot of treasures, right? Yan Chuan's body laughed. And you, exchange for beast number 7, Tongtian sect leader's immortal slaying sword. No one will compete with you for anything that belongs to Tongtian sect leader. Don't think about my things. Yan Chuan's body quickly withdrew the white light in his hand. Just as the 3 exchange beasts were paying attention to the Tao hand, let's go. The green-robed man shouted. Ming. Mo Yushi suddenly transformed into a huge dark phoenix. Boom. He broke through the main hall with a loud bang. With the green-robed man in tow, he quickly flew towards the outside world. What? Wu Jiong's expression changed. Yan Chuan's expression also changed. Where do you think you're going? Yan Chuan's body shouted. The green-robed man and Mo Yushi were like turtles in a jar. How could they escape? Boom. The rolling sea of blood instantly covered the sky. Mo Yushi and Tongtian sect leader, who had just flown out, were instantly submerged by the sea of blood. While the sea of blood was submerged, countless blood gods' clones rushed towards Mo Yushi. Ming. The phoenix sang loudly. Her 12 tails turned into 12 reincarnations. With a violent stir, more than half of the sea of blood was shattered. Mo Yushi had already flown out of the city with a long howl. Impossible. When did Mo Yushi become so strong? Wu Jiong's expression changed. Tongtian sect leader took out the immortal slaying sword. Immortal slaying sword. Boom. A sword light shot into the distance. The sword broke through the void, shattering a large piece of the void. The sword light traversed billions of miles and instantly reached the back of the Black Phoenix. Boom. The immortal slaying sword was unstoppable. With one slash, Mo Yushi's 12 tails were severely injured. Ming. Mo Yushi screamed in pain. 6 of the 12 reincarnations were destroyed by the immortal slaying sword. Mo Yushi was also severely injured. However, Mo Yushi did not dare to hesitate. She continued to flee frantically. Where do you think you're going? Yan Chuan's body glared and chased after her. Wu Jiong and Tongtian sect leaders' expressions changed drastically. Level 15. Mo Yushi is also at level 15. Tongtian sect leader exclaimed. You should know that Mo Yushi is at level 15. Someone had just swapped her body. Wu Jiong's expression darkened. Mo Yushi has already been severely injured by me. I'm going to capture her now. Tongtian sect leader's expression darkened. Quang. Not far away, the door of a large hall suddenly opened. The door opened and a man in a green robe slowly walked out. The man carried a huge green gourd on his back. The shape of the gourd was similar to the Immortal slaying gourd and the Hongmeng gourd. However, it was green. Number 1. Wu Jiong and Tong Tian sect leader said respectfully. She ran away again. The man in green robe said in a low voice. Yes. We did not expect Mo Yushi to reach level 15. This is too strange. Wu Jiong frowned. Number 7-2. The man in green robe shouted. Instantly, a man in an official's robe flew over from Luoyang City. Follow me to exchange for Mo Yushi's body. The man in green robe said in a low voice. Yes. Number 72, who looked like an official, replied. You guys stay in Luoyang and stabilize the great Zhou dynasty. Do not let anything happen. The man in green robe said in a low voice. Yes. Wu Jiong and Tong Tian sect leader replied. The man in green robe threw the gourd on his back, fire crow gourd, enlarge. Boom. The green fire crow gourd instantly enlarged. The man in green robe and number 72 stepped onto the fire crow gourd. Boom. The two of them quickly chased after the place where Mo Yushi disappeared. They did not chase for long before they encountered Yan Chuan's body. Number 108, you are not fast enough. Come up. The man in green robe said in a low voice. Okay. Number 108 answered and stepped onto the fire crow gourd. Boom. His speed increased once again as he shot into the distance. He chased after Mo Yushi and the variant body Yan Chuan, Underworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yan Chuan was in the middle of a court meeting. Buzz. Zombie Yan Chuan's body trembled and immediately stood up. Exchange beasts. Zombie Yan Chuan's expression changed. Cut it off. Zombie Yan Chuan shouted. In an instant, the connection with the human Yan Chuan was cut off. Zombie Yan Chuan and the human Yan Chuan were originally one. Suddenly, a new consciousness rushed into his mind. Zombie Yan Chuan immediately knew that something was wrong and cut off the connection with the human body. The human body was no longer Yan Chuan. Zombie Yan Chuan's expression was extremely gloomy. Once again, Zombie Yan Chuan could not contact the human body. No, it was that he had cut off the connection. Zombie Yan Chuan did not want the exchange beast to know. The two Yan Chuan shared the same thought and decided that they had to keep it a secret. At that time, the exchange beast was immersed in its boundless power and powerful divine ability. It did not notice the sudden change in its body's consciousness. Perhaps it thought that it was not adapting to the new body. Celestial Emperor, what happened? Li Si asked in confusion. All corps commanders, Lu Gang, and the Prime Minister, stay. Everyone else, immediately withdraw from court. Everyone, stay 1,000 feet away from the central hall, quickly. Zombie Yan Chuan shouted. Yes. The officials immediately responded. All the guards, eunuchs, and ordinary officials quickly left. Suddenly, only Yan Chuan's most important subordinates were left in the main hall. Celestial Emperor, what happened? Yi Feng immediately asked. Lu Gang, immediately send someone to send a message to Bai Qi and Jin Dayu. Tell them to quickly escape from Luoyang. Don't trust anyone, not even my body. Immediately escape to a safe place and wait for my next arrangements. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Zombie Yan Chuan glared. Yes. Lu Gang did not dare to hesitate and immediately went to the communication hall to send the message. My body has been exchanged. Yan Chuan's expression darkened. What? The officials' expressions changed. Yi Feng, immediately notify all of Great Jin's people in the western outer continent that from now on, they are not to contact me. Those who do will be punished for treason. Moreover, before receiving news from the Great Qin City, all spies, regardless of whether they are superior or inferior, are not to contact me. Everyone is to be separated and not to contact each other, Yan Chuan immediately ordered. Yes. Yifeng immediately left the main hall to notify all of Great Jin's people in the western outer continent. The entire central hall fell into an extremely tense state. Celestial Emperor, is everything all right over there? Li Si asked. I don't know. Wait for Yu Shi to send a message. Zombie Yan Chuan said with a frown. Yes. The officials were worried. Go, send a message to Miao and have her come immediately. Zombie Yan Chuan ordered. Yes. Meng Tian replied and flew out of the main hall. Western Outer Continent, Luoyang City. Zombie Yan Chuan quickly made arrangements. Before Mo Yushi could break out of Luoyang City, Bai Qi and Jin Dayu received news from the Great Qin City. The 6 dragons did not receive any news, but the 2 commanders' expressions changed. Whoosh! The 2 of them quickly put away the dragon carriage. What is it? Dragon 5th asked curiously. It's the Celestial Emperor's orders. Don't waste time and come with us. Bai Qi shouted. Bai Qi had received Yan Chuan's signal, so he had stayed outside Luoyang City and hid in a secluded place. This place was not under Luoyang City's surveillance, and Shang Wanwan only knew the general location. Whoosh! The group of people quickly ran through the forest. Boom! In the distance, a massive explosion sounded out. Mo Yushi let out a long cry and quickly flew away with the azure-robed man. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu looked up and saw that Yan Chuan was chasing after Mo Yushi. The 2 of them were confused, but they did not dare to hesitate. Following this, a gigantic green-skinned gourd carried the 2 of them away. Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, and the others ran even faster. At this moment. At the palace, Bai Qi and Jin Dayu. Men, capture them immediately. Wu Jiong shouted. Boom! A large number of experts rushed towards where Bai Qi had been. Shang Wanwan flew at the front. Not good. Celestial Emperor, they've escaped. Shang Wanwan shouted anxiously outside the city. What? Wu Jiong's expression changed. They can't escape. You stay in Luoyang City. I'll find them. Tong Tian harumphed coldly. Boom! Tong Tian rushed out of Luoyang City and quickly searched for Bai Qi and Jin Dayu. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu were running through the forest. Suddenly, they saw Tong Tian flying out. Tong Tian. Jin Dayu's expression changed. Bai Qi's eyes flashed. Jin Dayu, the 2 of us are no match for Tong Tian. Once he finds us, none of us will be able to escape. Now, each of us take 3 dragons and run. One of us must escape. Okay. Jin Dayu replied. Boom! The 8 of them immediately split up and ran. Chapter 1447. Mo Yushi was heavily injured. She carried the green-robed man, who was the variant body Yan Chuan, and quickly fled. Her speed had already reached the limit. Is there someone following us? Mo Yushi anxiously asked. Continue. Don't stop. Once we leave this territory, we will be saved. The variant body Yan Chuan covered his wound and shouted. Mo Yushi was still somewhat worried. The variant body Yan Chuan said with a gloomy expression, Don't worry, I will definitely take back what I lost. Ming. The dark phoenix let out a long cry and increased its speed. Exchange Beast number 1 stepped on the fire crow gourd and quickly chased after the variant body Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi with number 72 and number 108. Sitting on the back of the black phoenix, Yan Chuan gently pulled out the long sword from his chest. He carefully controlled the strength of this body and constantly stabilized his injury. Chi. When the long sword was pulled out, blood immediately spurted out. Yan Chuan, are you alright? Mo Yushi asked worriedly. I'm fine. The variant body Yan Chuan gritted his teeth and endured the pain. We are about to leave this territory, we are about to leave this territory. I can already see the sea in front. Mo Yushi said. At this moment, Yan Chuan clutched his chest as he saw a huge green gourd slowly approaching him from afar. They are coming. Yushi, enter the sea and escape from the bottom of the sea. They won't be able to find us. The variant body Yan Chuan covered his chest and said. An. Mo Yushi replied. Carrying the variant body Yan Chuan, she charged into the sea. Bang! Countless waves appeared as Mo Yushi charged into the depths of the sea. Boom! Exchange beast number 1 instantly arrived at the sea. The sea was churning and rolling, endless as far as the eye could see. At this moment, Mo Yushi's figure was nowhere to be seen. The vast ocean roared and churned. Not good, number 1, they escaped through the sea. It won't be easy to track them now. Number 108 of Yan Chuan's body said worriedly. It's all right. None of them can escape. Number 1 said coldly. As he spoke, the fire crow gourd also returned to its original size. The green-robed man gently patted the gourd and shouted. Let's go on a trip, baby. With a shout, flames poured out of the flame crow bottle gourd. As soon as they appeared, they took the shape of numerous enormous crows. However, these crows were not crows, but flames that burned everything in their path. Endless flames covered the sky and covered the earth. Instantly, the entire world seemed to be burning red. Treasure, let's go on a trip. Number 1 shouted again. Wah! 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 The cries of countless crows shook the heavens and the earth as they dove toward the sea below. Boom! The coast was instantly dyed red, and the seawater in the sea instantly evaporated. Countless fire crows, about 1,000,000 of them. 1,000,000 fire crows were like 1,000,000 huge suns diving into the sea. Bzzzt. 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 The sound of seawater evaporating could be heard, and the water vapor rushed out in all directions like a storm. Boom! A part of the sea instantly dried up, and countless sea creatures were instantly roasted. The seawater evaporated completely, revealing countless trenches. Above the trenches, a huge fire erupted. Flames rose from the bottom of the sea, and all the vegetation was quickly burned. All the creatures were quickly turned into dried corpses, roasted, and then set on fire. Wah! 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 1,000,000 fire crows went on a trip. For a moment, everywhere they went, there was a storm-like water vapor, and the sea was evaporated. Go! Number 1 yelled. They chased after Mo Yushi's group that was escaping at the bottom of the sea. 1,000,000 fire crows flew quickly, and everywhere they passed, the seawater dried up, and a flaming desert rose. There was also a large amount of seawater in the distant sea that wanted to rush over, but the violent evaporation forced the seawater to stay away. What a powerful fire crow bottle gourd! Number 72 exclaimed. The 3 of them drove 1,000,000 fire crows on a trip, and the scene was spectacular. At the bottom of the sea, Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi were worried that their movements would be too big, so they found a place to hide for a while. However, when they saw the seawater boiling and evaporating in the distance, the 2 knew that it was not the time to hide. Hide! 1,000,000 fire crows were about to arrive. Gourd! Another powerful gourd! Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Let's go! Yan Chuan shouted. An. Mo Yushi nodded and continued to flee. Number 1, who was controlling 1,000,000 fire crows, suddenly sniffed. Over there, the aura of reincarnation. Phoenix's aura. Number 1's eyes lit up. Under his quick command, the millions of flames quickly evaporated the sea and chased after Yan Chuan. Wah! 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 The fire crows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were like the sun that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, rolling in a single direction. After the fire crows, torrential rain began to fall from all directions. The seawater in the entire sea evaporated into the air and quickly condensed back down. The torrential rain was so heavy that countless practitioners in the surroundings could not even breathe in this torrential rain, burning the sea and the sky. The practitioners at the border of the territory were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. It was too terrifying. Who was this person that could actually burn the entire sea? And he was continuously burning it. A million fire crows were aggressive. How were these still fire crows? They were clearly a million suns rolling across the sea. No matter how big the sea was, could it withstand the heat from the sun? Furthermore, it was a million suns. Countless practitioners did not even dare to have the thought of chasing after them to watch. Who could guarantee that the fire crow would suddenly snap and fly towards them? Mo Yushi and Yan Chuan quickly traversed the bottom of the sea. In order to not cause too much of a commotion, their speed could not be too fast. As such, they could only be chased by the traveling flames. Outside Luoyang City. Although Bai Qi and Jin Daiyu were fast, they were still much slower than Mo Yushi. Furthermore, they were close to the ground and could not fly as fast as they wanted. The beast used to exchange for the Tongtian sect leader had finally grasped the Tongtian sect leader's power. After searching a large area for a while, they finally found some clues. After all, it was inconvenient to travel through the forest. Bai Qi and Jin Daiyu thought of going underwater. However, there were more rivers inland. The two groups entered two different rivers. After a while, the Tongtian sect leader followed the clues and finally found them. You want to go down with the river? Unfortunately, your opponent is me. The sect leader of Tongtian shouted. He suddenly swung the Zhu Xian sword at the river. Boom! Under the ferocious sword intent, the entire river flowed upstream. A large section of the river was instantly cleared. Jin Daiyu and the three dragons were immediately exposed. Not good, scatter and run. Jin Daiyu exclaimed. Roar! The three dragons roared. Jin Daiyu instantly transformed into a three-legged golden crow and shot in four directions. Run! In front of me, where can you run? The Tongtian sect leader shouted. With a loud shout, his figure flashed and turned into four afterimages that shot in four directions. Zhu Xian. The four afterimages shouted at the same time. Boom! Jin Daiyu and the other three were instantly stopped. Dang! Jin Daiyu's divine emperor bell appeared. A distant sound rumbled in all directions. Wah! Jin Daiyu charged at the Tongtian sect leader who had merged into four afterimages. In another river, Bai Qi and the three dragons flowed downstream. Looking at Jin Daiyu who was fighting in the distance, his face was filled with anxiety. Sir, should we go and help Jin Daiyu? Dragon Fifth frowned. No, we can't save him. Let's leave this place first. Quick, while Jin Daiyu is holding the Tongtian sect leader back, let's go. Bai Qi shouted. Okay. The three dragons looked helpless. Boom! Bai Qi and the rest quickly fled. On the other side, Jin Daiyu and the three dragons were fighting the Tongtian sect leader. Hiss! Boom! Boom! Under the Tongtian sect leader's sword light, the four of them were no match for him. Ha, Jin Daiyu. Not bad. Come back with me. Coincidentally, there are some among us whose cultivation is too low. You are the best. Ha. The Tongtian sect leader laughed. Chaos Bell. Dang. The sound waves rushed towards the Tongtian sect leader like a surging river. Disperse. With a single slash, the sound wave river was dispersed. The other 3 dragons fled. Slash. 3 sword lights rushed towards the 3 dragons. Boom. Boom. Puff. The dragons spat out blood and instantly withered. Wah. Jin Dayu charged at the Tongtian sect leader without any regard for his life. Humph, ignorant. The Tongtian sect leader snorted. He waved the sword in his hand quickly. Purple sword lights shot out, leaving bloody wounds on Jin Dayu's body. You are still far from enough. The Tongtian sect leader said coldly. It was a one-sided battle. If the Tongtian sect leader did not capture them, he would have killed Jin Dayu and the rest. Roar. The Heavenly Emperor will avenge me. The 3-legged golden crow roared ferociously. Yan Chuan. He can't even protect himself. Humph. The Tongtian sect leader said disdainfully. At this moment, not far from the main battlefield of the Tongtian sect, there was a mountain peak. A man in a yellow robe stood on the peak of the mountain. His robe was fluttering in the breeze. He was carrying a huge yellow gourd on his back. Immortal slaying gourd. The man in the yellow robe was Sha Di. Sha Di looked at Luoyang city in the distance and then looked at the battle between the Tongtian sect leader and Jin Dayu. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes. How dare you insult the realm of the gods? Humph. Sha Di snorted. There was a flash of killing intent in his snort. In the distance, the Tongtian sect leader was getting impatient. He waved the immortal slaying sword in his hand and said, Humph. Immortal slaying sword. Boom. The purple sword light pierced towards Jin Dayu like a heavenly sword. Wherever the sword light appeared, a huge sword-shaped storm seemed to form in the surroundings. It locked onto Jin Dayu, making him unable to move. In desperation, Jin Dayu said bitterly, Ancestor, I am unfilial. I can't recreate the glory of the ancient times. Just when Jin Dayu was in despair, a loud shout was heard. Baby, please turn around. It was Sha Di who threw out the immortal slaying gourd when Jin Dayu was about to be killed. A white light shot out from the immortal slaying gourd. The immortal slaying flying saber rushed towards the immortal slaying sword. The Tongtian sect leader's face changed. He changed the direction of the immortal slaying sword and stabbed at the immortal slaying flying saber. The immortal slaying sword vs the immortal slaying flying saber. Boom! A single collision caused the void to explode and shatter. The saber and the sword separated. Jin Dayu escaped instantly. Jin Dayu looked at Sha Di in surprise. Ancestor. Jin Dayu frowned. This is the second time. Sha Di saved me for the second time. Chapter 1448. A million fire crows, burning the sea and the sky. Wah! 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 With the 10,000 crows chasing, Mo Yushi and Yan Chuan were about to be forced into a desperate situation. What should we do? Mo Yushi asked anxiously. Since this green-robed man dares to chase after us, he must be an extraordinary person. The strange body Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Even though there were countless fire crows between them, Yan Chuan could still sense a deadly threat. Yan Chuan's eyelids twitched. They're almost here. Is there any other way? Mo Yushi was extremely anxious. In the distance, number 1, number 72, and number 108 also seemed to have seen Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi. Number 1 sneered, I see you, come out. Yan Chuan. Mo Yushi anxiously looked towards Yan Chuan. The alien body Yan Chuan looked at his body that had been swapped in the distance. His face was gloomy and he hesitated for a moment. Number 1's gaze became colder and colder. Still want to hide? Was it interesting? Come out, this part of the sea is about to dry up. Yan Chuan, we have no way out. Mo Yushi said bitterly. No, there's still one last way. Yan Chuan struggled. There's still a way. Mo Yushi's eyes lit up. But I don't want to use it, because this method can only be used once. I still hope to use it to take back my body. The alien body. Yan Chuan bit his lip and said. Ah. What method? Is there any other way? Mo Yushi revealed a shocked expression. When I was running away, I thought of a way to take back my body. Unfortunately, it can only be used once, and I need to prepare for it. It seems that it won't work. What a pity, what a pity. Forget it, I'll think of another way to take back my body. The strange body. Yan Chuan sighed slightly. Mo Yushi didn't say anything, because Mo Yushi understood Yan Chuan's dilemma. At this moment, there was no time to think. As the flames surged towards them, the seawater around Yan Chuan was already boiling. Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi were in the middle of the boiling seawater, surrounded by cooked fish. Yan Chuan looked into the distance with determination in his eyes. He was about to speak again. Suddenly, another abrupt voice sounded. Darling, please go on patrol. Boom. An ice-cold chill instantly filled the sea. The boiling sea instantly stopped boiling in front of this cold chi. With Mo Yushi as the boundary. The seawater Mo Yushi was in was lukewarm. In front of Mo Yushi, the green-robed man activated the fire crow gourd. Millions of fire crows flew past, burning the sea and the sky. Everything was empty, the sea dried up and the rocks crumbled. Behind Mo Yushi, however, was an area of 10,000 miles of ice, with countless amounts of cold air surging into the sky. As the cold chi soared into the sky, it rapidly condensed countless amounts of water vapor. Surging water descended from the sky, rushing towards the other side. Boom! The two extreme environments collided violently, causing the surrounding void to explode. Wah! 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 The angry cries of the fire crows could be heard. Croak! 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 Sounds of ice toads roaring could be heard. On the ice surface behind Mo Yushi, there were millions of white ice toads that were jumping forward one after another. Every time it jumped, it would jump high into the sky. The silver-white ice toad emitted waves of cold air around it, like bright moons rolling forward. Croak! Wah! Fire crows and ice toads, the two extreme animals, roared angrily at each other. Yan Chuan turned his head and saw another man carrying a large gourd behind the million ice toads. The man was in a green robe. His eyes were filled with coldness as he stared coldly at number one who was controlling the fire crow gourd. Another gourd? Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. The other three were also taken aback. They looked coldly at the green-robed man who had suddenly appeared. Ice Toad Gourd, Emperor Min. In the distance, number one who was controlling the fire crow gourd suddenly frowned. Emperor Min. The green-skinned gourd on his back was called Ice Toad Gourd. Humph. Emperor Min snorted coldly. His cold snort pierced through the void. Emperor Min had green hair and a prominent forehead bone. His eyes were gloomy and he exuded a cold, ominous aura. Evil creature, how dare you? My fourth brother and sixth brother were kind enough to open the seal for you. How dare you snatch the bodies of my fourth brother and sixth brother? Sovereign Min's voice was filled with a trace of coldness. In the distance, number one who was controlling the fire crow gourd looked coldly at Emperor Min, opened the seal out of goodwill. Ha ha ha, it won't be long before we can open the seal ourselves. Why do you need to meddle in our business? Goodwill. You just want to enslave us. Number one said coldly. Emperor Min looked coldly at number 1 and said, "The body that you have snatched belongs to my fourth brother, Hooligan. My fourth brother loves cleanliness. When we get the body back, the other exchange beasts will be fine. As for you, you will die. Do you think that you can scare me with just a few words? Emperor Min. Do you think you are so great in the divine realm? Sooner or later, I will enslave you in the divine realm and we will take the bodies of all 7 of you." Number 1 said coldly. Emperor Min sneered coldly. "I wanted to capture Mo Yushi. Now it seems like it's better to have you." Number 1 sneered. "With just you? You can only get my fourth brother's body. You are still far from it. Treasure, come out." Emperor Min waved his sleeve. Croak. 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 Countless ice toads stomped their feet and charged toward the fire crows. Hooligan's body is not the only one here. I am here too. Number 108 Yan Chuan said coldly. Treasure, come out. Number 1 shouted again. Wah! 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 Millions of fire crows flapped their wings and charged forward. Boom! Boom! The fire crows and ice toads collided and the surroundings exploded. Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi, who were in the strange body underwater, were surprised. Mo Yushi immediately looked at Yan Chuan. Now they are fighting. Let's get out of here immediately. Yan Chuan did not want to see the result. The most important thing now was to leave immediately. Mo Yushi nodded. Along with Yan Chuan's body, he quickly moved in a certain direction. Behind them, there was an earth-shattering roar, but the two did not have the time to appreciate it. Outside Luoyang City. The Immortal slaying sword vs the Immortal flying saber. With a single collision, the void was shattered into countless pieces. The saber and the sword separated, and Jin Dayu escaped instantly. Jin Dayu looked at the Sha Di in surprise. Ancestor. Jin Dayu frowned. This was the second time that the Slayer had saved him. The sect leader of Tongtian narrowed his eyes. The Sha Di swung his yellow robe and took a step forward. The Immortal slaying gourd, the Sha Di. The sect leader of Tongtian narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! The Sha Di instantly appeared in front of Jin Dayu and shielded him behind him. Evil creature. Ha! You exchanged the body of the sect leader of Tongtian? If it were the sect leader of Tongtian, he could still walk in front of me for a while. As for you, you don't have the murderous nature of the sect leader of Tongtian. The Sha Di said coldly. Ha! The sect leader of Tongtian stared at him. Jin Dayu called back the 3 dragons. He looked at the Sha Di with mixed feelings. Jin Dayu, thank you, thank you. Jin Dayu did not know what to say. This was the second time the Sha Di had saved him. The Immortal slaying gourd was the magic treasure of his second ancestor, Immortal Luya. However, it was the Sha Di's magic treasure. Were they not related? If not, why did the Sha Di save him twice? Let's go. Luoyang City is about to become a place of trouble. The Sha Di said lightly. Jin Dayu frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, Senior, are you my ancestor, Immortal Luya? No, let's go. We won't be able to leave in a while. The Sha Di said in a deep voice. Jin Dayu wanted to refute but did not know what to say. Jin Dayu looked at the Sha Di with mixed feelings and nodded. Yes, I will leave now. I won't be a burden to you. Let's go. Jin Dayu yelled. With the 3 dragons in tow, he quickly fled into the distance. After Jin Dayu left, Sha Di turned to look at Jin Dayu with a complicated look in his eyes. On the opposite side, the sect leader of Tongtian looked at the Sha Di coldly with a sword in his hand. The sect leader of Tongtian was on guard. He turned his back to Luoyang City. In Luoyang City, Wu Jiong looked gloomy. The Shadi's arrival made everyone nervous. The Shadi was ranked third in the divine realm. He was also ranked third in terms of strength. The sect leader of Tongtian could at most fight with him but might not be able to gain the upper hand. Moreover, the Shadi had changed his body. Although he had inherited everything from the Shadi, he was still not the Shadi and his strength was reduced. The Shadi did not look at the sect leader of Tongtian or Wu Jiong. "Bastard, come out!" The Shadi shouted coldly. His shout reverberated through the entire Luoyang city. The formation of Luoyang city was activated and shook the city. At this moment, something happened in a hall not far from Wu Jiong. The door of the hall was still closed. A man in a blue robe with a huge blue gourd on his back walked through the door slowly. The door was still closed. However, the man in the blue robe seemed to have the ability to pass through walls. The door did not move at all when he stepped through. The man in the blue robe looked free and easy. The blue gourd on his back glowed faintly. "Number 2. Wu Jiong called out respectfully. The man in the blue robe nodded. Number 2 walked to Wu Jiong and looked at the Shadi outside Luoyang city. "It's the Immortal slaying gourd." The Shadi. "Ha ha ha, are you here to deliver your body today as well?" Number 2 said with a laugh. "Bastard, you don't know what's good for you." The Shadi's eyes turned cold. Above the sea in the distance, Emperor Min was fighting against number 1, number 72, and number 108. He was fighting against 3 beasts at the same time, and it was a draw. Yan Chuan's body. "There's another guy." Humph. Emperor Min's eyes flashed with depression. Number 1 let out a long sigh. "If not for number 108, it would be difficult for us to be on par with Emperor Min." Number 108 was anxious. Number 72, urged Luoyang again. "Why aren't they here yet?" Chapter 1449. 1 month later. In a hidden valley in a territory. Mo Yushi, Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, the 6 dragons, and the mutated Yan Chuan gathered again. "How can this be?" Jin Dayu exclaimed. "The exchange beasts are even faster than the one that appeared in the Great Thousand World." Bai Qi frowned. The mutated Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said, "The one in the Great Thousand World back then was not mature. These exchange beasts have all matured. I should have discovered it back then. I should have stopped it." Mo Yushi's face was filled with regret. It was too late. No one knew how long it would take for the exchange to complete. If the exchange was completed by the time you stopped it, it might have killed me. The mutated Yan Chuan consoled her. Mo Yushi sighed softly. The exchange beast's divine abilities are too strange. Back then, I had already set up a sea of blood and a shield outside my body. Unfortunately, it still didn't work. This kind of exchange can penetrate any treasure or power. Only by using living beings to block it can we avoid it. The mutated Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. "Avoid it? That's right. Number 108 exchanged with me. Clearly, there are many exchange beasts in Luoyang. Next, carry some small creatures in your clothes, such as rats, lizards, and other animals. Even if you encounter an exchange beast again, the first to be exchanged will definitely be the rats in your clothes." The mutated Yan Chuan instructed. "Yes." Bai Qi and Jin Dayu replied. "But now, what do we do?" Jin Dayu asked. The mutated Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. He looked at the starry sky and said, "Everything depends on strength. My body is still too weak. An ancient immortal's cultivation can't do anything at all. Just now, I've already asked Yushi to send a message to the Great Qin City. The Great Qin City has already sent a message to all the factory guards in the western outer continent, asking them to find the whereabouts of the scattered experts of the Second Era. Next, it's time for you to take action. First, capture a second-era expert. I'll use the Great Cycle Star Formation to steal the power of the stars and strengthen this body. The mutated Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. At this moment, Mo Yushi suddenly took out a bunch of life tablets. The jade tablets shattered and Mo Yushi quickly read them. There's a letter from the Great Qin City. The West Outer Continent's factory guard sent news that Sha Di had turned Luoyang City upside down, but because there were too many experts in Luoyang City, he had to retreat. In the end, Emperor Min and the 3 exchange beasts also suffered great losses and went back separately. Mo Yushi said. The Slayer? He originally wanted to stop Luoyang City's exchange beast from going to the sea to help. Unfortunately, Emperor Min returned with nothing to show for it. Yan Chuan shook his head. Pa. Bai Qi quickly took out a batch of life tokens, which shattered one after another. Celestial Emperor, there's news. We've discovered experts from the second era. Bai Qi's eyes lit up. The 8 of you, go and capture them immediately. The variant body Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. The group of people left. Only the variant body Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi were left in the valley. From now on, I'll follow you at all times to prevent any accidents. Mo Yushi said with a determined look in her eyes. Looking at Mo Yushi, the variant body Yan Chuan smiled. There was no need for words of gratitude between husband and wife. You should rest too. You were injured last time. Yan Chuan looked at Mo Yushi and said. Okay. 10 days later. Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, and the 6 dragons returned. Following them was a red-haired man who was tied up. Bastard, let me go. The red-haired man roared. The variant body Yan Chuan looked at the red-haired man coldly. Well done. Yan Chuan nodded. Celestial Emperor, when we were capturing this man, we met another person. Bai Qi said in a deep voice. Oh. The former sage king of Deqi, Sun Wukong. Bai Qi gritted his teeth. If it were not for Sun Wukong's message, Yan Chuan and his group would not have gone to the west and would not have encountered such a calamity. Bai Qi still resented him. The variant body Yan Chuan's expression changed slightly. He was the one who took the initiative to look for us. However, there were 2 of them. One was a monkey and the other was a human. Monkey. The monkey Sun Wukong was like a bodyguard to a human. He was extremely respectful to a human. When he saw us, he said that he wanted to meet you. At that time, I felt that I could not bring him back. Hence, the 2 Sun Wukong asked me to bring you a jade slip. He said that you will know everything after you read the jade slip. Bai Qi said solemnly. The variant body Yan Chuan took the jade slip. He read it carefully. As he read, his eyes narrowed. What's wrong? Mo Yushi asked curiously. It's the prime of Tongtian. Ah. Beast swap. What a shocking plan. First, he swapped Sun Wukong's human body and killed the swapped body. Then, he immediately went to meet the prime of Tongtian. When the prime of Tongtian was not prepared, he immediately swapped bodies with him and prepared to kill Sun Wukong's human body. Unfortunately, the prime of Tongtian reacted quickly and escaped in an instant. Then, the variant body found Sun Wukong's demonic body. Sun Wukong's demonic body was powerful, but it was definitely not as strong as the beast-swapped bodies. So, he temporarily stayed close to the variant body to protect him. The variant body Yan Chuan explained. The prime of Tongtian escaped. Bai Qi asked in surprise. This might be the prime of Tongtian's calamity. It's because he trusted Sun Wukong too much. I didn't expect the beast swap. Bai Qi, go and bring them here. The variant body Yan Chuan ordered. Yes. Bai Qi replied. Jin Dayu, prepare to set up the cosmic star formation and deprive him of his astral energy. The variant body Yan Chuan said. No, what are you doing? Deprive me of my astral energy? No. The red-haired man cried out in shock. Yes. A few days later, Bai Qi returned with the demonic body Sun Wukong, the variant body Tong Tian, and a woman. The woman was none other than Princess Taiping of the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. Everyone flew over from afar. Above the starry sky, a beam of light shot down and headed straight for a valley. Princess Taiping's eyes lit up. When they flew to the valley, they saw a huge array formation being set up. In midair, the red-haired man of the second epoch was unable to move. His astral energy was being extracted. Below him stood a green-robed man. Rumble. As his astral energy was being extracted, the green-robed man's cultivation level was rapidly increasing. His aura burst out, and his strength increased exponentially. As for the red-haired man, he became thinner. Sixth firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. Seventh firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. Ninth firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. 10th firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. 11th firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. 12th firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. Princess Taiping shouted solemnly. Boom! The extraction of astral energy ended. In midair, the red-haired man was already on the verge of death. He was so thin that he was only skin and bones. Below him, the variant body Yan Chuan grasped powerful strength again. Extraction of astral energy, the variant body Tong Tian said in surprise. Mo Yushi had been guarding at the side. The variant body Yan Chuan sensed his body, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Take him away. Yes. Jin Dayu replied. Although he had regained his powerful cultivation level, Yan Chuan knew that compared to his original body, it was naturally much weaker. However, he still had a trace of power to protect himself. Sky Emperor, Tong Tian is here. Bai Qi called out. Yan Chuan turned his head and looked over. It was two Sun Wukong and one Princess Taiping. Yan Chuan immediately looked at the human Sun Wukong and immediately recognized Tong Tian. Tong Tian. The variant body Yan Chuan revealed a wry smile. You fell for it too. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect my reputation to be ruined by a group of evil beasts. The variant body Tong Tian said with a wry smile. Yan Chuan nodded and turned to look at the demon Sun Wukong. It was still Sun Wukong. Then, he looked at Princess Taiping. As he looked, Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Wu Jiong. The aura of the Princess Taiping before him was different from the Princess Taiping he knew back then. In the Great Zhou dynasty, Yan Chuan had only seen one person with such a heroic aura. It was Wu Jiong. Greetings, Yan Emperor. The variant body Wu Jiong said with a wry smile. The three of you, please. Yan Chuan said to the three of them. There was a pavilion not far away. Yan Chuan waved his hand, and everyone went to the pavilion. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu guarded the surroundings. In the pavilion, Yan Chuan, Mo Yushi, Tong Tian, and Wu Jiong sat down. Sun Wukong stood respectfully behind Tong Tian. Mo Yushi looked at Wu Jiong, who looked like Princess Taiping, with a complicated look in her eyes. After all, she was her biological mother. Wu Jiong also saw Mo Yushi's expression, but she did not pursue the matter. What happened back then was already in the past. This time, she still had something to ask of him, so she naturally could not be too unreasonable. It seems that Martial Emperor was careless. That's right. In the Great Zhou dynasty's heavenly court, there are very few people who can make you lower your guard and be alone with you. This Princess Taiping is one of them. Yan Chuan nodded. Wu Jiong smiled. Tong Tian said, "We saw you before you entered Luoyang that day. Unfortunately, it was inconvenient for us to speak at that time. Once we spoke, not only would we be blamed by them, but we would also be unable to protect ourselves." "I'm sorry. I understand." Yan Chuan nodded. "When I saw you escape that day, I knew that you would definitely look for the people of the second era. We waited for two nearby until I met Bai Qi and the others." Tong Tian said. "You guys are not bad. In the end, you escaped from your hands." Yan Chuan said with a smile. "Everything was a coincidence." Tong Tian shook his head. "Yes." Yan Chuan sighed. "What are your plans?" Tong Tian asked. "Take back my body." Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Tong Tian nodded, and Wu Jiong took a deep breath. "Emperor Yan." Wu Jiong took a deep breath and said. "I need your help." Wu Jiong said very directly. Mo Yushi's expression changed slightly, but Wu Jiong did not look at Mo Yushi from beginning to end, as if she did not want Yan Chuan to misunderstand. "Help?" "That's right. They did not kill the people of the great Zhou dynasty but imprisoned them. Because they want to revive the entire great Zhou dynasty, they need the system's personnel. They imprisoned them for interrogation. I need your help. Help me restore my country, help me take back my body because you have a way to deprive astral power." Wu Jiong said solemnly. "Help you restore your country? Take back everything?" Yan Chuan smiled. Yan Chuan and Wu Jiong did not have much of a friendship. "Of course, I won't let you help me for nothing. I was able to escape this time because of the Purple Cloud Palace path left behind by Teacher. I have a ball that connects to the Purple Cloud Palace. As long as you help me restore my country and take back everything, I'm willing to exchange it for this." Wu Jiong said solemnly. "Purple Cloud Palace? Earth?" Yan Chuan suddenly narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1450. Purple Cloud Palace. Earth? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. "That's right. Yan Di used to be the first emperor, so he naturally understands the uniqueness of the Purple Cloud Palace. Not long ago, when I was swapped, I risked my life to grab the ball that leads to the Purple Cloud Palace and escaped. I'm sure Yan Di is also very interested in this." Wu Jiong laughed. "You've returned to Earth? How is it now?" Yan Chuan asked with a hint of curiosity. "The world has changed. Things have remained the same, but people have changed. The entire social structure has undergone an earth-shattering change. The internal time is different from the external time, so I didn't dare to stay for too long. I only took a short look before returning. The mortals there are the purest of mortals, but they have grasped some wonderful uses of energy. It's incredible." Wu Jiong exclaimed. "Oh. Without any cultivation base, these mortals controlled electricity and used it to do all kinds of strange things. They used the power of fire on some of the iron carriages, making them reach the speed of a Qi realm cultivator. They also created iron birds that flew in the sky and created iron fish that dived into the bottom of the sea, where people could ride on them." Wu Jiong recalled. "They're all mortals?" Yan Di asked solemnly. "Yes, they're all mortals, and they used a very short time. Their creativity has reached the level of many virtuous sages, and their theories are extremely systematic. I don't know why Teacher sealed this place, but at least it seems that a new mutation has occurred in the world of the Purple Cloud Palace." "An unknown mutation?" Wu Jiong said solemnly. "Mutation? Yes, but their mutation is still very small. Teacher must have set it up for a purpose. I'll trade with you. What do you think?" Wu Jiong stared at Yan Chuan seriously. Yan Chuan frowned and fell into deep thought. Yan Chuan clearly remembered that the transcendent of the Greater Thousand World, Zhong Shan, also came from Earth. The appearance of a variable made him the master of the greater thousand world, the people on earth now. Back then, he dreamed of the Qin dynasty, which had countless people. Most importantly, Zhong Shan had also obtained a small ball back then, which also led to Earth. Wu Jiong also had one. It also led to Earth. And they were separated by two worlds. Earth, or the Purple Cloud Palace, has a big secret. Don't you want to study it yourself? Yan Chuan asked in a low voice. Wu Jiong smiled. Research? Of course, I want to, but I need to have the capital to do so. Compared to the Purple Cloud Palace, what I want more is to take back everything that belongs to me. Oh. Yan Chuan stared at Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong smiled bitterly and said, Teacher schemed countless times when he was alive. Even after his death, there must be countless unsolved schemes. I don't want to face Teacher's things anymore. After looking at Wu Jiong for a while, Yan Chuan finally nodded and said, All right. I promise you, but you have to cooperate with me. Deal. Wu Jiong said with a smile. Yan Chuan nodded. For the sake of fairness, I placed the small ball that leads to the Purple Cloud Palace in Senior Brother's hands. I believe that you have nothing to worry about. Wu Jiong said solemnly. Of course I believe in Tong Tian. Yan Chuan nodded with satisfaction. In that case, the first step is still to raise our cultivation. Tong Tian said. Yes, I will search for the experts of the second epoch again and deprive them of their astral powers. I will raise your cultivation as soon as possible. Yan Chuan said. That would be great. Wu Jiong nodded. Also, Yan Di, because the officials of the Great Zhou Imperial Court were exchanged, my intelligence system is on the verge of collapse. Now, I can only control a small portion of the power, which is far from enough. This is also why I came to you. I hope that your spies can monitor the world. Wu Jiong said solemnly. Of course. Yan Chuan nodded. It's not that easy to take back our bodies. After all, only the exchange of bodies can be done with the exchange beasts. Even if we catch the exchange beasts, we can't exchange them back. Tong Tian said with a frown. Isn't it fine as long as they are willing to exchange? Yan Chuan said with a smile. Oh. Let's wait a little longer. Wait for a new opportunity, wait for our bodies to be separated from each other. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. It won't be long before the Ziwei celestial realm invades the Great Zhou Imperial Court. The people of Ziwei the Great will soon attack the Great Zhou Imperial Court. At that time, they will definitely be separated. That will be the best time. Wu Jiong said solemnly. Yes. Yan Chuan nodded. The Great Zhou Imperial Court. The exchange beasts snatched the bodies of the Great Zhou Imperial Court's leaders and guarded the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Inside a great hall. Number 1, with a flame gourd on his back, faced a group of exchange beasts. Wu Jiong ran away, Tong Tian ran away, and Yan Chuan also ran away. Their cultivation is low. We must find them as soon as possible. Number 1 said in a low voice. I have already sent people to track them down. Wu Jiong's body nodded. I'm not worried about Wu Jiong and Tong Tian. I'm worried about Yan Chuan. Send more people. Jin Dayu and Bai Qi have both run away. I'm now worried that he will find the people of the second epoch and deprive them of their astral powers. That will cause trouble for us. Number 1 frowned. He won't. He won't leak it. Who would believe the words of a bunch of lunatics? Wu Jiong's body laughed. Yes. Number 1 heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. However, we can't be careless. Yan Chuan. Number 108, what do you think? Number 1 asked. Yan Chuan's body shook his head and said, I don't feel anything. That's the best. At least it means that the two Yan Chuans have their own thoughts. Number 1 nodded. Now that we have Yan Chuan, the Outer East continent will be ours. The next step is to hunt down Mo Yushi's group. Tongtian's body said. Yes, everything must be done as soon as possible. Number 1 nodded. By the way, there's news from the front lines. The Ziwei Celestial Realm has sent troops to us. Commander Wenxiu. Wu Jiong's body frowned. Ziwei Celestial Realm? This group of people is the most troublesome. They don't have much strength, but they have the foundation of the Second Era. Even if they are exchanged back, they won't be able to connect to the power of the stars. This is why we didn't stay in the Middle Heaven continent when we left. Number 1 said in a low voice. Actually, it's not a big deal. If we exchange them, we won't be able to connect to the power of the stars. At the same time, they won't be able to do it. We'll just have to wait for the others to catch them after the exchange. Tongtian's body laughed. That's right. The Ziwei Celestial Realm is nothing to be afraid of. Wu Jiong nodded. Actually, I'm quite interested in the Great Emperor karmic rank. In that case, let's be tough. When we take down the Ziwei Celestial Realm, our territory will be bigger and will unify the world of the living as soon as possible. Number 1 said in a low voice. Okay. Everyone answered. Above the West Sea. Wen Chu led the army to attack the outer West continent, accompanied by Pejuan and Wu Chu. On an island in the West Sea. Master has already begun to head to the Celestial Longevity Realm. Let's take down the outer West continent as soon as possible. We can't lose to greed and the others. Wu Chu laughed. Of course. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court. Ha! Wen Chu snorted disdainfully. Report. A guard ran over quickly. What's the matter? Why are you panicking? Wen Chu asked in a low voice. Oh no, Great General Tian Tue, he. The guard said nervously. What's wrong with him? Pejuan shouted. He betrayed us. He surrendered to the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. The guard said nervously. Bam! Wu Chu kicked the guard away. Ridiculous. I supported Tian Tue. He's one of the 36 Big Dipper stars. He's only loyal to Master. How could he betray us? If you say any more nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Wu Chu's fiery temper scared the guard so much that he trembled. Stop, Wu Chu! Wen Chu shouted. Wen Chu's face darkened. After all, this news was too strange. How could it be? He had personally appointed Tian Tue. Before he left, he was in high spirits and wrote a military pledge to take down 20 cities. But now, he had betrayed us. Wen Chu naturally did not believe it. Say it again. Wen Chu asked solemnly. Great General Tian Tue surrendered to the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. The guard said nervously. You're still talking nonsense. Wu Chu was angry again. No, I didn't. This is news from the front line. If it's from the front line, I wouldn't dare. The guard said fearfully. Wu Chu, calm down. Wen Chu shook his head. But, how could Tian Tue betray us? Wu Chu said anxiously. Something must have happened. It must be. Send someone to investigate quickly. Wen Chu said to a guard beside him. Yes. Also, pass down the order. All the attacking troops are to stop advancing. Everyone, wait for orders. Wen Chu ordered. Yes. The guard retreated. Wu Chu and Wen Chu looked at Wen Chu. Wen Chu, what do you think is going on? Pejuan frowned. I don't know, but the Great Zhou Heavenly Court doesn't seem as weak as we thought. Wen Chu said solemnly. Then what should we do? Let's figure out the situation first, Wen Chu said solemnly. All right. The two nodded. Celestial Longevity Realm. Tianxiang Army Commander's residence. Qi Sha stared at the butler. Where's my fifth brother? Lord Qi Sha, I don't know where master went. The butler looked troubled. What do you mean you don't know? Bastard, didn't my fifth brother tell you before he left? If you don't know, does anyone else know? Qi Sha said in a low voice. No, master didn't say, nor did he tell anyone. The butler shook his head. That's strange. Fifth brother didn't tell me when he went out. I have good things, but no one is with me to admire them. Qi Sha shook his head and stepped out of Tianxiang mansion. However, after walking for a while, Qi Sha's eyes lit up. Right, I remember now. That place. I saw fifth brother go there last time. At that time, master called me, so I didn't go to take a look. Could it be? Fifth brother is hiding a mistress. Kakik, I want to take a look. Qi Sha suddenly became excited. Whoosh! Qi Sha quickly flew away from the city and headed for a distant sea. Whoosh! In the distance, Qi Sha landed at the entrance of a valley. It's here. Qi Sha looked at the valley excitedly. Should I give fifth brother a surprise? Hee hee. Qi Sha concealed his aura and quietly entered the valley. As soon as he entered the valley, he saw a large group of people standing in the valley. At the center of the group was a man in a purple robe. The moment he saw the man in the purple robe, Qi Sha's pupils suddenly shrank. Great Emperor Ziwei! Qi Sha shouted in horror. Chapter 1451. Big Brother Tianfu, Fifth Brother Tianxiang. And those earthly fiends, what are they doing? What are you doing? 7 Kill's eyes widened. He hid in the corner and was filled with shock. Great Emperor Ziwei. Why is he here? He shouldn't be here. The two commanders of the Southern Dipper Army were listening to Great Emperor Ziwei. That's right. I need it now, immediately. Great Emperor Ziwei said. Yes. Tianfu and Tianxiang answered. My lord, it's been too long since the Second Era. I thought you'd forgotten about us. Tianxiang said with a smile. How could you forget? Ha! Tianfu laughed. Well, you've been hiding by Great Emperor Chongqing's side for so long. I'm glad you haven't forgotten. Don't worry, when we return to the Ziwei Celestial Realm, you'll still be my best commander. Great Emperor Ziwei promised. Thank you, my lord. What do you think of Great Emperor Chongqing? Great Emperor Chongqing? How can he be compared to my lord? I've tolerated him for many years, since the Second Era. Those who know him know that he's Great Emperor Chongqing, but those who don't would think that he's a bandit. If it weren't for our help, how could the Celestial Realm be established? Tianfu sneered. That's good. Great Emperor Ziwei nodded. My lord, when do we do it? Tianfu's eyes flashed coldly. Great Emperor Ziwei was about to speak, but he suddenly fell silent. My lord, what's wrong? Tianxiang asked. The corners of Great Emperor Ziwei's lips curled into a cold smile. In the distance, 7 Kill's expression suddenly changed. Shit, I've been discovered. 7 Kills wanted to run, but he suddenly realized that he couldn't move. He couldn't even speak. Boom! A strong wind suddenly blew around 7 Kills. Tianfu and Tianxiang's expressions changed as they turned to look. 7 Kill's eyes widened, but he couldn't move. He couldn't even speak. He stared at Tianfu and Tianxiang in disbelief. It's that little bastard 7 Kills. Tianfu's eyes turned cold. He's as wretched as Great Emperor Chongqing. Tianxiang said coldly. 7 Kills looked at his two sworn brothers in disbelief. How could they say that about him? Fortunately, my lord discovered it in time. Otherwise, if news of today's incident was leaked, we would be in trouble. Tian Xiang immediately looked at Great Emperor Ziwei. "Milord," said Heaven's Mansion, "we must seal the 7 murders immediately, or take them away from this place to prevent any unexpected events from occurring." Great Emperor Ziwei nodded. "Greed, bring 7 kills to the Central Territory. Wait for me to subdue the Celestial Longevity Plane." Great Emperor Polestar instructed. "Yes." 7 kills eyes widened. "Subdue the Celestial Longevity Realm. Kill the Longevity Emperor. Killed the Longevity Monarch. No." Qi Sha screamed in despair in his heart. This was because it was not impossible. They were working together, and Great Emperor Ziwei was much stronger than Emperor Chongsheng. Emperor Chongsheng would definitely die. Was the Lord going to die? A look of grief and indignation flashed across 7 Kills' eyes. He hated himself for being so useless that he had been instantly imprisoned by Great Emperor Ziwei. Thinking of his master's death, Qi Sha's eyes flashed with determination. "Die!" he roared in his heart. "What?" Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed. Boom! 7 Kills self-destructed. The entire valley exploded. After the huge explosion, Great Emperor Ziwei's expression darkened. He reached out and pressed down, immediately suppressing the explosion to the minimum. However, the place where 7 Kills was in ruins. 7 Kills was dead, but his soul had entered the netherworld. What a heroic 7 Kills! Emperor Chongsheng's subordinate is actually so unyielding and loyal. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression was ugly. How could this be? 7 Kills is the most shameless person. He has always been a coward. Why would he choose to self-destruct? Tian Xiang said in shock. Yes, 7 Kills is a coward. I didn't expect. Heaven's Mansion's expression also turned ugly. 7 Kills is seeking death. For the sake of reincarnation, inform Emperor Chongsheng. No, the operation must begin immediately. Great Emperor Ziwei said solemnly. Yes. Celestial Longevity Realm, Longevity Hall's entrance. Emperor Chongsheng looked up at the starry sky. The 7 Kills star emitted a scarlet light before dimming. What happened? 7 Kills is dead. How is that possible? Emperor Chongsheng said in shock. Men! Emperor Chongsheng shouted angrily. In the underworld, 7 Kills committed suicide and turned into a ghost, wandering the underworld in a daze. Suddenly, a reincarnation appeared beside 7 Kills. Whoosh! 7 Kills was sucked into it. 1 day later. 7 Kills consciousness gradually returned. Wah! Wah! A series of heart-wrenching cries of a baby could be heard. 7 Kills woke up and shouted desperately, but he realized that this was the only sound he could make. Wah! Master, look at how loud the young master's voice is. An old woman hugged 7 Kills and cried out. He became a baby. This is bad. What should I do? The baby was in a dilemma. Ha, let me see my baby. Ha. A bearded man picked up the baby. He opened his mouth and was about to kiss him. 7 Kills' eyes widened. Help. Wah. Wah. Boom. A ray of astral power descended from the sky. 7 Kills was immediately enveloped in light. Ah. Ghost. The old woman exclaimed. The baby's father also looked at the baby in his arms in shock. Whoosh! The baby, who was born a day ago, flew into the sky. My son, my son! The baby's father exclaimed. Go tell the master, go tell the master. Hurry, hurry! The baby flew quickly. Several days later. Outside the Longevity Palace in the Celestial Longevity Realm. The baby flew over with great difficulty. Hum. Outside the Longevity Palace, a huge purple barrier enveloped the entire Longevity Palace. The stars in the sky, the heavenly spirits, and the earthly fiends all lit up. Ha 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 ha, Longevity the Arch, you have nowhere to go today. Great Emperor Ziwei's voice rang out. Boom! With a loud bang, the baby looked over. He saw Great Emperor Ziwei's 7 stars palm fiercely suppressing Longevity the Arch. Longevity the Arch looked up at the sky and saw the 7 kill star light up again. Ha ha ha, Qi Sha is alive again. Monarch Chongqing laughed. So what if he's alive? Even if he's reincarnated, how much power do you think a baby can unleash? Even the 7 kill star can only unleash the strength of an ancient immortal at most. A baby's body is weak and can't bear the burden. Just wait for me to refine you. Refine. Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly. Boom. Countless purple lights rushed toward Longevity the Arch. Pfft. Longevity the Arch spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes flashed with unwillingness. 7 kills, I hope you're reincarnated in the celestial longevity realm. Otherwise, you won't be able to hear me once you leave the celestial longevity realm. Listen, 7 kills, run. I'm in trouble. Little brat, you must escape. Pfft. Longevity the Arch spat out another mouthful of blood. Woo 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 woo. Outside of Purple Sister, the baby was whimpering. In a valley in the western outer continent. The mutated body Wuxiao and the mutated body Skirich felt their own power. Satisfaction flashed in their eyes. Depriving the power of stars. This is good stuff. The mutated body Wuxiao's eyes flashed with desire. The mutated body Yan Chuan walked over. The battle between the exchange beasts and the Ziwei celestial realm has begun. Our chance is here. Let's go. Chapter 1452. Wen Chu Camp. Wen Chu, Wu Chu, and defeating armies were listening to the intelligence from the front. Marshals, since our army stopped advancing, Great Zhou has not made any moves. However, there is still no news from General Tian Tue. A guard said respectfully. Great Zhou Imperial Court. How cautious. Wen Chu narrowed his eyes. Tian Tue, that bastard, actually betrayed us. Wu Chu rebuked angrily. Everything is still unknown. Don't jump to conclusions too early. However, this Great Zhou Imperial Court is indeed stranger than what we know. Wen Chu said. Then what do we do now? Just wait like this? Wu Chu said unwillingly. Yes, if we don't get any results, we won't be able to answer to the Lord in the future. Defeating armies frowned. No, this is the best answer. Wen Chu shook his head. Wen Chu, you are too cautious. There is nothing wrong with being cautious. If we don't deal with Tian Tue and advance rashly, there might be a second or third Tian Tue. Wen Chu narrowed his eyes. All right. Wu Chu and defeating armies nodded. Reporting. A guard quickly entered the main hall. Marshals, this is a letter of challenge from Great Zhou's Marshal D. Renjia. The guard handed over a letter of challenge respectfully. Oh. Wen Chu narrowed his eyes and took the letter of challenge. Wen Chu opened the letter of challenge and read it carefully. Battle of Songjiang Mouth. And Tian Tue as the vanguard. Humph. Wen Chu snorted coldly. Good, Tian Tue really betrayed us. He actually became the vanguard of Great Zhou Imperial Court. Songjiang Mouth. Humph, I will skin him alive. Wu Chu glared. Wen Chu, are we going? Defeating armies asked. Yes, why not? This time, we must find out why Tian Tue betrayed us. Wen Chu said solemnly. That's right. Defeating armies nodded. However, Great Zhou Imperial Court must be prepared for this letter of challenge. Inform the right minister immediately and ask Zhu men to come and help. Wen Chu said. Ah. The right minister and Zhu men are responsible for guarding Ziwei Palace. With the three of us, who in the world can do anything to us? Defeating armies said in surprise. There must be something fishy about this. I don't want to fail miserably at such an easy task. Let the giant door come over. Wen Chu said seriously. Good. Luoyang City. In the midst of a series of discussions. Wen Chu agreed. Wu Jiong's body asked in a deep voice. That's great. The towering figure smiled. Number 1 with the fire crow gourd on his back laughed coldly. We are not like the exploding beast or the sky-swallowing tail beast. We hid the moment we appeared and gathered information about the world before we dared to make a move. Wen Chu, Pejun, Wu Chu. The three of them were connected to the stars, and all of them had a cultivation of the 15th heavenly layer. This time, he was going to exchange the three of them. The Western Expedition Army of the Ziwei Celestial Realm will be completely crippled. Yes. Everyone nodded. I've already searched the entire Songjiang estuary. None of them can leave this time. Wu Jiong said in a low voice. Number 1 looked at Wu Jiong and said, you should continue to guard Luoyang City. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court is our foundation. We cannot afford to lose it. All right. Wu Jiong nodded. Number 7 and number 108, which are Tongtian's strength, Yan Chuan's strength, and my fire crow gourd, they will not be able to escape even if they take them head-on. Moreover, we planned this beforehand. Number 86 exchanged for Tian Tue. With Tian Tue, we can cripple Wu Chu. The other two are no longer a threat. Number 1 said in a low voice. That's right. After crippling 3 army commanders, the Ziwei Celestial Realm's strength will be greatly reduced. Wu Jiong's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Let's wait for the battle at the Songjiang estuary in a month. Number 1 said in a low voice. Outside the west, in a valley. Mo Yushi, mutated body Yan Chuan, mutated body Wu Zhao, and mutated body Tong Tian stood in a pavilion. Jin Dayu reported the information he had gathered. The battle at the Songjiang estuary? Yan Chuan said with a frown. The battle at the Songjiang estuary? That's against Zhan Pejuan, Wu Chu, and Wen Xiu. The exchange beast will definitely send experts. Tongtian's eyes lit up. If that's the case, Luoyang will definitely be empty. We can take the opportunity to take back Luoyang. Wu Jiong's eyes lit up. No. Yan Chuan immediately shook his head. Oh. Wu Jiong looked at Yan Chuan in confusion. Everything will wait for the next news. If my body participates in the battle at the Songjiang estuary, we will go there. If my body is in Luoyang, we will go to Luoyang. Yan Chuan said. But there will definitely be a large number of experts at the Songjiang estuary. How will you take it back? Wu Jiong immediately disagreed. Mo Yushi also looked at Yan Chuan worriedly. I don't care. I must be the first among the three of us to take back my body. Yan Chuan said stubbornly. Yan Chuan had a secret method, but it was not up to him to exchange bodies. Only the exchange beast had the final say. Would the exchange beast be foolish enough to exchange bodies with him? Of course not. Therefore, every method of changing back to a new body was rare and valuable. A method might be useless the next time it was used. Yan Chuan was naturally unwilling to let Wu Jiong benefit from the method he had painstakingly thought of. Tong Tian did not say anything. Wu Jiong raised his brows. After all, in Wu Jiong's eyes, going to Luoyang was to take back his body. Other than Tong Tian, Yan Chuan and Wu Jiong were on guard against each other. Wu Jiong, I will help you restore your country, but not now. I have my own demands. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. But when the time comes, a group of experts will surround your body. How will you take it back? Wu Jiong frowned. You don't have to worry about that. I naturally have my own methods. Of course, I don't need your help this time. If you want to go to Luoyang yourself, I won't stop you. However, if you want Yu Shi to help you, it's clearly impossible. Yan Chuan shook his head. Wu Jiong's eyes flickered with uncertainty. In the past few days, Wu Jiong had not harassed Mo Yu Shi because he wanted to let Mo Yu Shi lower her guard and make her feel guilty. When the time came, he would take advantage of Mo Yu Shi again and have Mo Yu Shi sacrifice her life to help him take back his body. However, Yan Chuan had clearly seen through this. Go to Luoyang himself? Without Mo Yu Shi's powerful assistance, going to Luoyang would be useless. Alright, junior sister, let's do it one by one. Since Yan Chuan has a plan, let's let Yan Chuan take back his body first. Besides, we might be going to Luoyang this time, Tong Tian said, trying to smooth things over. Alright. Wu Jiong went with the flow. A month's time passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the west continent, Song River mouth. The Song River separated the two shores. Large armies stood on both shores. The commanders of the two armies of the Great Zhou Imperial Court and the Purple Micro-Celestial Realm met for the first time. On one side stood Wenxiu, Wuxiu, Pejuan, and Juman, the four Purple Micro-Celestial Realm army commanders. Behind them was a raging army. On the other side stood Di Renjie, Yan Chuan, Tong Tian, and Number 1. There were also some officials with serious expressions. There's an additional Juman. For 15th heaven. Number 1 carried the fire crow gourd and frowned. It's fine. If nothing goes wrong, everything is within our range. Tong Tian sneered. Number 1 nodded. At this moment, Di Renjie was the leader. Di Renjie looked coldly at Wenxiu's group. Wenxiu star. Ha! Di Renjie's body sneered. Di Renjie. Tong Tian. Yan Chuan. Wenxiu squinted at the group in the distance. Yan Chuan, Tong Tian has joined the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Why? Does the Great Jin Imperial Court also want to join the Great Zhou Imperial Court? Wenxiu sneered, trying to provoke him. However, Yan Chuan was no longer the Yan Chuan of the past. How could he be provoked? Instead, he sneered, Wenxiu, you'd better take care of yourselves first. Where's that bastard Qintue? Didn't he want to be the vanguard? Ask him to come out. Wuxiu took a step forward and shouted. Wuxiu. You're really hot-tempered. Yes, Qintue was right to abandon the darkness and join the light. He's the vanguard of the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Moreover, his first challenge is his former superior, Wuxiu. Wuxiu, do you dare to fight? Di Renjie laughed. How dare a traitor like him challenge me? Come on. Ask him to come out. Wuxiu glared. Qintue is willing to be the vanguard. He chose the battlefield himself. Do you see the star directly above us? Di Renjie laughed. Whoosh! Everyone looked up. He saw that there was indeed a lonely planet in the starry sky above. There was a desert on the planet, and there was only one person standing at the foot of a mountain on the planet. Qintue. Wuxiu's eyes suddenly widened and flashed with anger. Wait. Wenxiu frowned and looked at the star. The giant gate said, there's no ambush. There's only Qintue. Wenxiu, wait here. I'll go and capture that traitor. Wuxiu shouted. Wuxiu, be careful. I feel that something's wrong. Wenxiu said. Don't worry. I taught Qintue everything. I won't lose. Wuxiu said in a low voice. With that, he took a step forward and rushed into the star. The star was far away. The experts could see above the star but could not hear what the person above said. Wuxia reached the 15th heaven and arrived at the star in a short time. Boom! Wuxia landed, kicking up a large amount of dust on the star. Tiantue, why did you betray the Lord? Wuxia immediately scolded. Tiantue, who was not far away, immediately shouted, I didn't. I'm loyal to the Lord. The sun and moon can testify. Ha ha ha, the sun and moon can testify. Did I wrongly accuse you? Wuxia glared. My lord, I have my difficulties. Why don't you believe me? Tiantue immediately shouted. Why should I believe you? If you have your difficulties, why don't you tell us? Why did you tell Wuxia? You've already betrayed us. Do you think your sophistry is useful? Wuxia immediately scolded. I've followed my lord since the second era. Don't you understand my character? The sun and moon can testify to my loyalty to the Lord. How can I betray him? Tiantue said in despair. Wuxia frowned slightly and his heart wavered. After all, he had brought Tiantue up. How could he betray him? If my lord doesn't believe me, then I can only apologize with my death. After all, my life was saved by my lord back then. Tiantue said bitterly. As he spoke, he pulled out his sword and stabbed it into the purple mansion. No. Wuxia's expression suddenly changed. Pust. The long sword stabbed into Tiantue's chest and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body retreating to a corner. Apologize with his death. Wuxia immediately panicked because he already believed that Tiantue was wrongly accused. Tiantue. Wuxia felt a wave of regret. Why did he suspect his own subordinate? How could Tiantue be judged as the Lord? Exchange. The seriously injured Tiantue suddenly shouted. Chapter 1453. Exchange. Tiantue, who was seriously injured, suddenly shouted. What? Wuxia was surprised. Wuxia thought he had wronged Tiantue and felt guilty. He did not expect that Tiantue was just trying to trick him into sympathizing with him. But wasn't the price too high to pay? Seriously injuring him? Wuxia was a peerless powerhouse after all. He immediately used his magic weapon to protect himself and activated his shield. But it was too late. A green light suddenly emerged from Tiantue's body and rushed into Wuxia's body without any hindrance. Ha! Wuxia was stunned and desperately urged his astral power. Time seemed to be frozen. The next moment. Buzz! Wuxia regained his freedom. Just as he was about to take down Tiantue in anger, he suddenly found himself standing in front of him as if he was looking into a mirror. That's me. Wuxia was slightly stunned. Ha 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 ha. Wuxia's body laughed wildly. Puff. Wuxia spat out a mouthful of blood and realized that he had become Tiantue. Exchange beast. You're the exchange beast. Wuxia exclaimed. At this moment, Wuxia finally understood why. It was the exchange of Deluan, Tiantue, and himself. Exchange beast. It's too late. Wuxia, haha, I'm Wuxia now. Die. Wuxia's body laughed. No. Wuxia covered his wound and quickly dodged. Boom. A sandstorm rose. But neither of them could mobilize the astral power. Wuxia's strength was not high at this moment, but Wuxia's body was fleeing in panic. Wen Chu, Pejun, Ju men, be careful. This is a trap. They're the exchange beast. This is a trap. Wuxia covered his wound and flew downward. But his current cultivation could not be compared to before. His speed was astonishingly slow. Wuxia's body chased after him. The two moved slowly downward. What are they doing? Zhu Men frowned. Wu Chu is chasing after Tian Tui. That's nothing. But why are they so slow? Pejun was also surprised. Wen Chu was also extremely puzzled. The two people in the starry sky were too strange. Di Renjia and the others' eyes lit up. They succeeded in the starry sky. Next were the people in front of them. The first exchange beast carried the fire crow gourd on its back and was about to step forward. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the northeast. Yan Chuan! Boom! A loud roar reverberated throughout the two armies. Almost everyone raised their eyebrows and looked towards the northeast. However, he saw a black shadow rushing over from the northeast. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. The black figure was wrapped in a black robe and his face could not be seen clearly, but he was emitting a faint black aura. Who are you? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. The others also revealed a trace of doubt. Number 1, who was about to take a step forward, suddenly stopped. It's me. Can't you sense it? The black-robed man said indifferently. As he spoke, he took a slight step forward. Boom! In an instant, a sea of blood suddenly appeared. The roaring sea of blood soared into the sky. To the northeast was a vast sea of blood. Above the sea of blood, there were countless waves of blood that carried the black-robed man out of the sea. Boom! An extremely dark aura assaulted his face. Blood Sea Theurgy. Number 108's expression changed. The faces of Number 1 and the others also darkened. Even Wen Chu and defeating armies on the opposite side narrowed their eyes. Blood Sea. In today's world, other than Yan Chuan's Blood Sea, there was only the Nether River Patriarch's Blood Sea. The Nether River Patriarch, who used to be known as Yan Zizai, was Yan Chuan's bloodline ancestor. Moreover, the Xuanwu Emperor's compromise not long ago showed how powerful the Nether River Patriarch was. Come out. Let me see how much your Blood Sea Theurgy is better than mine. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Number 108's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Number 1's exchange beast narrowed his eyes and said, Go and see. Don't worry. Other than the Snake Clan, others have always been at a disadvantage to us. We have never been at a disadvantage to others. Okay. Number 108 nodded. Boom. As he stepped forward, a sea of blood suddenly appeared under Number 108's feet. The sea of blood rushed toward the black-robed man's sea of blood. Boom. The two seas of blood collided with a loud bang. The third form of the Blood Sea Theurgy. Unfortunately, you're still a little lacking. But it doesn't matter. Come with me. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Go. Where to? Number 108 asked, puzzled. Why? Do you still miss this place? Come with me. These small fights won't amount to anything. The black-robed man said indifferently. Small fights? Not far away, defeating armies' face sank. Zhu Men was also extremely unhappy. This was the Battle of the Songjiang Estuary. A group of 15th Heaven powerhouses had gathered. Was this a small fight? Wen Chu waved her hand and stopped defeating armies and Zhu Men. Wen Chu shook her head and said, That's the Nether River Patriarch. Don't touch him for the time being. Number 1's exchange beast also narrowed his eyes. Number 108 shook his head. Why are you looking for me? I've already set up the 10 halls formation. I'm preparing to rebuild heaven and earth in Wuji and completely get rid of the surveillance of fate. Come with me. Use the Blood Sea Theurgy to fuse with the 10 halls formation. I'll be more relaxed. The black-robed Nether River Patriarch said indifferently. As soon as the Nether River Patriarch finished speaking, everyone's face stiffened. Rebuild heaven and earth in Wuji. Wen Chu's face suddenly changed. Not far away, the group of exchange beasts' pupils also shrank. Rebuild heaven and earth? That was rebuilding heaven and earth. Compared to what the Nether River Patriarch had said, their battle here was nothing but child's play. Number 108's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. If this was true, how strong would the Nether River Patriarch be? Turning his head, number 108 looked at number 1. Number 1 nodded solemnly, as if giving instructions to number 108. Number 108 suppressed his excitement and took a deep breath. He turned his head to look at the Nether River Patriarch. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. The exchange beasts were not stupid. Everything before them was just what the Nether River Patriarch said. They still needed to verify whether it was true. Nether River Patriarch. Number 108 said in a low voice. Why? Have you thought it through? Then come with me. The Nether River Patriarch said in a low voice. No, I don't know if what you said is true. So, please prove it. Number 108 said solemnly. Oh. Prove it? The Nether River Patriarch said in a low voice. Yes. If you have the ability to rebuild heaven and earth, then my strength is naturally nothing to you. Only the blood sea mystique is what you need. Number 108 said in a low voice. That's right. Then please prove it. I'll use my full strength. I hope you can take it. If you can defeat me, I'll go with you immediately. Number 108 said solemnly. Heh, that's fine. Your mystique was taught by me. Do you want to try it too? The Nether River Patriarch smiled faintly. That's for the best. Blood sea mystique, third form, explode. Number 108 shouted. Boom. A surging sea of blood rose with a loud rumble. The boundless blood sea rushed into the sky and surged toward the Nether River Patriarch's blood sea. Third form. Heh. The Nether River Patriarch smiled faintly. Boom. The Nether River Patriarch's blood sea also rose sharply. The two blood seas clashed. Ha ha ha, your blood sea isn't that great either. It's about the same as mine. No, it's still a little weaker than mine. Number 108 sneered. At this moment, the void in front of number 108 suddenly twisted, and then a light wheel appeared. Buzz. A small cat suddenly appeared on the light wheel. Meow Meow had suddenly appeared. Meow, Yen Chuan. Meow suddenly shouted. Meow. Number 108's face suddenly darkened. His expression was uncertain. Meow, Yen Chuan, you didn't call me when you were fighting. Meow, Meow, I love fighting. Meow suddenly shouted. Number 108's eyes turned cold as he pointed at the Nether River Patriarch. Meow Meow, attack him. Number 108 shouted. Meow, okay, no problem. Watch me. Meow immediately said excitedly. Its body swayed, and it teleported in front of the Nether River Patriarch. It stretched out its claws and was about to pounce. Boom! A wave of blood washed over Meow. Just as the wave of blood was about to drown Meow, the Nether River Patriarch's right hand instantly pierced into it. Boom! The wave of blood exploded, and the Nether River Patriarch instantly caught Meow in his hand. Ha, little beast, you dare to be impudent in front of me? The Nether River Patriarch said coldly. Meow. Boom. The Nether River Patriarch crushed Meow with one palm. Blood and internal organs burst out. The wave of blood engulfed the organs. The faces of the surrounding cultivators sank. Meow's 14th heaven cultivation was not a secret. It was even more clear to the exchange beasts that paid attention to information. However, the Nether River Patriarch just reached out and crushed her. She died just like that. Number 108's face turned unsightly. The Nether River Patriarch said indifferently, your blood sea is indeed good. However, it is only the third form. Let me show you what the fourth form of the blood sea is. The fourth form. Number 108 was slightly stunned. Speaking of which, while number 108 was certain that it was the Nether River Patriarch, he still had doubts. That was why he sent Meow to test him. However, Meow was crushed to death in the blink of an eye. This made number 108 even more certain of his decision. Yan Chuan had only grasped the third form of the blood sea. If there was a fourth form, the person before him would undoubtedly be the Nether River Patriarch. Blood sea, rise! The Nether River Patriarch shouted. Rumble! 3,000 huge pillars slowly emerged from the Nether River Patriarch's blood sea. The pillars shot into the starry sky. The moment the pillars appeared, a surging violent aura surged over. As soon as the 3,000 pillars appeared, streams of blood-colored energy flowed between them. Wherever the energy touched, everything would be destroyed. Number 108 sea of blood instantly exploded upon contact with the blood-colored energy. Rumble. Number 108's blood sea looked like it was about to collapse and vanish. What? Number 108 exclaimed in shock. Blood sea. Mine is the true progenitor. How could your blood sea stand a chance against mine? The Nether River Patriarch said coldly. Rumble. Number 108's blood sea seemed to be unable to resist at all. Number 108's expression changed drastically. Indeed, the Nether River Patriarch was too strong. He was defeated just by standing there without moving. Yan Chuan had two great mystiques, the universe in the palm and the blood sea. Since he couldn't use the universe in the palm, the blood sea was the strongest. However, the blood sea couldn't even withstand a single blow from the Nether River Patriarch. Right, there was also the glove. Take another one of my palms. Number 108 shouted. A huge white astral palm shot out and tore through the void, instantly appearing above the Nether River Patriarch's blood sea. Rumble. Above the blood sea, the 3,000 blood pillars suddenly surged with blood-colored energy. Rumble. The astral palm exploded. Even the glove's power couldn't do anything to the blood sea. Number 108 looked at the Nether River Patriarch in shock. Rumble. The Nether River Patriarch stomped his foot, and the blood sea enveloped number 108. Alright, that's enough. You inherited those tricks from me. Don't embarrass yourself in front of me. The Nether River Patriarch said calmly. Hiss. In the distance, there were gasps from both sides of the battlefield. Everyone saw Yan Chuan's astral palm clearly. It's definitely the power of a 15th tier heaven. Ju Men exclaimed. That's the cultivation method that Ju used to pluck the stars. Defeating armies exclaimed. So effortlessly. The Nether River Patriarch didn't even move, and he neutralized Yan Chuan's killer move. Wen Chu frowned. On the other side, the heaven-reaching body and the number 1 exchange beast both revealed looks of envy. Too strong. The Nether River Patriarch was too strong. It wasn't that the Nether River Patriarch used some powerful technique, but that he didn't use anything at all. Yes, the Nether River Patriarch didn't even make a move, and the victory was sealed. How strong was he? With just the Blood Sea mystic power, he was invincible. Rumor had it that the Blood Sea mystic power was only one of the weaker techniques of the Nether River Patriarch. His strongest technique was naturally the heaven-piercing Nether River. The Nether River Patriarch also had the Avicii and Yuan killer swords. The Nether River Patriarch also had, one could see the big picture by looking at the big picture through a tube. If the weak techniques were already so strong, what about the strong ones? Let's go. Stop dawdling. The Nether River Patriarch said impatiently. The sea of blood swirled, and number 108 was pulled closer. Number 108 confirmed everything, and he was extremely excited. The power to create a world. The Nether River Patriarch? What's wrong? The Nether River Patriarch seemed to have noticed number 108's abnormality. Nothing. I'm just going to show you something. Number 108 smiled. Oh. The Nether River Patriarch was puzzled. Shing. Number 108 pulled out a long sword and stabbed it into his chest. What? What are you doing? The Nether River Patriarch shouted. Boom. A wave of blood crashed into number 108, stopping him from stabbing himself with the long sword. What are you trying to do? The Nether River Patriarch grabbed number 108's hand. When he grabbed number 108's hand, the Nether River Patriarch shuddered. No, you're not Yan Chuan. You actually. The Nether River Patriarch seemed to have discovered something unbelievable. Number 108's expression changed drastically. The Nether River Patriarch was so powerful that he could discover his abnormality. Break. His other hand stabbed towards his chest again as if he was going to kill himself. Just at this moment, a thought suddenly rushed over. Boom. It was the consciousness of zombie Yan Chuan from the great Qin city of the underworld. Zombie Yan Chuan's consciousness rushed over as if he was going to snatch this body from number 108. His hand that was about to commit suicide suddenly slowed down. Ah! Number 108 was caught off guard, and his head hurt. You're not Yan Chuan. What are you? The Nether River Patriarch grabbed number 108's right hand and yelled. The Nether River Patriarch grabbed with his other hand. Number 108's expression changed drastically. It's too late. It's too late to destroy Yan Chuan's body. Forget it. When I become the Nether River Patriarch, I'll be able to capture Yan Chuan easily. Exchange. Boom. A ferocious energy rushed out of number 108's body toward the Nether River Patriarch. In an instant, the two of them were connected. What? The expressions of Wen Chu, defeating armies, and the others in the distance changed. Good. The heaven-reaching body in the distance cheered loudly. Done. Done. Hum. The light was instantly cut off. The black-robed man and number 108 successfully swapped bodies. Chapter 1454. Hum. The light was cut off instantly. The black-robed man and number 108 successfully swapped bodies. The sixth god in the world swapped beasts. Defeating armies' eyes widened. The giant gate was also surprised to see Yan Chuan and the Nether River Patriarch above the Blood Sea. Wen Chu, on the other hand, suddenly quivered and looked up at Wu Chu and Tian Tui who were falling from the sky. No. Wen Chu suddenly shouted. On the other side, Di Renjia and the others were delighted. Nether River Patriarch's strength finally belonged to their side now. Above the Blood Sea. Number 108 Yan Chuan's body was swapped with the black-robed man, Nether River Patriarch. Ha 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 ha, Nether River Patriarch. Now, everything you have is mine. The black-robed man suddenly laughed. Opposite him. Yan Chuan's body, which had been swapped, suddenly twisted his neck. Yan Chuan's body suddenly sneered. Finally swapped back. What? What cultivation is this? Nether River Patriarch, why is he only at the 12th heaven? The black-robed man suddenly exclaimed. Yan Chuan's body suddenly rushed toward the black-robed man and reached out to grab him. What? The black-robed man suddenly exclaimed. Boom! Yan Chuan's body suddenly grabbed the black-robed man's neck and squeezed hard. Instantly, countless restrictions appeared in his palm like a huge net and enveloped the black-robed man's body. In an instant, the black-robed man could not move. What's going on? Countless cultivators in the surroundings were shocked. The black-robed man's hat suddenly flipped open. The one in the hat was not Nether River Patriarch at all. It was Yan Chuan's appearance. Yan Chuan. Renjia and the others in the distance suddenly exclaimed. That person was originally an official of the Great Zhou dynasty. Later on, his body was taken over by a swap beast. Later on, he was swapped for Yan Chuan. Now, he was swapped back. This is impossible. The swap beasts in the surroundings suddenly exclaimed. Is that the real Yan Chuan? Did Yan Chuan impersonate the Nether River Patriarch and take back his body? This was impossible. Yan Chuan had been swapped, how could he be so powerful? And the Blood Sea? The fourth form of the Blood Sea? Tong Tian exclaimed. Meow. With a meow, Meow suddenly rushed out of the sea of blood. Yan Chuan, my acting is not bad, right? Meow exclaimed proudly. However, Yan Chuan turned his head to look in the direction of the beasts. Evil creatures, just you wait. I will be back. Yan Chuan said coldly. Go. Boom. The surging sea of blood rushed toward the south. Where do you think you're going? The heavenly reaching body shouted, then charged forward. He chased after Yan Chuan and his group. Who? The sea of blood dispersed. 3 figures suddenly appeared where the sea of blood was originally. Mo Yushi, the white-robed silver-eyed Yan Chuan, and a black-robed man holding a white longsword. It was the heaven-mending sword. The man was the Great Accomplishment Heavenly Court's Heaven-Mending Pavilion's pavilion master, Dugu Wudi. Yan Chuan held the restricted swap beast in his hand. He still felt that it was not safe, so he quickly took out a box and put it inside. Meow. Mo Yushi transformed into a huge black phoenix. Meow, Yan Chuan, and the silver-eyed Yan Chuan landed on its back. It grabbed Dugu Wudi in its claws and quickly spread its wings to fly high. The previous scene. Mo Yushi was a 15th layer celestial. The Dark Phoenix had the Netherworld's Yin Qi and was responsible for creating the powerful aura of the Nether River Patriarch. It confused everyone. Dugu Wudi was Yan Chuan's nephew in this life. He also had the Blood Sea ability, but he rarely revealed it. He was a secret force of the Great Accomplishment Heavenly Court, so there were very few people in the world who knew about Dugu Wudi. Meow, Yan Chuan, my little hat is amazing, right? It's all thanks to me this time that he was able to hide inside and teleport you here with him. Last time I called him, he ignored me. Meow immediately took credit and tattled. Alright, let's leave this place first. Meow, it's all thanks to you this time. Yan Chuan nodded. Of course, Meow Meow exclaimed. But you and the invincible Dugu worked really well together. You used the Blood Sea to envelop the 3,000 heavenly Daos and used the heavenly Dao cycle. If I hadn't known beforehand, I would have been fooled. Also, why didn't you tell me about such a fun thing until now? You didn't tell me about the heaven-devouring beast last time either. Meow grumbled. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. Now was not the time to be conflicted. Instead, he stood on Mo Yushi's back and turned to look at the Tong Tian body that was chasing after them. Stop! The Tong Tian body shouted and swung the Immortal Slaying Sword. Immortal Slaying Sword. A purple sword aura shot toward Yan Chuan and the others. It instantly tore apart a large area of the void and arrived before them. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. He stretched out his right palm and used the hand of Dao. Boom! A huge energy palm shot out and went straight for the energy sword. Boom! The void instantly shattered into countless pieces. The Tong Tian body's attack could not do anything to Mo Yushi and the others. Exchange Beast number 1 raised an eyebrow and wanted to give chase. However, if he did, there would be no expert here. Tong Tian, remember to save number 108. Don't let him fall into Yan Chuan's hands. Exchange Beast number 1 shouted into the distance. In the distance, the Tong Tian body shouted. On the other side, Wen Chu had already figured out what was going on. Defeating armies, hurry up and save Wu Chu. Wu Chu has also been swapped by the Tong Tian body. The one being chased is Wu Chu, hurry up and save Wu Chu. Wen Chu shouted. Ah! Defeating armies' expression changed. Earlier, he was only surprised by Yan Chuan and the exchange beast. After all, in defeating armies' eyes, they were both his enemies. It would be best if both sides were injured. Now that he heard Wen Chu's words, he suddenly remembered the abnormality in the sky. Wen Chu, be careful. It's a trap. At this moment, a voice came from the sky. Whoosh! Defeating armies shot into the sky. Where are you going? Treasure, let's go out. Exchange beast number 1 shouted. Boom! Rolling fire crows rushed into the sky. Giant gate, help defeating armies and save Wu Chu. Wen Chu shouted. Okay. Boom! The giant door rushed out. Officers and soldiers, listen up. Wen Chu shouted, his voice ringing out across the battlefield. There are signs of beast swapping on the other side. You have to get close to them before you can do the swapping. If you're prepared, you can evade the swapping. Yes. The 3 armies replied. Kill. Wen Chu waved his right hand. Roar. Kill. The entire army charged forward. Di Renjia's expression sank as he shouted, kill. Roar. Great Zhou's army also charged forward. In an instant, the battle at Songjiang Pass officially began. Rumble. Underworld, Great Qin City, ZZ, Lu, and Zhao Afang looked at zombie Yan Chuan, waiting for Yan Chuan to speak. Zombie Yan Chuan sat on the dragon throne, motionless. He held a life tablet in his hand. It was an animal that Miao had brought over. It was Miao that had been crushed by the Nether River Patriarch not long ago. The shattering of the life tablet was a signal to zombie Yan Chuan. They cooperated and attacked at the same time. As expected, they finally succeeded in deceiving everyone. After a while, whoosh! Zombie Yan Chuan opened his eyes. How is it? Lu asked anxiously. Did it succeed? Zhao Afang asked anxiously. It's back. ZZ asked worriedly. Zombie Yan Chuan smiled and nodded. Yes, it's finally back. That's great. All the girls were overjoyed. Lu Gang, send a message to all the factory guards in the West Outer Continent. Everything will be restored to normal, Zombie Yan Chuan said again. Yes. Not far away, Lu Gang answered. The Right Minister was one of the 9 commanders under Great Emperor Ziwei. The Right Minister stood on the square of the main hall with a subordinate following behind him. My lord, Lord Wenxiu already has Wuxia and Pejuan. Why does he still need help from the giant gate? Is the Great Zhou Heavenly Court really that strong? A subordinate asked in confusion. 15th Heaven. That was 15th Heaven. In the past, 13th Heaven was enough to rule the world. But now, 3 15th Heaven and a group of 14th Heaven could not do anything to the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. The Right Minister did not speak. Instead, he focused his vision and looked at the mouth of the River Song. Everything was strange until Yan Chuan exchanged with the Nether River Patriarch. The Right Minister's pupils shrank. Exchange beasts. Exchange beasts. No wonder Wenxiu values it so much. The Right Minister exclaimed. Grand Master of Heaven. And that gourd? Fire Crow Gourd. What a powerful Fire Crow Gourd. The Right Minister exclaimed. My lord, did something happen? Oh no, it seems that the Great Zhou Heavenly Court has more than one exchange beast. Wuxia is in trouble. Ah. Inform the Lord immediately. Tell him that the attack on the Great Zhou Heavenly Court is obstructed. All the commanders need to return to help. The right minister shouted. Ah! But the Lord is dealing with Emperor Chongsheng. The Lord knows what to do. You don't need to make any arrangements. Go. Yes. The right minister stood in front of the Ziwei palace with a gloomy expression. The appearance of the exchange beasts was too surprising. Exchange beasts? How many exchange beasts did the Great Zhou Heavenly Court have? How many peerless powerhouses did they have? The battle at the mouth of the river Song was getting more and more intense. There was only one true powerhouse on the Great Zhou side, and that was the first exchange beast with the fire crow gourd. It was fighting against Juman and Wuxia alone. On the other side, Grand Master of Heaven was chasing after Yan Chuan and the others. Yan Chuan stood on the Black Phoenix's back with a cold gaze. They were both 15th heaven, but Grand Master of Heaven was much stronger than Mo Yushi. Boom! 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 Yan Chuan frowned as he swung his sword again and again. Meow, Yan Chuan, don't you have the 3,000 heavenly Dao? Why don't you use the cycle of the heavenly Dao to deal with him? Meow shouted anxiously. The cycle of the heavenly Dao has its drawbacks. It can only encircle an area. Emperor Rosefinch didn't stay in Xianying last time because he was in a hurry to leave, Yan Chuan explained. Besides, it's not the right time to deal with Grandmaster of Heaven now. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Why? I think Luoyang has received the news. The fire crow gourd isn't the only one with the gourd. There seems to be another powerhouse with a blue-skinned gourd. If we fight for too long, the powerhouse with the blue-skinned gourd will definitely come out of Luoyang. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Meow. You mean Sha Di and the others with the gourds? Why didn't they appear? Didn't Sha Di and Emperor Min fight with them last time? Why is there no news? Also, isn't there Meng Sansheng? He also has a Hong Meng gourd. Why is there no news about him? Meow asked curiously. I don't know. He must be delayed by something. Yan Chuan was puzzled. Stop right there. The heaven-reaching body shouted. The Black Phoenix continued to fly crazily. At this moment, the void in front of the Black Phoenix twisted slightly. As it twisted, a huge light shadow seemed to appear. In the light shadow was an extremely beautiful woman. Her upper body was beautiful, but her lower body was a long snake tail. Meow. That's Xichen. No, wait. Xichen is dead. Is this the same clan as her? The Snake Clan? Meow Meow said in shock. Chapter 1455. In the light, there was an extremely beautiful woman. Her upper body was beautiful, but her lower body was a long snake tail. Meow. That's Xichen. No, Xichen is dead. Is this the same clan as her? The Snake Clan? Meow said in surprise. Human head and snake body. Buzz. The distorted void shook violently. Suddenly, the light faded, and a spatial rift appeared. A large number of heavenly demons flew in the rift. Then, a woman flew out from the rift. It was the woman shown in the light earlier. Her upper body was that of a beautiful woman, and her lower body was that of a snake. The woman waved her snake tail and stood in front of everyone. Boom! Everyone stopped abruptly. The Snake Clan. The expression of Tong Tian, who was chasing after Yan Chuan's group, changed drastically. Human snake. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan's eyes glowed with silver light as he looked at the woman in the distance. Meow, wasn't the Snake Clan exterminated a long time ago? Meow was also surprised. They were not exterminated. They entered the heavenly demon realm. Yan Chuan shook his head. The woman scanned everyone as soon as she came out. Yan Chuan of the Great Jin Heavenly Court. You're really powerful. You pretended to be the Nether River Patriarch and almost fooled me. The woman chuckled. I haven't asked for your opinion. Yan Chuan frowned. I'm Snake Spirit. I've heard about you for a long time. The woman with the human head and snake body spat out her snake tongue and smiled. Snake Spirit. Have you heard of Nviwa and Jichen? Yan Chuan asked in a low voice. Of course, Nviwa was the king's woman. Unfortunately, she went to the Great Thousand World and died there. You must know, right? As for Jichen, it's a pity. Forget it, we're from the same clan, so I won't talk about them. This time, the people from the heavenly realm went to my clan to look for the king. I just happened to see this scene. This woman is really lawless. Snake Spirit said. As he spoke, he swung his snake tail in front of him and said with a smile, Yan Chuan, in the future, I will come to Xianyang as a guest. A strange look flashed through Yan Chuan's eyes. I haven't asked, how did you hear about me? It's all because of that girl, Meng Rongrong. She talks about you all the time. Hee hee. What? Do you not welcome me in Xianyang? The Snake Spirit smiled charmingly. Ha, Xianyang welcomes you any time. Yan Chuan nodded. If that's the case, then it's settled. Now, I'm going to collect this exchange beast. Do you guys want to leave first? Snake Spirit said. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan, but Yan Chuan didn't say anything courteous. After all, although the Snake Spirit's tone was kind, he did not know if it was true. Okay, goodbye. Yan Chuan said. Let's go. Yan Chuan said again. Ming. The black phoenix spread its wings and flew away quickly. The Snake Spirit was stunned for a moment, then smiled strangely. Snake Spirit turned around and looked at the heaven-piercing body. Hee hee, what number is this? Let me guess, exchange beast number 7. Right? Why don't you recognize me? Snake Spirit said with a smile. The heaven-piercing body felt his scalp go numb. It's you, Snake Spirit. The heaven-piercing body's expression was extremely unsightly. He, I thought you forgot. It was not in vain for me to seal you back then, Snake Spirit said with a smile. You, what do you want? The heaven-piercing body still had some fear. What do I want? Nothing. Look at you, it wasn't easy for me to seal you. Why did you run out again? Doesn't this mean that I'm useless? Snake Spirit moved closer. This was done by the people of the deity world. The heaven-piercing body took a step back. That group of calabash kids. Okay, I don't blame you. Be good and come back with me. Snake Spirit took another step forward. No, I'm not going back. Snake Spirit, you've locked us up for so many years. Have you had enough? The heaven-piercing body suddenly roared. Locking you up is for your own good. Go. Snake Spirit laughed. No, bastard. I'm not afraid of you. Snake Spirit, I'm no longer number 7. I'm now the sect leader of Tongtian. I'm Tongtian. You can't do anything to me. I advise you to get lost. Otherwise, I'll cut you down with my sword. The heaven-piercing body roared. Although his tone was tough, it was filled with a trace of fear. In the distance, Yan Chuan's group quickly disappeared into the horizon. However, Yan Chuan's group did not continue to escape. Instead, they found a hidden valley and looked at Snake Spirit and the heaven-piercing body from afar. Meow, this exchange beast seems to be very afraid of Snake Spirit. Meow said. It's more than afraid. It's as if he's afraid of snakes and scorpions. Mou, she said solemnly. The silver-eyed Yan Chuan frowned and looked into the distance. Dugu Wudi, on the other hand, bowed to Yan Chuan. Heaven Emperor, since you're safe, I'll take my leave. Dugu Wudi said. Okay, Woody. Thank you very much. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Heaven Emperor, please don't say that. It's my duty. Dugu Woody said. Looking at Dugu Woody, Yan Chuan could only nod helplessly. I'll take my leave. Dugu Woody said. Then, his figure flashed, and he disappeared into the forest. In the distance, Snake Spirit approached the heaven-piercing body step by step. The heaven-piercing body was nervous at the beginning, but it gradually became irritable. He, why do you still want to attack me? Or do you still want to exchange my body? Why don't you try? I'll get closer to you. He. Snake Spirit continued to press forward. Don't come over. The heaven-piercing body retreated another 1,000 feet. What's wrong? Don't run. Snake Spirit flew forward again. Immortal slaying sword. The heaven-piercing body suddenly stabbed at Snake Spirit. Boom! A ferocious sword energy shot forward and arrived in front of Snake Spirit in an instant. However, the sword energy strangely missed Snake Spirit and stabbed 100 feet away from her. Ha, I've finally killed you. The heaven-piercing body laughed. Meow's eyes widened in surprise. Kill my ass. Is the heaven-piercing body stupid? He didn't even stab Snake Spirit. Yan Chuan and the others also had strange looks on their faces. The heaven-piercing body seemed to have gone mad. He had stabbed with his sword, but it had missed. He, I didn't hit you. Why don't I get closer to you? Snake Spirit laughed and flew toward the heaven-piercing body again. What? Impossible. How can you not hit me? The heaven-piercing body exclaimed. In the distance, the silver-eyed Yan Chuan's eyes shone with silver light. There's a strange fluctuation of special particles around Snake Spirit's body. This fluctuation seems to be affecting the exchange beast. The silver-eyed Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Fluctuation of particles. I don't feel any fluctuations of magic power. She was puzzled. It's not magic power. It's a special kind of particle. Because of this fluctuation, the heaven-piercing body's sword did not hit it. The source of this particle is Snake Spirit's eyes. The silver-eyed Yan Chuan explained. Eyes? Meow. Meow looked over. Wow, there are small circles in Snake Spirit's eyes. The circles are expanding. Meow exclaimed in surprise. In the distance. He, come again. Stab again. I'll stand here and not move. Snake Spirit flew over with a smile. The heaven-piercing body continued to stab, but it was to no avail. Every time he stabbed with the immortal slaying sword, he deviated more and more. Don't come over, you devil. The heaven-piercing body roared in horror. You're too tired. Too tired. Sleep for a while. Sleep. Snake Spirit said softly. In mid-air, the heaven-piercing body seemed to be really tired. It slowly closed its eyes and struggled to open them. But as if it was too tired, it gradually closed them completely. The heaven-piercing body went limp. Meow, it fell asleep. Meow exclaimed in surprise in the distance. Is this hypnosis? The heaven-piercing body of the 15th heaven was hypnotized. Yan Chuan's pupils suddenly shrank. In an instant, the Snake Spirit was placed in an extremely dangerous position in Yan Chuan's mind. This hypnosis power was too strong. That was the heaven-piercing body. Snake Spirit was about to reach out to grab the heaven-piercing body. Boom! A gust of wind blew. A blue figure appeared in an instant and quickly pulled the heaven-piercing body far away. Wake up! There was a loud shout. Buzz! The heaven-piercing body suddenly quivered and woke up immediately. What's going on? What's going on? The heaven-piercing body exclaimed. Then, he saw the snake spirit and suddenly quivered. Number 2, fortunately, you came in time. The heaven-piercing body said doubtfully. The one who had just saved the heaven-piercing body was a man in a blue robe. The man carried a blue calabash on his back. He was the sixth brother of the divine realm who had fought Sha Di in Luoyang City not long ago. Yes, fortunately, I came in time. You were almost hypnotized by her again. The man in the blue robe said in a deep voice. But just now. The heaven-piercing body still had lingering fears. Well, don't worry about it. This kind of hypnosis comes from the power of the soul. Your power of the soul is far weaker than the snake spirit's. Even if you have the strength of the heaven-piercing body, you can't use it in front of her. The man in the blue robe said in a deep voice. Yes. The heaven-piercing body could only accept the fact humbly. After saving the heaven-piercing body, the man in the blue robe turned to look at the snake spirit. Snake spirit, why didn't Fushi come to catch us personally this time? The man in the blue robe said in a deep voice. The snake spirit looked at the man in the blue robe with bright eyes. The sixth brother of the divine realm's calabash. He, so besides the fourth brother, sixth brother Yulin was also hypnotized. He. Sixth brother Yulin, this calabash can make you invisible, right? The man in the blue robe's face darkened. This is the unreal calabash. Unreal calabash. Invisibility. That's about right. He, I'll bring you back. Won't I be able to humiliate those calabash boys in the divine realm? The snake spirit said excitedly. You're not qualified. Yulin said in a deep voice. Is that so? Then let's try it. I'm coming. The snake spirit immediately pounced on Yulin. Yulin's face darkened. He turned around, grabbed the heaven-piercing body, and shot in a direction. I'll hold the snake spirit back. You go back and help number 1. Yulin shouted. Yes. The heaven-piercing body replied. Boom. The two of them quickly separated in two different directions. The snake spirit flew toward Yulin quickly. The two of them quickly disappeared from the sight of Yan Chuan and the others. In the valley. Yan Chuan, Yin Tong, and Yan Chuan were all frowning. She was accompanying Yan Chuan. Miao, on the other hand, was tilting her head and looking into the distance. The snake clan can hypnotize people. Why couldn't Jichin do it back then? Snake spirit. What a strange name. Chapter 1456. A sea at the junction of the West Outer Continent and the Annan Outer Continent. Boom. 3 streaks of light flew past, forming 3 huge trenches on the surface of the sea. Tan Lang, the commander of the First Army of the Ziwei Celestial Realm, flew at the front, followed by Lian Zhen and Lu Siyuan. The 3 of them were aggressive, their eyes fixed on the chaotic battle at the mouth of the Song River. The Great Zhou Celestial Court. I was too careless. I didn't expect there to be a beast for exchange. Wu Chu is already in trouble. Tan Lang said. I hope Wen Chu can hold them off for a while longer. Lian Zhen, who was dressed in black armor, said. Our master also realized that something was wrong and asked us to come immediately. But if that's the case, the Temple of Immortals. Lu Siyuan, who was dressed in a green robe, frowned. Now that the situation is settled, it's useless for us to stay in the Temple of Immortals. Besides, with the help of Tianfu and Tianxiang, it's only a matter of time before Emperor Changsheng is refined. Besides, who can compare to our master in this world? Emperor Changsheng can't even protect himself now, Tan Lang said. Yes. Lu Siyuan and Lian Zhen nodded. You too, speed up. Wu Chu is in trouble. Ju Men, Jun Pajuan, and Wen Chu can't have any more accidents. Tan Lang shouted. Okay. The three of them were connected to the starry sky. Suddenly, a surge of astral power rushed down, and their speed soared again. Boom! The three streaks of light rushed toward the mouth of the Song River. In a valley in the west outer continent. There was a group of halls in the valley. When silver-eyed Yan Chuan arrived, he immediately chose a hall to cultivate in seclusion. Miao, on the other hand, was curious about everything. She stood on Yan Chuan's shoulder and looked around. Both Wu Zhao and Heaven Piercing looked at Yan Chuan in amazement. Congratulations, Yan Di, for getting your body back. Wu Zhao took a deep breath and said, envy flashing in his eyes. Congratulations. Tong Tian said with a smile. Yan Chuan smiled and nodded. This is just the beginning. Next, it's time for our counterattack. The variant body Wu Zhao and the variant body Heavenly Sovereign both nodded. Beside Yan Chuan, She was holding a big box. Yan Chuan, what do we do with this exchange beast? She asked. Bai Qi, pierce his shoulder blade and lock him up. Yan Chuan instructed. Understood. Bai Qi replied. Not long after. Beast number 108 was chained up and hung up. At this moment, number 108 was in an extremely sorry state. His eyes were filled with boundless regret. He regretted not looking at the situation clearly before swapping. At this moment, Yan Chuan and the others each used a spell to condense a projection in front of the 108 exchange beast. Evil creature, do you still recognize us? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yan Chuan. Number 108 roared in grief and indignation. Roaring is useless. Yan Chuan said coldly. I hate it. I hate it that I didn't kill you at all costs. Roar. Number 108 roared in grief and indignation. When Sovereign Min had appeared, he had used the Ice Toad Gourd to fight the Fire Crow Gourd. At that time, in order to help number 1, he had thought that Yan Chuan would not be able to cause any trouble. Therefore, he had not pursued Yan Chuan. Enough. Yan Chuan shouted coldly. Number 108's grief and indignation paused. You know why I'm interrogating you now. Tell us, where did you come from? How many exchange beasts do you have? Who did you exchange for? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. You want me to tell you? Don't even think about it. Number 108 shouted immediately. Yan Chuan smiled coldly. That's not up to you. Bai Qi, you're in charge of the interrogation. I need to know everything about the exchange beasts. Yes. Bai Qi replied. 3 days later. Bai Qi brought a list to Yan Chuan. Heaven Emperor, the exchange beasts have been revealed. There are a total of 108 beasts. They were all born in the heavens and earth and were sealed by the Snake Clan. When the 4th Brute Luo and the 6th Jade Lin of the deity world unsealed the seal, number 1 and number 2 exchanged beasts and seized their bodies. They went into hiding and gathered information about the Great Zhou Imperial Court, leading to the current situation. Bai Qi said solemnly. Oh. Only 108 beasts. Yan Chuan nodded. Yes. Now, only the ancestor immortals of the Great Zhou Empire and the supreme beast of the Great Zhou Empire have been exchanged. The others are all imprisoned in the West Sea Dragon Palace. Bai Qi handed over the list. Yan Chuan looked at it carefully. After a while, Yan Chuan handed the list to Wu Jiong. West Sea Dragon Palace. I was wondering why Ancestor Qing didn't listen to orders. So he was also exchanged. Wu Jiong's face darkened. Since I promised to help you restore your empire, you're not the only one who can recover. Go to the West Sea first and save your officials. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Wu Jiong nodded in satisfaction. Huan Sinan Continent, Longevity Hall. Boom! Outside the Longevity Hall, the huge purple barrier disappeared. Great Emperor Ziwei stood in the center of the Longevity Hall. In front of him stood the Longevity Emperor and the 5 commanders of the Longevity Celestial Realm, Tianfu, Tianxiang, Tianliang, Tianji, and Tiantong. Tianfu and Tianxiang's eyes shone brightly, but the Longevity Emperor, Tianliang, Tianji, and Tiantong's eyes were slightly empty. There was also a group of earthly fiend star experts in the hall. Most of them had a hollow expression. "Greetings, my lord." Almost everyone bowed to the great Emperor Ziwei. Even the Longevity Emperor was extremely respectful to the great Emperor Ziwei at this moment. The great Emperor Ziwei looked at the Longevity Emperor with satisfaction in his eyes. "Nanda Longevity, what are your thoughts now?" The great Emperor Ziwei asked. "I have no thoughts. I am loyal to you, my lord. I will do my best until my death." The Longevity Emperor said solemnly. "Ha ha ha ha." The great Emperor Ziwei laughed in satisfaction. The entire Longevity Hall was filled with respectful gazes. "Good. Longevity, you are still the Longevity Emperor." Tianfu, Tianxiang. The great Emperor Ziwei looked at the 2 spies among the commanders of the Longevity Celestial Realm. "Yes, my lord." The 2 said excitedly. "The 2 of you are to assist the Longevity Emperor and the other commanders with all your strength." The great Emperor Ziwei said with a smile. "Assist, no, monitor." Tianfu and Tianxiang instantly understood. "Yes, my lord." The 2 answered. "Longevity Emperor." The great Emperor Ziwei shouted. "Yes, my lord." The Longevity Emperor said with empty eyes. "The Outer South Continent's Kong Huangtian, the ruler of the Outer South Continent, is a thorn in my heart. I order you to mobilize the power of the entire Longevity Celestial Realm. Do whatever it takes to pacify the Outer South Continent, destroy the Kong family, and unify the Outer South Continent." The great Emperor Ziwei said solemnly. "Yes, your majesty." Emperor Chongqing replied with a hollow look in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. The great Emperor Ziwei laughed in satisfaction. With a wave of his sleeve, the great Emperor Ziwei led his subordinates and flew towards the north. The Longevity Emperor's eyes were empty as he led his subjects out of the Longevity Hall. They stood in the square of the Longevity Hall and watched as the great Emperor Ziwei left. "Farewell, my lord." The Longevity Emperor said respectfully. At the side, the eyes of Tianfu and Tianxiang flashed with a strange light. The great Emperor Ziwei was too powerful. He had refined the Longevity Emperor. No, he had refined the Longevity Emperor's thoughts and made him loyal to the great Emperor Ziwei forever. With that, the Celestial Realm's power had expanded to 3 continents. After destroying the Great Zhou Imperial Court, the Longevity Emperor would destroy the Kong family. Soon, more than half of the world would fall under the great Emperor Ziwei's control. The great Emperor Ziwei was indeed a man of great talent and bold vision. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yan Chuan was constantly paying attention to the news from all over the world. Regardless of whether it was the Netherworld or the Yang Realm, all sorts of important news came to him. In the upper study, Lu Gang, Yifeng, Li Si, Zhang Yi, Shang Yang, and the other important subjects all frowned. Zombie Yan Chuan held the information that Lu Gang handed to him. "Celestial Emperor, I also thought it was unbelievable at first, so I sent a letter and confirmed it repeatedly. Only then did I confirm it." Lu Gang said with a frown. "The Celestial Realm declared war on the Kong family." Zombie Yan Chuan put down the information in his hand and frowned. Yifeng frowned and said, "Celestial Emperor, according to the information you provided, the Longevity Emperor is from the Eastern Orthodox faction. He's not someone who likes to fight." "Yes, this declaration of war came too strangely, Celestial Emperor." Why do we still need to send people to investigate? Li Si nodded. Lu Gang, send people to continue investigating. Zombie Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Lu Gang answered. Yang Realm, Outer South Continent, Imperial Palace. The Kong family patriarch, Peacock Z, had an anxious look on his face as he waited in front of the Imperial Palace with a group of elders. Creak. The door of the palace opened with a bang. Old Ancestor, the Celestial Realm declared war on our Kong family. The Longevity Emperor even sent someone to deliver a letter of challenge. Peacock Z said with a worried look. Although Peacock Z was also an expert among the ancestral immortals, he was far from being able to face these old monsters of the Second Era. He did not dare to make such a big decision on his own and immediately reported to Kong Huangtian. In the palace, Kong Huangtian sat cross-legged. Swish. Kong Huangtian reached out and grabbed, and the letter of challenge in Peacock Z's hand flew into his hand. Kong Huangtian frowned and read it. After reading for a while, Kong Huangtian narrowed his eyes. Longevity Emperor? What a big appetite. I have underestimated him. Old Ancestor, what should we do now? Peacock Z asked worriedly. Taking a deep breath, Kong Huangtian narrowed his eyes and said, It's good that he came. I received all the gifts from Chao before he died, and now I have comprehended the 16th heaven. I just need a stepping stone to break through to the 17th heaven. Longevity Emperor, don't disappoint me. Ah. Break through to the 17th heaven. Peacock Z and the others were shocked. After cultivating to the ancestral immortal realm, every heaven after that was incomparably difficult. Yet, the old ancestor had broken through again and again. And now, he had reached the limit of the 16th heaven. Peacock Z and the others were overjoyed. The Second Era? What was the Second Era? That Emperor Rosefinch, Emperor Qing Long, and the other emperors were only at the peak of the 15th heaven. Although they were stronger with the help of the Emperor Karmic Realm and reached the 16th heaven, so what? The old ancestor had already surpassed all of them. If the old ancestor succeeded, wouldn't he be the strongest in the world? Chapter 1457. Ziwei Palace. Great Emperor Ziwei sat on the dragon throne. Defeating armies, Tan Lang, Lian Zhen, and Zhu Men stood in front of him. There was also Tian Tui, who was exchanged with Wu Chu. Great Emperor Ziwei stared at Tian Tui. My lord, we fell into Great Zhou's trap. Wu Chu was exchanged. Defeating armies had a bitter expression. Wu Chu, with your strength, you were still exchanged. Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. Wu Chu said with a bitter expression, My lord, the beast was disguised as Tian Tui. I didn't expect it. I was careless. Please punish me, my lord. Punish? What's the use of punishing you now? Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. Yes. Wu Chu didn't dare to speak. Of course, you can't be blamed for this. Great Emperor Ziwei took a deep breath. Thank you, my lord. However, since you know about the beast exchange, you just have to be careful. Great Zhou. Humph, all of you, enter the front lines and kill. Push the war forward with all your might. There can't be too many beasts. With your cultivation, you should be able to avoid the beasts and help Wu Chu get his body back. Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. Yes. Tan Lang, defeating armies, and the others answered. Go, inform Wen Xiu to attack with all our might. Kill. Great Emperor Ziwei shouted. Yes. The legion commanders answered. Then, they quickly flew out of Ziwei Palace with Wu Chu and headed toward the front lines. After Zhuo Fu watched the legion commanders leave, he looked at Great Emperor Ziwei and said, My lord, the beast exchange is extremely cunning, and there are many of them. I'm worried that something might happen to them. It's fine. I'll stay here and watch them march into the great Zhou celestial court. No matter how careless they are, with my power, I can save them instantly even if they are billions of miles away. Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. Yes. Sua Fu nodded. In the Yang realm, on an island above the West Sea. On the island stood Yan Chuan, Mo Yushi, Wu Zhao, Tong Tian, and Miao. This is the West Sea. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. At a glance, there were dragons flying above the sea. This was a paradise, the nest of the dragons. Whoosh! Suddenly, a group broke out of the sea. It was Bai Qi and his group. Celestial Emperor, we caught a few dragons and found a place. Everyone is locked up in the cold serene valley. Bai Qi said. Let's go. Don't alarm the exchange beast for now. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded and quickly followed Bai Qi and the others into the ocean. The group of people were all very powerful. Along the way, they encountered some dragons. Miao teleported and appeared in front of their heads, knocking them out. All the way to the bottom of the sea. Although it was heavily guarded, it still depended on who was going to break through. In front of Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. The group arrived at the frigid serene valley smoothly. After taking care of the guards. Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, you two stand guard outside the valley. Be careful. Yan Chuan instructed. Yes. Yan Chuan, Mo Yushi, mutated body Wu Zhao, mutated body Tong Tian, and Miao entered Sea Valley. There were some palaces in Sea Valley, but unfortunately, these were all prisons for prisoners. There were a large number of shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and dragon guards around. Whoosh! The mutated body Wu Zhao waved his hand and the guards quickly fainted. Quang! He pushed open the door of the prison. Who is it? An angry shout came from the prison. The prison guards frowned and looked over. Ice seal. The mutated body Wu Zhao's eyes turned cold. Ka 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 ka. Along the way, all of the prison guards were frozen. Whoosh! In the prison, the sound of chains could be heard. Who is it? A weak voice sounded. Princess Taiping. No, you, are you exchanging beasts? I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. The Celestial the Arch will not let you off. Roar. In the prison, angry and fearful voices could be heard. Everyone looked over. There were 100 single cells in the prison. In each cell, there was a person with a chain pierced through their shoulder blades and hung up miserably. Their bodies were full of scars from whips. Some of them had their flesh removed, revealing their white bones. The mutated body Wu Zhao's face was gloomy. He clenched his fists and was filled with anger. My beloved subjects, I am late. The mutated body Wu Zhao said in a deep voice. In the prison, there was suddenly silence. Everyone looked at the mutated body Wu Zhao with ecstasy and fear. Because no one was sure if the person in front of them was Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao immediately walked in front of a prisoner, tore open the chains with his hands, and rescued a prisoner. At this moment, Wu Zhao did not use any spells. He only used his flesh body to tear them apart one by one. While tearing, Wu Zhao kept talking to the other party. I recognize your eyes. You're Wan Per. Girl, you've suffered. I promised you that I would give your Shangguan family eternal riches and honor, but I couldn't do it. Instead, I let you suffer here. Wu Jiong said gently. Celestial the Arch, you are the Celestial the Arch. Wan welcomes the Celestial the Arch. The mutated body Shangguan Wan was rescued and immediately knelt down, her eyes flashing with endless excitement. Wu Zhao patted the mutated body Shangguan Wan's head and went to another person. You are Di Renjia, right? I gave you the Kong Long Jian to protect you for life. Unfortunately, I encountered a beast for exchange this time. I didn't expect it. Wu Zhao sighed slightly. The mutated body Di Renjie also recognized Wu Zhao. Celestial the Arch, it is already my greatest fortune to be able to follow you. Di Renjie bowed excitedly. Celestial the Arch. In the prison, there was a burst of cheers. Wu Zhao was the spiritual pillar of the great Zhou dynasty. With Wu Zhao around, even if everyone had lost their bodies, their fear was gone. Wu Zhao saved everyone while comforting them. He saved everyone and also won over the hearts of his subjects. Yan Chuan and the others took a look and left the hall. They left Wu Zhao to do his own thing. Yan Chuan, what do we do now? Mo Yushi asked. Use this place as the battlefield and seize the body. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh. The dragon race's supreme martial ancestor should soon receive news of this place. As long as he comes, everything will be easy. First, occupy the dragon race, then use the dragon race to attack the great Zhou imperial court. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. After waiting for a while, Wu Zhao comforted everyone in the great Zhou imperial court, including the mutated body ancestor. We will get back what we lost. This is just the beginning. Wu Zhao said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone responded as they healed. In just half a day, the West Sea Crystal Palace received the news. Qingzu sat on the dragon throne with a group of dragon kings in front of him. Supreme Martial Ancestor, the great Zhou Imperial Court actually has a beast for exchange. How mysterious. Not long ago, the battle at the mouth of the Song River confused our spies. A dragon king said with a frown. Yes, master. Is the great Zhou Imperial Court completely at odds with the Purple Micro-Celestial Realm? The Purple Micro-Celestial Realm is fiercely attacking the great Zhou Imperial Court. We are the great Zhou Imperial Court's beasts. Do we need to participate? Qingzu frowned and nodded. Not for now. Do your own thing. Yes. By the way, Father, why are there always screams coming from the cold serene valley? Even when I pass by there, the 3 dragon kings guarding it won't let me go. A youth said with a frown. Qingzu raised his eyebrows. It's not something you care about. Don't ask. No one is allowed to go near the cold serene valley. But, Father, can't I go too? The youth frowned. You can't. Qingzu shouted. The youth felt wronged. Reporting, Supreme Martial Ancestor, bad news. A turtle demon ran into the Crystal Palace. What's wrong? Qingzu asked in a deep voice. Supreme Martial Ancestor, bad news, bad news. Something happened in the cold serene valley. What? Qingzu's body widened his eyes. A group of shrimp soldiers patrolling there suddenly found an empty area with some corpses on the ground. They immediately came back to report. Prime Minister Turtle said. Bastards. A bunch of trash. Qingzu's eyes were filled with anger. He rushed straight to the main hall and rushed towards the cold serene valley. The group of dragon kings froze for a moment before following him. Qingzu's body was the strongest after all. He was the first to reach the valley. In the valley, there were a large number of corpses. Bastard, nothing must happen to the prisoner. Qingzu's body said anxiously. At this moment, a grey-robed man slowly walked out from the prison cell not far away. It's you. Qingzu's body exclaimed. It's me. Bastard, you dare to desecrate my body? Humph, unfortunately, you're not me. How can you understand the dragon race better than me? Do you think this cold serene valley is an ordinary valley? The grey-robed man sneered. Oh. This is a huge treasure that I refined meticulously. Formation, rise. The grey-robed man shouted. Boom. In an instant, the entire valley was shrouded in rolling black fog, blocking everything from the outside world. An extremely huge aura suppressed Cheng Zu's body. The huge aura suppression, even Cheng Zu's body couldn't stand it. The grey-robed man held a small silver ball in his hand. The small ball showed the entire scene of the valley. What is this? This is the main hub of the entire valley. Thousands of arrows piercing the heart. The grey-robed man shouted. Boom! Suddenly, countless long arrows rushed out from the black fog. Cheng Zu's body's face changed, and he wanted to dodge. Ka! The surrounding void seemed to be frozen, and Cheng Zu was instantly unable to move. Ong! Cheng Zu's body roared wildly, and his body turned into a huge dragon. Ka! But the power of space grew stronger, and the huge dragon was instantly unable to move. Boom! 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 About 100,000 long arrows shot over, piercing into the huge dragon's body with extremely powerful force. In an instant, the huge dragon was pierced into a huge hedgehog. The arrows pierced through the body. He was instantly unable to move. How could this be? Cheng Zu's body was heavily injured and said in shock. His body was pierced with 100,000 holes, and he was about to be killed by the grey-robed man in the blink of an eye. He wanted to struggle, but at this moment, his vitality seemed to be rapidly draining away. It's useless. This valley is my strongest treasure. How can you break free? The grey-robed man controlled the hub in his hand and said. Cheng Zu's body stared at the grey-robed man, and a look of desire flashed in his eyes as he looked at the hub. It's indeed a good thing. Unfortunately, you're too stupid. You still haven't learned your lesson. Cheng Zu dragged his dying body and said. What? The grey-robed man was slightly taken aback. Exchange. A ray of light shot straight to the grey-robed man, connecting with Cheng Zu's body and exchanging. Boom! The light dissipated, and the grey-robed man suddenly revealed a smile. Ha ha ha, Cheng Zu, you've already been deceived by me once, and this time, you actually fell for it again. Ha ha ha. While laughing, the grey-robed man quickly studied the Sea Valley hub, the sphere in his palm. Ka ka ka. The sphere in his palm suddenly shattered. And the surrounding black fog also instantly disappeared. Boom! Boom! Several figures suddenly appeared around Cheng Zu, and they quickly healed Cheng Zu's body. What? The grey-robed man's face changed. Boom! A huge force descended from the sky, and the grey-robed man was instantly pressed down. Ha 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 ha. Cheng Zu laughed loudly. The group of dragon kings chasing behind suddenly saw Cheng Zu's body pierced, and their faces changed drastically. How dare you? Let go of Jizun. The group of dragon kings cried out in alarm. Stop. Cheng Zu endured the pain and shouted. Supremacy, are you alright? Father, how are you? The group of dragon kings cried out in alarm. Cheng Zu quickly recovered from his injuries amidst the pain. I'm fine, but there's an exchange beast among you. Do you want me to find you, or do you want to stand out yourself? Cheng Zu stared at the group of dragon kings. What? The dragons were puzzled. Only one dragon king's eyes flickered at this moment. Cheng Zu, the mutated body Wu Chui, and the mutated body Tong Tian looked at the group of dragon kings warily. They were looking for other dragon kings among them. As for Yan Chuan and the others, they forcefully restrained the exchange beast that they had just captured. The crisis of the West Sea Dragon Palace was finally resolved. 3 days later, the other exchange beast was also captured. That was because there was a supremacy of the dragon race. Everything was much easier. In a hall. The crisis of the dragon race has been resolved, but the crisis of the great Zhou dynasty still exists. The mutated body Wu Chui said in a deep voice. What should we do now? Qing Zhu frowned. It's definitely not feasible to go to Luoyang now. No one will believe us. In that case, Qing Zhu, send a letter of challenge to the exchange beasts. Wu Chui said in a deep voice. Ah. But will that work? There's a group of peerless experts among the exchange beasts. Qing Zhu said worriedly. It's fine. As long as we deceive the exchange beasts, no matter who it is, it will only be beneficial to us. The enemy is in the open, and we are in the dark. What's there to be afraid of? The mutated body Wu Chui said in a deep voice. Yes. Qing Zhu nodded. 3 days later, the void above the West Sea distorted intensely. After the distortion, a huge hole appeared again. Countless heavenly demons emerged from the hole, accompanied by a woman. It was Fuxi's disciple, Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong walked out of the heavenly demon world, and the hole behind her slowly disappeared. The countless heavenly demons also gradually scattered. Meng Rongrong frowned slightly as she looked at the boundless sea. Master said that he divined that Yan Chuan is in the West Sea Dragon Palace. Ha! Right now, the exchange beasts of the western outer continent are roaming freely. Yan Chuan, nothing must happen to you. Chapter 1458. In a territory of the western outer continent. In a pile of ruins, a large number of corpses were strewn all over the place. The soldiers of the Ziwei Celestial Realm and the Great Zhou Imperial Court were constantly collecting their corpses. Obviously, a great battle had ended. In a commander's camp of the Great Zhou Imperial Court, a group of exchange beasts gathered. Tan Lang, Pa Jun, Zhu Men, Lu Xiyuan, and Lian Zhen, 5/15 heavens are in charge of the attack, and Wen Chu is in charge of the rear. Great Emperor Ziwei wants to fight to the death with us. We came out a little too late. Even if we control the Great Zhou Imperial Court now, it's still difficult to defend the country. Yes, Great Emperor Ziwei is too overbearing. Fortunately, number 1 and number 2 exchanged for 2 from the heavenly realm. Otherwise, we almost couldn't hold on this time. Said the heavenly body. Huang Luo and Yulin nodded with their gourds on their backs. Ever since we were schemed against by Yan Chuan, it seems that everything has been going wrong for us. Number 1 said in a low voice. Report. A loud shout came from outside the hall. Come in. Number 1 called out. Soon, a guard said respectfully, My lords, the Celestial Emperor asked me to deliver this invitation letter as soon as possible. The guard handed over a card. Beast number 1 immediately took it and began to read it. As he read, his eyes turned cold. Ancestor. A letter of challenge. Number 1's eyes widened. What's wrong? Everyone was puzzled. Number 1 immediately handed over the letter of challenge, and everyone quickly read it. You may leave. Number 1 said. Yes. The guard immediately retreated, leaving behind a group of exchange beasts. Number 96 and 97, those 2 idiots. Number 2 said coldly. Not necessarily, there's another possibility. Number 1 said in a low voice. Oh. Yan Chuan. The heavenly body's eyes widened. Yes, it's very likely that they're behind this again. Number 1 said in a low voice. They're haunting us. The heavenly body said in a low voice. What do we do now? One of the exchange beasts frowned. The key now is to kill those imprisoned people immediately. Otherwise, it will become more and more troublesome in the future. Number 1 said. I'll go. The heaven-reaching body said in a deep voice. Number 1 looked at Tong Tian's body and nodded. That's good too. Judging from the few times Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi attacked, they can't defeat you. Number 2 and I have to guard against another attack from the Ziwei Celestial Realm. If you go and something happens, you can escape quickly. Don't worry, the heaven-reaching body replied. The heavenly body brought the two exchange beasts and headed towards the West Sea Dragon Palace. Underworld, Great Qin City. Lu Gang reported to zombie Yan Chuan, Heavenly Emperor, someone has come out from the beast exchange camp. It's a heavenly Tong Tian physique and two great Zhou officials. It seems like they are also here to exchange beasts. Sure enough, with the Ziwei celestial realm attacking, Huang Luo and Yulin won't dare to leave at will for the time being. Otherwise, if the people of the Ziwei celestial realm seize the opportunity, they will definitely inflict serious damage to the group of exchange beasts or disrupt the foundation of the great Zhou dynasty. The heavenly master body is the best candidate. Zombie Yan Chuan nodded. The zombie Yan Chuan knew about it, and so did the human Yan Chuan in the West Sea Dragon Palace. Heavenly Tong Tian. Mo Yushi frowned as she looked at Yan Chuan in the human body. Heavenly Tong Tian physique said in a low voice, that exchange beast doesn't know how to use my body, and the power he displayed wasn't strong, especially the celestial slaying sword. Once he loses it, his power is only on par with defeating armies. That's good. Yan Chuan said with a serious gaze. However, the celestial slaying sword has been refined by me for countless years. It even absorbed the essence of the celestial culling sword, celestial trapping sword, and celestial ending sword. The power of this sword is too ferocious. Heavenly Tong Tian physique frowned. No. Yan Chuan suddenly squinted his eyes. Oh. I have a way to restrain it. Yan Chuan said with a frown. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Whing. 3 long swords suddenly appeared in the void. Whoosh. The 3 swords suddenly transformed into 3 human figures. The Grand Emperor Sword, the Jade Emperor Sword, and the God Sword. Yan Chuan's Emperor Sword. Just them. Heavenly Tong Tian physique was puzzled. One had to know that the 3 swords had learned from the celestial slaying sword. How could they block it? Look. Yan Chuan pointed at the 3 of them. Supremacy is the extreme, yin and yang are the 2 modes. The Grand Emperor Sword emitted a mysterious yellow light. Jade is clear and transparent, revealing one's nature. The Jade Emperor Sword emitted a gentle white light. The superior is the inferior, and the inferior is the superior. The God's Sword emitted a black-red light. The 3 swords surrounded Heavenly Tong Tian physique and formed a chaos element formation. An extremely sharp aura rushed towards Heavenly Tong Tian. This is the one turning into 3 pure ones. No, it's even sharper than the one turning into 3 pure ones. Heavenly Tong Tian physique exclaimed. How is it? Can it deal with the celestial slaying sword? Yan Chuan asked. It doesn't deal with it. It seems like it exists specifically to counter the celestial slaying sword. How do you know this formation? Heavenly Tong Tian physique exclaimed. Hongjun taught it to me back then. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Teacher. Heavenly Tong Tian physique fell into deep thought. Miao, who was at the side, said in surprise, Miao, could it be that Hongjun predicted this day and purposely taught you the method to counter the celestial slaying sword? Can he see the future? It must be a coincidence. But isn't this good? See the future. Miao didn't mean it, but Yan Chuan, Heavenly Tong Tian physique, and Wu Zhao all fell into deep thought. Hongjun. That person who was almost forgotten by the world. Did he really predict this day long ago? If so, this person was too scary. The 3 of them looked at each other and didn't say anything. They hoped that it was a coincidence. Above the West Sea. Meng Rongrong entered heaven and earth from the heavenly demon realm. Looking at the boundless sea, Meng Rongrong frowned slightly. Master said that he calculated that Yan Chuan is in the West Sea Dragon Palace. Sigh, now that the exchange beasts of the western outer continent are rampant, Yan Chuan, nothing must happen to you. Meng Rongrong was about to enter the West Sea when suddenly, a huge aura rushed over from afar. Boom! A black shadow suddenly appeared. Its figure paused, and a violent gale immediately set off monstrous waves in the sea. Under this immense pressure, the seawater parted to form a deep trench in both sides. Vaguely, some palaces could be seen below. Behind the black shadow were two men in official robes. Ancestor Cheng, get out here. The black shadow shouted. Boom! The rolling sound waves rushed to the bottom of the sea. Countless dragons couldn't even raise their heads under this aura. Sect leader Tong Tian. Meng Rongrong's expression changed in the distance. She saw that at the entrance of the palaces. Yan Chuan brought a group of people out of the sea. Yan Chuan. Meng Rongrong's eyes lit up. However, Yan Chuan didn't see Meng Rongrong. Instead, he stared at the body of Tong Tian. Yan Chuan. It's indeed you. You're really haunting me, the body of Tong Tian said coldly. Three deities. Yan Chuan shouted. Xing. The Grand Emperor, Deity, and Jade Emperor instantly rushed into the sky and slashed at the body of Tong Tian. With a plan in mind, Yan Chuan naturally didn't waste any more words with the body of Tong Tian. After all, they might have become the focus of many people at this moment. The exchange beasts might be here, so they had to end the battle quickly. Xing. Once the three swords were unleashed, they instantly emitted a dazzling light. You're courting death. Immortal extermination. The immortal extermination sword instantly slashed over, and an aura that could destroy everything in the world rushed towards the three swords. The extreme is the extreme, the two modes of yin and yang. The jade is clear, and the heart is clear. The top is the bottom, and the bottom is the top. Boom! The three swords burst forth with three sword flows that rushed forward and merged into one. Boom! The collision of the sword Dao caused the void to shatter. Instantly, the immortal extermination sword left his hand. Extreme. Jade. Go. The three swords each shouted loudly, forming a formation with a bang, instantly surrounding the immortal extermination sword in the center. Wang. The immortal extermination sword resisted and instantly became incomparably vast. It went up into the 9 heavens and down into the 9 underworlds. The three deity swords also quickly became bigger. Boom! The three swords trapped the immortal extermination sword in the center. What? The supreme immortal extermination sword's expression changed. On the other side, Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi leaned against each other. Mo Yushi placed her finger on Yan Chuan's back and closed her eyes. Yan Chuan's body emitted a golden light that shrouded himself and Mo Yushi. Meow. Meow's eyes widened. Wasn't this the same scene that Yan Chuan used to capture defeating armies? Back then, Yan Chuan used the power of Meow's 14th heaven birth chart to trap defeating armies. Now that he used the power of Mo Yushi's 15th heaven birth chart, it was naturally stronger than before. As a result, Yan Chuan's strength instantly reached the 15th heaven birth chart. This required Mo Yushi to completely let go of her body and mind so that Yan Chuan could use her strength. Mo Yushi and Yan Chuan were deeply in love. Naturally, she would not reject opening her heart to Yan Chuan. Boom! Yan Chuan's hair suddenly turned red. The vast sea beneath his feet instantly turned into a sea of blood. A huge cypress tree soared into the sky. When Yan Chuan stretched out his right hand, the cypress tree suddenly spun. Buzz! The stars in the netherworld and the world of the living lit up in an instant. All the stars in the shallow star layer instantly lit up. Hundreds of stars in the deep star layer suddenly lit up as well. Universe in the palm. Yan Chuan shouted softly. A huge black hole suddenly appeared behind the Supreme Immortal Extermination Sword. Whoosh! The Supreme Immortal Extermination Sword was instantly sucked into Yan Chuan's palm. What? The Supreme Immortal Extermination Sword's expression changed. Yan Chuan's eyes were cold. Astral force. Boom! In the palm, almost all the stars in the netherworld and the world of the living rushed towards the Supreme Immortal Extermination Sword. Bastard! The Supreme Immortal Extermination Sword shouted in horror and punched out. Boom! Billions of stars, including the giant stars in the deep star layer, also rushed over with rolling force. In an instant, the Supreme Immortal Extermination Sword shattered the Supreme Immortal Extermination Sword's energy shield. The immense force hit the Supreme Immortal Extermination Sword's body and caused him to suffer severe internal injuries. Pfft! The Supreme Immortal Extermination Sword spat out a mouthful of blood. Without the Immortal Extermination Sword, you can't break my universe in the palm. Accept your fate. Yan Chuan said indifferently. Astral force. Boom! The second wave of astral force came crashing down. The starlight shone brightly. In an instant, it alarmed almost all the powerhouses in the world. This was not the first time. Yan Chuan had attracted the stars in the sky. The great emperor of Ziwei, Golden Emperor, Kong Huangtian, Pejuan, and the group of exchange beasts all turned their attention to the West Sea. The sound of the collision of the stars in the West Sea was so loud that it instantly spread throughout the world of the living. Chapter 1459. Universe in the Palm. Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes. He had heard of it many times before, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Stars revolved around the palm, connecting the vast starry sky. This mystic technique was too strange. Number 1 and Number 2 suddenly saw the scene in the distance, and their expressions suddenly changed. Number 7 has been captured. Number 2 said with a gloomy expression. Universe in the palm. I underestimated this ability. It can actually trap Number 7. The key is that the immortal slaying sword is trapped. What should we do now, Number 1? Number 1's expression was gloomy. Watch the other exchange beasts. Don't let anything happen. I'll go save Number 7. Number 1 said in a low voice. What? If you go now and defeating armies and the others attack, I can't stop them alone. Number 2 said with a frown. If they attack, take all the exchange beasts and immediately flee to Luoyang. Abandon this territory. Number 1 took a deep breath and said. Huh? Number 2 said in surprise. If our beast exchange alliance is broken, what's the use of having the Western Outer Continent? As long as we're all here, we'll conquer the world sooner or later, Number 1 said solemnly. All right. Number 2 nodded. Number 1 took a step forward and rushed out with the fire crow gourd on his back, shooting toward the West Sea Dragon Palace. On the other side, Wen Chu's camp. Wen Chu, Huang Lao has left. Di Renjia's camp is empty. Should we make a move now? Defeating armies immediately said. The Ziwei Celestial Realm army commanders looked over. Huang Lao had indeed left with the fire crow gourd on his back. Everyone's eyes lit up. No. Wen Chu's eyes turned cold. Oh. Huang Lao is heading toward the West Sea Dragon Palace. He's going to find trouble with Yan Chuan. Let him go. Let's not move. Wen Chu said in a low voice. Huh? What's the gain or loss of a territory? I want to see through this great Zhou celestial court. Exchange beasts. How many exchange beasts does Great Zhou have? Wen Chu said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone nodded. Above the West Sea. Yan Chuan used Mo Yushi's fate and the power of the stars in the sky to form a universe in the palm to trap the body. Without the immortal slaying sword and without the murderous nature of the heavens, this body was not much different from defeating armies. Boom! Once again, the stars collided. Under the tremendous force, the heaven-reaching body was once again heavily injured. His bones shattered, and he couldn't withstand the impact at all. He could only barely withstand it with the power of his heavenly fate. On the other side, the mutated body Wuxia took Qingzu and quickly captured the two exchange beasts. Miao, so miserable. Miao looked at the body in Yan Chuan's palm and said. At the side, Skirich smiled bitterly. Yan Chuan, just kill me. Huh, you want me to hand over this body? Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I'll snatch Tongtian's soul and fate. At worst, I'll reincarnate. I'll just take everything of Tongtian and start all over again. Ha ha ha. The exchange beast continued to speak stubbornly. Reincarnation? You really dare to dream. Do you think that you can still reincarnate after entering the universe in the palm? You think your soul can escape from my palm? You're too naive. Yan Chuan said coolly. Huh. So what if Tongtian doesn't have a body? His thoughts are still there, and his murderous nature is still there. He can refine a body. Do you think it's difficult? Without this body, he's still Tongtian. Do you want to see? Yan Chuan sneered. As he spoke, he faced Tongtian with his palm facing the mutated body. Boom! Tongtian's body suddenly emitted a towering sword intent that shot into the starry sky. The sword intent tore through the void and pressed forward. It was extremely ferocious. Tongtian. You're Tongtian. How is that possible? When I swapped bodies with you, you were just an ancestral immortal. You're at the 12th ancestral immortal realm. Tongtian's body exclaimed. I can refine another immortal vanquishing sword. As for you, just wait to be completely destroyed. Tongtian's body said. Boom! The stars collided again, and Tongtian's body was severely injured again. More than half of his bones were instantly distorted. No! The exchange beast roared. One more time and this body of yours will completely crumble. Astral power. Yan Chuan shouted again. In the palm, Tongtian's body suddenly revealed a look of panic. If he could reincarnate and cultivate again, none of this would be a big deal. However, Yan Chuan was too ruthless. Did he want to destroy his soul? He looked at Tongtian's body that was at the 12th heaven in the outside world. A look of struggle flashed in the exchange beast's eyes. I'll go all out. At least there's still a chance of survival. Exchange. When the billions of stars collided with Tongtian's body and Tongtian's body exchanged. Boom! The billions of stars suddenly stopped. Buzz. After the exchange, ha 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 ha. Tongtian suddenly laughed out loud. He was finally back. Although his body was severely injured, his body was still in good condition. Without any hesitation, the exchanged beasts started to exchange with Yan Chuan again. Exchange. The exchange beast said with a ferocious expression. As long as he exchanged with Yan Chuan, everything would be solved. However, at this moment, Yan Chuan stretched out his other hand, and there was a mouse in his palm. The mouse stood in front of Yan Chuan. Boom! The light connected with the mouse. No. The exchange beast knew something was wrong the moment he saw the mouse, but everything was too late. Squeak. Squeak. The exchange beast's body that had just been seized revealed a trace of wretched squeak. Only the mouse in Yan Chuan's other hand showed a look of despair. It's the second time. Do you think I will make the same mistake again? Yan Chuan sneered faintly. Crack. 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 Countless restrictions suddenly appeared in his palm and quickly sealed the mouse. To be safe, he even took out a box to put the mouse in. With a wave of his hand, Tongtian's seriously injured body flew out from his other palm. Xing! The three emperor swords in the distance suddenly loosened. Swish! Zhu Xian's sword instantly rushed straight to Tongtian. Ha ha ha, Zhu Xian, I'm back. Open the original power that I sealed and help me recover. Tongtian laughed at Zhu Xian's sword. Buzz! Rolling power poured into Tongtian's body. On the other side, Sun Wukong's human body, which was occupied by the mouse's consciousness, did not know what to do at this moment. Swish! Sun Wukong's monkey body instantly appeared. He turned into 100 feet huge monkey demon. Roar! Opening his mouth, the monkey body swallowed the human body in one bite. Yen Di, this time, thank you. Sun Wukong said solemnly. Unfortunately, your body. Yen Chuan said regretfully. This is already the best. Sun Wukong shook his head. Tongtian recovered from his injuries. Yen Chuan and Mo Yushi also gently separated. Recovered? Mo Yushi said with a sigh. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice, yes, we are constantly exchanged back. As one grows and the other dies, the exchange beasts are also getting weaker. Not good, that fire crow gourd is coming again. Mo Yushi looked into the distance and stared. Let's go. Wu Jiong said. Yen Chuan nodded. Just as they were about to leave, Yen Chuan suddenly stopped. Because Yen Chuan saw Meng Rongrong in the distance. Rongrong? Yen Chuan said in surprise. Whoosh! Meng Rongrong quickly flew over from the distance. Yen Chuan. Meng Rongrong said happily. Quickly leave with me. Yen Chuan immediately pulled Meng Rongrong away. It's okay, there's no need to leave. Meng Rongrong smiled. Mo Yushi frowned and looked at Meng Rongrong. Her expression changed for a while, but she did not say anything in the end. The rogue will be here soon. Yen Chuan said. I guessed as much, but it's okay, someone will help you block the first exchange beast. No, even if the second exchange beast comes, someone will help you block it. Meng Rongrong said. Oh. Yen Chuan said doubtfully. It's coming, the rogue will be here soon. Mo Yushi said anxiously. Meow, I see it too. Meow exclaimed. The rogue will be here soon, why are they still not leaving? The variant body Wu Jiong revealed a surprised expression. Yen Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong did not disappoint Yen Chuan, snake spirit, why are you still not coming out? There was no movement in the surroundings. Meng Rongrong frowned, snake spirit, master asked me to help you. If you don't come out, I won't care anymore. Don't blame me when the realm of the gods gets more. He, Rongrong, you're wrong. I'm doing this for you. After a long separation, don't you want to spend more time alone? A charming voice came from a distant island. Meng Rongrong. There were so many people, how could this be called spending time alone? Boom! Suddenly, a powerful explosion came from afar. A strong wind swept past, and a man in a green robe appeared in the air. The rogue with the fire crow gourd on his back appeared. The rogue looked at everyone coldly. Whoosh! In the distance, on the island, a figure flashed past. It was the snake spirit that suddenly appeared in front of Yen Chuan and the others. He, this must be the first exchange beast. Back then, the king sealed you. Snake spirit said. Fushi. The first exchange beast's eyes were cold. Yulin must have mentioned me to you. Unfortunately, he ran away the last time he saw me. AI. Snake spirit said regretfully. The first exchange beast's face was gloomy. Snake people, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Get out of the way. You're not qualified to take me down. He, is that so? Not necessarily, but what you said makes sense. How can a girl like me do such a rude thing at this time? Isn't that right? Snake Spirit looked at another island in the distance. Everyone's face sank. There was someone hiding in the West Sea. Yan Chuan and the others looked at the island with a gloomy face. Sure enough, a purple-robed figure flew out from the island with a huge purple gourd on his back. The Grand Mist Gourd, Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng. Yan Chuan suddenly called out. Why was he targeted by so many people all of a sudden? The sect leader of Tongtian, who was shrouded by the god-slaying sword, had recovered a lot from his injuries. He approached Yan Chuan and looked at everyone coldly. Whether it was the exchange beast, the snake spirit, or Meng Sansheng, everyone was extremely alert at this moment. Whoosh! Meng Sansheng stood in front of Yan Chuan and looked coldly at the first exchange beast. Evil beast, how dare you take over my fourth brother's body? Humph! Meng Sansheng snorted. He, that's right. Snake Spirit laughed. Chapter 1460. The sudden appearance of Snake Spirit and Meng Sansheng caused the atmosphere above the West Sea to become extremely tense. In Di Renjia's camp, Beast Number 2 held the unreal gourd with a solemn expression. Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes as he gripped the armrests of his dragon throne tightly. It was as if he was about to leave at any moment. This was no longer a conflict between Beast Number 2 and Yan Chuan. This was because there were two other forces involved in this matter. Clearly, Ziwei the Great had heard of these two forces. The Snake Clan. The legendary realm of the gods. Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes. In the sky above the West Sea, Meng Sansheng stood in front of Yan Chuan and looked coldly at Beast Number 1. Bastard, how dare you take over my fourth brother's body? Humph! Meng Sansheng snorted. Ha, that's more like it. Snake Spirit laughed. Beast Number 1 looked at Meng Sansheng with a frown. Although they hadn't fought yet, he knew that none of the 7 great masters in the realm of the gods were simple. At least, he was one of them now. Just by obtaining the body, he could take over more than 1/15 heaven. Another one appeared in front of him. That wasn't the main point. The main point was the snake spirit beside this person. Although he was arrogant just now, Beast Number 1 was still very wary of Snake Spirit. This was the Snake Clan that sealed all the beast numbers. Looking at Yan Chuan, Tongtian, and Mo Yushi not far away, Beast Number 1 frowned deeply. For a moment, he didn't know whether to advance or retreat. After all, Yan Chuan had captured a few beast numbers. He had to save them. Beast Number 1 was conflicted. Yan Chuan also narrowed his eyes as he looked at Snake Spirit and Meng Sansheng. Yan Chuan didn't believe that these two people would suddenly show mercy and help out of kindness. He didn't have a clear relationship with them. Even if Meng Sansheng was ZZ's grandfather, Yan Chuan still didn't believe that he would help him. However, the people from these two great powers had sent their own people here. Why? Yan Chuan looked at Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi's eyes were also filled with confusion. The mutated martial artist looked at the Grandmaster of Heaven with a solemn expression. A great battle was about to break out. Not only was the battle on the verge of breaking out, but Great Emperor Ziwei of Ziwei Palace also seemed to be ready to strike at any moment. Just when the atmosphere was frozen to the extreme. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang from the ground. The seawater of the entire West Sea instantly churned. The West Sea shook, and the void trembled. Boom! 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 The tremors continued, and the violent tremors seemed to have come out of nowhere. The originally hostile crowd's faces suddenly changed. What's wrong? Snake Spirit looked at the sky in surprise. Meng Sansheng and Beast Number 1 also looked around in surprise. Meow, what's going on? An earthquake? Isn't the timing of the earthquake a little too coincidental? Miao exclaimed. No, it's not an earthquake in the West Sea. It's an earthquake everywhere. Mo Yushi's expression suddenly changed. What? Wu Jiong's face sank. Tongqian's injuries had healed a lot. He also quickly turned his head to look around. Yes, the West Outer Continent, the Southwest Outer Continent, the Northwest Outer Continent, the Middle Outer Continent, the East Outer Continent, the South Outer Continent, and the North Outer Continent. What happened to the world? Tong Tian asked in surprise. An earthquake? Yan Chuan's face darkened. Beast number 1 also looked around in surprise. At beast number 2's place, there was also a commotion among the other beasts. What happened to the world? Why was there such a huge earthquake? Did it cover the entire Yang realm? In the South Outer Continent, Kong Huangtian stepped out of the imperial palace. In the Southeast Outer Continent, Golden Emperor flew into the sky and looked around. In the Middle Outer Continent, Great Emperor Ziwei also quickly walked out of the Ziwei Palace. He flew into the sky and looked down at the world. What happened? Great Emperor Ziwei was also surprised. While everyone was still in shock, a series of loud noises suddenly came from the outer South Continent. Roar! 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 Countless dragon roars came from all the territories under the Yang realm. Under the ground, there seemed to be waves of dark golden energy surging towards the north. Boom! Boom! Like a surging river, the rolling dark golden energy quickly surged towards the north. In Xianyang City, Gigu Zi's expression changed. It's luck. The world's luck. Rumble. Xianyang City trembled. Sir, this is bad. The first dragon vein is trembling. A feng shui master rushed over. The first dragon vein. The capital of the Yang realm, Xianyang City, was located on top of the first dragon vein. At this moment, the dragon head trembled as if it was about to turn its body and head towards the north. Notify all the feng shui masters in the Yang realm to enter the Yang realm. Gigu Zi shouted. Yes. Minister Lu, calm the people. I'll lead everyone in the Imperial Astronomer to activate the first dragon vein and stop the eastern outer continent's luck from flowing away. Gigu Zi shouted. Yes. Lu Buwei replied. Boom. Under Gigu Zi's command, the huge dragon head under his feet suddenly stopped. Roar. The first dragon vein let out a long roar and quickly stabilized its body. It stopped the flow of luck. Those who cultivated merit gathered luck. Those who cultivate and accumulate yin virtue will accumulate merit. Those who cultivated feng shui controlled luck. Luck was something that feng shui masters gathered. But now, the world's luck was madly converging towards the north. Almost all the feng shui masters looked towards the north in horror. The billowing luck seemed to have crossed through time and space and flowed towards the outer north continent. Gradually, 3 gigantic black gold dragons converged in the outer north continent. Wherever the black gold dragon passed, countless mountain peaks quickly rose from the ground. The billowing black and gold dragons moved towards the Qin Long realm, towards the place where Emperor Qin Long was cultivating in seclusion. Roar! Roar! The 3 black gold dragons enveloped the entire Azure Dragon Palace within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Countless subordinates of Emperor Qin Long looked around in shock. Boom! The palace where Emperor Qin Long was cultivating in suddenly exploded, revealing Emperor Qin Long's figure. Emperor Qin Long was holding a longsword in his hand. The longsword trembled, causing the surrounding luck to gather. Under the vast aura of the longsword, Emperor Qin Long's subordinates were all forced to kneel down. Emperor Qin Long. That sword? Emperor Ziwei looked towards the north in shock. Kong Huangtian of the outer south continent stared at the longsword. Emperor Huangjin, Snake Spirit, Meng Sansheng, number 1, number 2, Mo Yushi, and Tong Tian all stared at the sword in Emperor Qin Long's hand. Emperor Qin Long stepped on the emperor altar as if he was doing the final step of refining. Roar! The long sword in Emperor Qin Long's hand suddenly let out a dragon's roar. Under the dragon's roar, it seemed to have turned into a black and golden dragon in Emperor Qin Long's hand. As it opened its mouth, it crazily absorbed the 3 black and gold dragons that were formed from the world's luck. That is... Snake Spirit exclaimed in surprise. Only a Dharma treasure of the first era can mobilize the world's luck like this. His Dharma treasure is in the first era, and his body is the world's luck. The luck of the 4 realms is his body. Is this the Dharma treasure of the past? Meng Sansheng's eyes flashed with desire. The sword of momentum. Tong Tian narrowed his eyes. Mo Yushi quickly used a spell to condense an image of the scene in the outer north continent and showed it to Yan Chuan and Miao. At this moment, Beast number 1 also took a deep breath. Taking advantage of everyone's shock, it took a step and flew away. Whoosh! Beast number 1 quickly fled. At this moment, Snake Spirit and Meng Sansheng no longer had the mood to chase after the beast. Almost everyone's attention was attracted by the sword of momentum. In the netherworld, everything was still calm. However, all the great emperors seemed to have sensed something and walked out of their respective halls. At the entrance of Chujiang Hall, Patriarch Nether River slowly walked out. Although they were separated by the Yin and Yang realms, Patriarch Nether River seemed to be able to see through them. The sword of momentum. Heh, you old guys from the first era can't sit still anymore. In the Yang realm, at the entrance of Ziwei Hall. Great Emperor Ziwei looked at the outer north continent with rapt attention. The sword of momentum. I was wondering why Great Emperor Qin Long had been in seclusion during this period of time. So it's because of this sword? The sword of momentum that he tricked from a transcendent being? It's indeed a good treasure. Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes, and a trace of desire flashed in his eyes. Previously, he was still somewhat interested in the beast exchange, but the sudden appearance of the sword of momentum distracted Great Emperor Ziwei. Compared to this sword of momentum, everything else was nothing. Outer North Continent. Rumble. The surging luck was quickly devoured by the sword of momentum. Hum. Countless luck was swallowed, and the sword of momentum suddenly trembled. It transformed from its original black golden dragon form into a sword form again. The sword form became 20 feet long and flew around Great Emperor Qin Long whoosh. In an instant, after emitting thousands of dark golden rays of light, it merged with Great Emperor Qin Long. The light faded, and the sword of momentum disappeared. Great Emperor Qin Long looked at his hands excitedly and waved them. Rumble. With a wave of his hand, huge mountains suddenly rose from the ground and instantly extended to the edge of the entire territory. He flipped his hands. Whoosh! Countless mountains instantly collapsed. Desertification. Boom! With a soft shout from Great Emperor Qin Long, millions of miles of land instantly turned into a desert. Grow! Countless trees instantly grew on the desertified land, and the desertified land instantly disappeared. Ha ha ha, from now on, the land is under my control. I am the lord of the land. Great Emperor Qin Long said excitedly. The surrounding subordinates gradually came back to their senses. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, my lord. Countless congratulatory voices sounded, and Great Emperor Qin Long became more and more excited. That idiot Tian Gang, he doesn't even know how to use such a huge treasure. Ha ha ha. Great Emperor Qin Long laughed. All around the world, countless ambitious and ruthless people looked at Great Emperor Qin Long with envy in their eyes. Great Emperor Ziwei, in particular, had a look of determination in his eyes as he said, "Assistant left and right." Yes, my lord. Increase the number of scouts around Great Emperor Qin Long. I want to know all of Great Emperor Qin Long's movements. Remember, all of them. Great Emperor Ziwei said in a deep voice. Yes, my lord. The two answered. Great Emperor Ziwei was a little excited. He took a deep breath and looked away from the North Outer Continent. He turned his head to look at the West Ocean again. The West Ocean was calm. Whether it was Yan Chuan, Beast Number 1, the Snake Spirit, or Meng Sansheng, they had all disappeared at this moment. Everyone was gone. Humph. Great Emperor Ziwei snorted coldly. Great Emperor Ziwei didn't continue to search because he already had a new target. Chapter 1461. Outer South Continent. In front of the Imperial Heaven Palace. Kong Huantian looked at Emperor Qin Long of the Outer North Continent. Sort of momentum. Is this a type of omen? Kong Huantian frowned. Peacock Zi and Blind Kong stood beside him. Peacock Zi didn't understand, but Blind Kong frowned slightly and said, Ancestor, is this gathering of the world's luck related to momentum? Legend has it that in the First Era, didn't he already transform into the world's luck? Perhaps the unification of the four worlds is imminent and he sensed the aura of fate. He gradually woke up from his muddle-headedness. This is just the beginning. He gathered the luck and reappeared. Kong Huantian said solemnly. What about Emperor Qin Long now? Emperor Qin Long wants to use the sword of momentum to control the world's luck. However, his momentum has already ascended. Before he awakens and revives, all his strength can only be reduced to a tool for others. His resistance won't be as strong as it was in the First Era. If Emperor Qin Long continues like this, there are only two outcomes. One is to refine all the luck and control all the power of the First Era's momentum. The other is to be revived by momentum. Kong Huantian said. Ah. Blind Kong and Peacock Zi's expressions changed. Momentum must have sensed that the final day is getting closer and closer, so it gradually regained its consciousness. There's not much time left. I have to speed up and break through to the 17th heaven as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will also become their stepping stone, Kong Huantian said solemnly. Blind Kong and Peacock Zi didn't dare to say anything. Peacock Zi, send someone to send a message to Emperor Changsheng. 3 months later, the battle in the Eternal Domain will be decided. The loser will lose a continent. Kong Huantian took a deep breath and said. Yes. Peacock Zi replied. Eternal Domain. Not long ago, the heaven-devouring beast caused a ruckus there. That place has become a pile of ruins. There are no living creatures stationed there. It's the best battlefield. Blind Kong nodded. Exchange Beast Number 1 left the West Sea. As it looked at Emperor Qin Long of the Outer North Continent, it was thinking about something. Looking at Emperor Qin Long's grand aura, for a moment, it was jealous and greedy. Not long after, the first exchange beast returned to the camp. Boom! At this moment, the earthquake had already stopped. Other than a group of 15th heavenly layer powerhouses, no one else knew what had happened. Number 1, what do we do now? Number 2 frowned. We don't want this territory anymore. Number 1 said solemnly. Oh. Let's return to Luoyang immediately. Yan Chuan, Skirich, and the others are definitely going all out to take revenge. Now that the Naga clan and the Celestial Realm have joined the fray, let's go back first and prevent anything from happening to Number 9. We can't let them attack us again. Number 1 said solemnly. All right. The group of exchange beasts greeted each other for a while before quickly abandoning the battlefield and heading for Luoyang. As soon as the beasts left, Wen Chu and the others in the distance received the news. They left? Greed asked in a low voice. Everyone looked at Wen Chu. This is a heaven-bestowed territory. How can we not take it? However, just in case there is a trap, let the army slowly advance. Wen Chu said. All right. The Legion commanders replied. The variant body Wu Zhao, Skirich, and Mou Shi led a group of people to the Phoenix clan's gathering place to capture the exchange beasts there. Just as number 1 had guessed, everyone was preparing to attack and capture the exchange beasts one by one. Yan Chuan, Meng Rongrong, Snake Spirit, and Meng Sanxing arrived at the interior of the western outer continent, at a stronghold of the Great Chen Factory Guard. It was the valley where they had been deprived of astral power. As soon as they entered the valley, Snake Spirit and Meng Sanxing instantly looked at a closed main hall. What a strange energy fluctuation. Snake Spirit looked at the main hall strangely. Who's inside? Meng Sanxing also asked strangely. My other body. Yan Chuan didn't hide anything. Inside the main hall, the silver-eyed Yan Chuan sat cross-legged. 3,000 heavenly Tao were circulating rapidly in the main hall. The silver-eyed Yan Chuan's eyes were suffused with silver light, as if he was trying to deduce something. Yan Chuan led everyone into another main hall. Everyone had just sat down. Boom! Several streams of light rushed in from the outside world. Haha, we made it in time. Skirich was the first to enter the main hall. Mou Shi and the variant body Wu Zhao also entered the main hall. The variant body Wu Zhao didn't want to miss this opportunity, so the Phoenix clan quickly settled it with all their might. Snake Spirit and Meng Sanxing sat down. No one spoke. They drank tea and waited for Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong looked at Snake Spirit, who didn't care about anything, and smiled bitterly. What's going on? Yan Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Mou Shi's expression changed slightly, but she didn't say anything. Meow, that's right. Why are you all here? Meow Meow asked curiously. This time, Master asked me to come. She wants to ask for your help. Meng Rongrong said softly. Snake Spirit immediately corrected him. It's not helping, it's cooperating. Meng Rongrong glanced at Snake Spirit, but Yan Chuan ignored her. Yan Chuan trusted Meng Rongrong more. What's the matter? Exchange beasts? Yan Chuan asked. Yes, this time, Master and the God Realm have reached an agreement to divide all the exchange beasts. Meng Rongrong said. Oh. Divide? Yan Chuan raised an eyebrow. The variant body Wu Zhao also showed a look of dissatisfaction. Why? My snake clan needs 88. We need 64 of them. Snake Spirit said. My God Realm needs 49, 77. Meng Sanxing said. What do you mean? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Snake Spirit and Meng Sanxing didn't speak again, but threw the problem to Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong was sandwiched between two sides, one was her lover, and the other was her master. At this moment, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. There are a total of 108 exchange beasts, but you two want 113. Heh, how are you going to divide them? The variant body Wu Zhao sneered. It doesn't matter, my snake clan already has 3. Snake Spirit said with a smile. Meng Sanxing also said, my God Realm also has 2. Moreover, my 4th brother and 6th brother's strength are not enough for you. We need to cooperate. Cooperate? Heh, can't you go by yourselves? Why come to us? Wu Zhao sneered. Meng Sanxing's eyes turned cold, but he didn't flare up. Meng Rongrong immediately said, the exchange beasts have strange abilities, so although the snake clan and the God Realm can defeat them, we can't catch all of them. They can escape without a trace, so we need to cooperate with you. Your intelligence network is comprehensive and can lock onto all the exchange beasts, so we have to rely on your strength. Oh. So that's the case, there are also things you can't do. Wu Zhao sneered. Wu Zhao originally wanted to keep some of the exchange beasts, after all, the exchange beasts' abilities were too heaven-defying. Even if they couldn't use them for themselves, they would still be useful. Moreover, the snake clan and the god realm cared so much about the exchange beasts. Yan Chuan didn't refute, but asked curiously, "I want to know, why?" Snake Spirit immediately said, "There is no why. King has already said that as long as you help us, when the four realms unite, my snake clan will help you resolve a crisis." The same goes for the god realm. Meng Sanxing said in a deep voice. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong ignored Snake Spirit and told the truth, because they are divine beasts, and the exchange beasts are a very special kind of divine beasts. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong in confusion, not understanding this explanation. "Rongrong!" Snake Spirit immediately shouted, wanting to interrupt Meng Rongrong. However, Meng Rongrong still ignored him and continued to say to Yan Chuan, "The top 10 divine beasts in the world are not only ranked. Just like the karmic rank of heaven and earth, the top 10 divine beasts have a special identity and another name." "What?" Yan Chuan asked curiously. Snake Spirit and Meng Sanxing both frowned and wanted to stop Meng Rongrong, but Meng Rongrong ignored them. "Variable." Meng Rongrong said. "Variable? Top 10 divine beasts? Meow." Meow widened its eyes. "Variable?" Yan Chuan also looked serious. Wu Jiong was even more surprised, but after the surprise, his eyes shone brightly. "Yes, the number of Dian is 50, and it uses 49, one of them is to escape. And one of them is the variable, and the variable is the top 10 divine beasts." Back then, Master began to seal the explosive beast, the identical beast, and the swallowing sky tail beast in order to seal this variable for use in the final battle against fate. The variable is unpredictable, it can change into thousands of things. Meng Rongrong explained. Snake Spirit and Meng Sanxing sighed. Since she had already said it, it was useless to stop her. "The variable is sealed for the battle?" Yan Chuan frowned. Wu Jiong's eyes shone. This was the first time he heard that the top 10 divine beasts had such a background. Divine beasts? No wonder they were so different from demonic beasts. Each of the top 10 divine beasts had a divine ability that defied the natural order. Yan Chuan, the Snake Clan and the realm of the gods are determined to win, they. Meng Rongrong didn't know how to explain. "Heh, exchange beasts, if you can catch them, go catch them yourselves." Wu Jiong didn't want to give up the exchange beasts. Because once they agreed, they would have to hand over all the exchange beasts. Yan Chuan, on the other hand, was deep in thought. The number of Dian is 50, and it uses 49, one of them is to escape. Yan Chuan remembered that Bai Huang seemed to have mentioned that everything in the world, including the 3,000 heavenly Tao and fate, was within these 49. These 49 were also called the fixed number. The number of Dian was the most perfect thing. Unfortunately, there was nothing perfect. Heaven and earth were the same. One of the things that escaped was that heaven and earth were actually incomplete. Taiji was also incomplete. One of the reasons was that there were variables. The variable of the fixed number equals the number of Dian. The top 10 divine beasts. Meng Rongrong looked at Yan Chuan, waiting for Yan Chuan's final decision. Her eyes flashed with determination, as if she would stand on Yan Chuan's side no matter what Yan Chuan decided. Tongtian's attitude was indifferent. Mo Yushi naturally supported Yan Chuan. Miao also supported Yan Chuan. Only Wu Jiong's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Why should he give the exchange beasts he caught to the realm of the gods and the Snake Clan? That you're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.